Welcome in, folks. This is the Dean Withers Show. This is episode 502. For everybody who is tuning in, I really do appreciate you guys so much for joining today. For the live audience, make sure that you're saying what's good down below in that chat over on TikTok, as well as over on YouTube. And for all the VOD watchers tuning in, I do really appreciate y'all so much for being here as well. For the thing that people are spamming in that TikTok chat, I'd rather not talk about it. We went over it. That's fake. I don't know why you guys want to bring it up again. You understand that, like, when you bring that up, it's just going to incentivize more people to do it. But anyways, once again, for everybody who is tuning in, I really do appreciate y'all so very much for being here. Thank you so much for spending some of your time with us. Now, if you're new here, we're going to go ahead and just hop into the breaking news. But if you're new here, you're in for a treat every single day for around 4 hours. We talk to individuals that disagree with us politically. We have conversations with Trump supporters. We have conversations with Republicans. Our goal here is to try to change minds, but we usually just end up talking to some of the craziest people of all time. So, folks, let's go ahead and hop into the breaking news before we invite the first guest of the day to unmute their mic and have a dialogue with us. The breaking news is that Karoline Levitt has Karoline left it. She has officially resigned as Donald Trump's press secretary. You know, the propagandistic mouthpiece that whose reign as the press secretary will go down in history as one of the worst we've literally ever seen. She is resigning. She's saying it's because she wants to spend more time with her family, which on a surface level I can understand. You know, she had a kid 2 months ago, but I don't know if I believe it. I'm not going to call her a liar, but what I am going to say is that A, she did come back to work as a press secretary for 2 months after she gave birth, and B, this is the fifth woman fired from the Trump administration by Trump in the last year and a half. I mean, maybe one woman, okay. 2 women, starting to build a pattern. But 5 women? I know I'm frozen. Let me fix that. 5 women? 5 women fired in the last, or I guess fired or resigned in the last year and a half by Trump, who we know has a terrible track record with his treatment of women, including a civil court that found him guilty for raping a woman, him being credibly accused in the Epstein files, and him admitting to violent sexual exploitation and saying it was funny when he did it on a radio show in 2005. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I buy it that she just willfully stepped down. Now, before we hop into the debate, I think that a couple people over on TikTok, I'm just going to ban you guys. Yesterday, some random person, we don't even know if it's a woman, made a TikTok account. And on that TikTok account, they posted fake screenshots of fake DMs with me, where they sent me a message saying that I raped them. And I was like, oh, I don't give a fuck. Just get the hell out of here. And, you know, it was totally fake. We showed how not only was A, the text on the screen AI generated, B, the whole photo was AI generated. You could even see the lines and contortions in my profile picture demonstrating that was fake. D, there was no verified badge on the profile. And then E, I actually ended up screen recording my chats with him, showing that not only did we never have any messages, but it was actually still on the send a message request page. And then the last point is that even on their screenshots, in the first one, it had a date, and then the second one, it didn't. So anyways, long story short, super fake. I would really appreciate you guys to just, like, stop talking about it. Okay, like, I was just getting, like, a bunch of messages in the TikTok chat saying updates on the rape allegations. I don't have any rape allegations, okay? It was a fake account. Anybody could go prove this, okay? When you bring it up, it's only going to incentivize more people to fake screenshots like that, and it hurts me. It physically hurts me. Okay? It physically hurts me. So I don't know why you guys are doing that. But anyways, let's go ahead and hop into the debates. I do apologize about that detour, but, like, people were on TikTok saying, like, update on the rape allegation, make this the most sent message. Like, that physically hurts me. Anyways, let's go ahead and hop into that very first debate of the day. If you want to take it away, Colin, go for it. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Awesome. Yeah, I support Trump as president for his border policy. I believe he has secured the southern border for the most part far better than the previous administration and reduced illegal crossings to record lows.
Okay. Here's the question that I'd like to ask to you is, what do you think the positive outcome of Donald Trump's border policy has been on America over the course of the last year and a half?
Yeah, one, it protects wages at, like, low-end markets. It also prevents like pressure on local services because we know who's in the country. There's not a sudden influx of people who
Mhm.
aren't registered or aren't
So he's been
supposed to
good
be in
for
the
wages.
country.
Okay. There's
No,
a couple.
that's not what I said.
You said that it protects wages.
I,
So I asked you what has been one of
I
the
said,
positive
yeah, that
outcomes from his
policy
border policy over
specifics.
the course of the last year and a half,
Yeah, I
and
didn't
you
say
said it
raise
protects wages.
wages. I said this specific policy helps
Okay.
wages.
So do you
I
think that
would probably
all things
concede.
considered, so all things considered, is the Trump administration better for wages or worse for wages?
No, I'm saying this specific policy is better. That's what
Okay,
we're talking about, and I'm still going to go
but
into a
I'm
few other
asking you a
things.
question in response. So all things considered, do you think that the Trump administration is better for wages or worse for wages?
I mean, overall, compared to the last one, real median wage growth is down. So, I mean, statistically worse.
Okay, perfect. So we don't even need to talk about if his border
Yeah.
policy has a positive impact on wages or a negative impact on wages. If the Trump administration is doing other things that are hurting wages more than you're arguing this border policy is helping it, all things considered, this administration is bad for wages.
Yeah, but my main point is that you were asking for, hey, how does this specific policy help? Trump has
Yeah.
other policies, namely the war in Iran, that is driving down wages and making our economy overall worse.
Yeah, I
This
hear you.
specific border policy, though, I don't think that we should be like, oh, let's open up the border because the economy's already bad.
Yeah, listen, I hear you. Okay. Like, I have counter arguments against the things that you're saying, but I don't even need to give them. I could actually just accept that you're arguing that this one policy has an upward pressure on wages. Okay. Well, because the net impact of the totality of the Trump administration is a significant downward pressure on wages, this actually does not justify your support for Trump.
I would disagree, and for that's only for like one reason. This war in Iran, I don't believe it's going to last far longer, especially till the midterms, because it's going to be extremely unpopular for Republicans. So if and when Trump does come to peace, even if it's on unfavorable terms for the U.S., wages are going to start rising again. This policy will show that it's helping. In addition to that, it's not just wages that this policy helps out.
Okay, listen, I hear ya. Everything that you're saying would be true if you were right in arguing that the only thing that's reducing wages is the war in Iran. That's actually not true. I'm not
It's
sure
not.
that
It's
you
just
could.
a big part of it.
I'm not even sure that you could correlate the war in Iran to a reduction in wages. If anything, I don't know. But anyways, the point is that the main driver of the reduction in wages is something other than the war in Iran. Why do I say this? Because the growth rate in real median wages in America was significantly down in 2025 compared to 2024. And of course, we weren't in a war in 2025. And leading economists have indicated that the main driver, okay, of a reduction in wages, at least in the growth rate of those wages in Donald Trump's second administration, are more so things like his tariffs, okay, or like the big beautiful bill, which according to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities is reducing the purchasing power for the working class upwards of 1 to 2% annually.
I mean, truthfully, I haven't researched economic policy nearly as much. That's not what I specialize in. I'm not going to pretend that I do.
Well, then I think you need to. You have to
Yeah, no, I
research
definitely
that
will. It's
in
just
order
not something
in
I
order to
have
make the
the
case that
time to
Trump
do
is a
yet.
good president. You have to research that in order to make the case that Trump is a good president.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that he's the best president we've had. He's definitely done worse stuff this second term than his first term, but I do believe that he'd be better than Kamala Harris, especially on this topic. And I hear you
Do you
every
think that
day
it'd be better than
arguing
Kamala
about
Harris
how
holistically?
across
all
the
things
board, I
considered?
wouldn't. It depends on your priorities, right? For certain people, yes, but for other people, no.
Okay, so my
That's why you
priority,
vote in the election.
my priority is the flourishing of the constituents of the nation as a whole. That's my priority. Okay, my priority is ensuring that we as a country, including the individuals in our country, okay, are better off. That's what I want.
Okay.
So do you think that holistically, in consideration of that fact, if Kamala Harris had won the election, we'd be in a worse position today?
If it was Kamala Harris, just because of how bad she was, the responsibility she was given as a VP, I wouldn't say so.
Okay, what responsibility was she given as a VP, and how did she fail
was
at that
tasked to
responsibility?
She was tasked to monitoring the border and reducing crossings, and they were the highest numbers of any administration in history.
Okay. I actually don't agree with you. I don't think that that was her task. Could you please give me a reference or citation to demonstrate that what you're saying is true?
Yeah, let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick.
Okay, and when you're looking that up, I'm just going to tell her what her actual task was. So her task had nothing to do with the southern border, okay? The task that she was delegated on day one by Biden was to work diplomatically speaking with countries south of the United States of America to help fix their socioeconomic conditions to reduce the incentive for immigration in the first place. And this was all like privatized investment into these countries' infrastructure to make them better off socioeconomically. So whenever you or like any other Trump supporter join this live stream and tells me that, oh, she was the border czar, oh, she was tasked with managing this other border, that's just false. Okay? That's completely false. Not to mention that it's also ridiculous to suggest that even if that was her job, that because we had super high border crossings, she therefore failed at that job. It could have just been the case that there was more uncontrollable, overwhelming pressures, okay, that caused there to be more border crossings than what she could control as VP. But the point is you were just wrong about what her job was in the first place.
The exact quote that Biden said is that I've asked her, the VP, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle and stemming the migration to the southern border. So,
yeah, and what that job was.
Her task.
So what that job was, you're
you.
just falsely interpreting that to mean that therefore she was in charge of the border. No, what her job was to work diplomatically speaking with countries south of America and get them private investment to reduce like the negative impact of the pandemic on their countries and to help them rebuild their socioeconomic standings. That was her job.
Okay, and how good of a job did she do at that, considering border crossings only increased year over year until Biden's final year in office?
I think that she did pretty dang good at that job, and the claim is that if she didn't do that job, then they would have increased even more than they did. Okay?
And do you have any source for that?
That's the claim. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that she reduced immigration from Guatemala by upwards of like 15%, and she was able to secure billions of dollars of private investment for these countries. Kamala Harris secures billions of dollars of investment for countries as per her job from Biden. In the meantime, folks, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. I do really appreciate y'all so very much for being here. Let's also make sure that we're hitting that little share button at the bottom right-hand corner of that phone screen and hitting that repost button. And also spamming that chat saying what's good. All these means of engagement really help us out. Yeah, so you could actually find a source for the American Presidency Project. It's titled Vice President Kamala Harris announced $1.2 billion in private sector investments in Central America. And that was a culmination of some of her efforts. And that was actually, wow. That was actually 11 months after the inauguration of Biden. So in 11 months, she was able to secure $1.2 billion. And then I have another source from you here from the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador. This is called Vice President Harris announces more than $1.9 billion for Northern Central America. And that was posted 3 months after the first source that I gave you. So in another 3 months, she was able to secure another $700 million worth of private investment. And then by June of 2022, here's another source. This is from Reuters. U.S. VP touts $3.2 billion investment aimed at stemming Central America migration. So she actually did great at this job. So her goal was to work with private companies to secure this investment. And I mean, she was securing like hundreds of millions of dollars a month.
Yeah, my point isn't whether she was securing money, because that's something every president has done, some at higher levels, some at lower levels. My point is that the money, whether it was allocated poorly or whether it wasn't the right strategy, didn't lower border crossing significantly enough. You mentioned Guatemala, but that's only one country which had a 10% decrease. If you look at every other country from Central and South America, border crossing across Biden's term, if you look from year 1 to year 3, typically all trended in the increasing way. And it's...
Yeah,
if you want to argue that the economy,
the reason why this argument fails to dispute that she did good at her job is because the job that was given to her by Biden was to secure privatized investments for these countries. If you read the source from Reuters that I gave you, like these commitments included billions of dollars for countries all across Central America, and specifically investments to promote like 1.4 million women getting jobs, or $270 million from Visa Focus, a company, on bringing 6.5 million people into the formal banking system, like in Central American countries, to just like boost and bolster the private sector in many countries in Central America. That was the job that she was given. She did that job well. Okay, I understand that you're disputing that she did that job well because you're saying that, well, border crossings still went up. Well, the claim isn't that if she did her job well, the border crossings would have gone down, but rather the claim is if she didn't do her job well, then border crossings would have been higher than they already are. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I've demonstrated to you that she was able to execute upon the commitments given to her by President Biden, and this would be contrary to your claim that she did not do her job well. So I would really appreciate you to either concede the claim that you made that she did not do her job well, or, okay, to give a counter argument to everything that I just said.
Okay, a couple of things. One, if we did want to, let's say I were to concede, and I said that yes, Kamala Harris did that part of her job well and got investment for those countries, does that mean that the rest of the Biden administration did poorly on border security? And are you willing to concede that?
Okay, so I don't know why you're trying to embed a burden shift into the counter argument or concession. That's very bad faith. All that I'm
I'm not.
asking
I'm
to
not.
do
I'm just
here
trying to wonder
is
if you're going
to
to stay honest.
all that I'm asking you to do here is to recognize reality as it is. Your inquiry into my supposed honesty or lack thereof is completely irrelevant to concession from the bad claim that you made and which has now been demonstrably proven to be false. Okay?
I wouldn't say it's been proven to be false because yes, she was tasked with, hey, get investment to these countries, but the investment was like specifically in his quote, he said stemming migration to our southern border. She
Yeah,
got
because
the
that's what
investment. She
investment
was also
does.
supposed to put it in the yes, but you have to invest in the right places.
Yeah, that's why she
Let's
did.
say
She
she
invested in the private sector. Investing in the private sector was the right place.
but it didn't lower immigration at all. You're still just
You
saying
don't
it
wait,
didn't
wait, wait,
lower
wait,
immigration,
wait,
would have
wait,
been higher
wait, wait. You're
numbers. Do
making
you
a
have a
false
source
claim.
for that?
You're making a false claim.
Okay.
You're making a false claim. When you say that you know it didn't lower immigration because immigration still went up, what you're not accounting for is the fact that it could have been the case that it reduced immigration, but not enough to make immigration go down. Meaning that if she didn't do that job, then immigration would have been higher. So yeah, I'm
Yeah, you
actually going
said
to
could have
ask.
give a source.
Well, I mean, actually, you'd have to be the one that provides a source here to argue that her efforts were ineffective. I could give you a very basic inductive case for why they would be effective. I don't even need a source on this one. Okay, billions of dollars worth of contributions into the private sector in countries across Central America, which, according to the Reuters source that I already gave you, helped to create millions of jobs across Central America, would, in virtue of that fact, reduce immigration on its own, because one of the main causes for immigration in of itself would be the socioeconomic standards of a country. And then also, I just want to let y'all know that the Trump supporters in the chat, you guys are absolutely fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe that you're comparing a woman, okay, who is able to find her rapist guilty and in a court in front of a unanimous jury of 9, including a Trump supporter, and then have the Supreme Court agree with that ruling, to somebody that made an AI-generated photo accusing me of rape that has been proven to be AI, okay, and that I've proven to be false by literally pulling out a screen recording of the chats with him and showing that they're empty. Like, I don't listen. I understand that you don't like me because I'm on the left and you're on the right. But for you to falsely accuse somebody of rape to further your political agenda is the issue in America today. The right, you guys are constituted of heathens, you guys are constituted of bastards, and you guys are constituted of amoral incels who literally don't care about what you do or how it impacts those around you. Okay, if you want to disagree with me on my political convictions, that's fine. That's why I run these live streams. But for you to like support falsely accusing somebody of rape when the allegations have been proven to be false and literally AI generated 10 times over makes you a very, very bad person. And let me get this straight. If you believe in God, you are going to hell for that. Like, what are we doing? Like, what, like, actually, like, what are we doing? You guys are so fucking gross. Like, what are you doing? You're so fucking gross for this shit. Like, how do you think this impacts other people, bro? Go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, I don't agree with you on like everything politically, but to anyone in the chat, that's really low. Like that's insane to make that accusation. Um, but no, I'll continue. I'll concede that yeah, Kamala Harris, if her goal was to invest inside South and Central American countries, she accomplished that. But she's still as a whole a part of the Biden administration, which did fail on border security, and you can see that is right when Trump took office, border crossings dropped dramatically, and it's not like it was a small shift of oh they dropped by 10%. They went to record low numbers, which shows that Biden at least had a chance to do better in his policy. And Kamala was still part of the administration. So whether
Okay,
she was
perfect. So you
tasked
can see,
directly
so you
to
can see
that,
the claim. So you can see the
yeah,
claim because
yeah,
your claim was is that she failed at the job that she was tasked with.
yeah, I concede that. But
Okay,
she was still a
perfect.
whole
Okay,
a
okay,
part of the
okay,
border
okay.
policy.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, perfect. So then your other claim that holistically you think that she would have been worse as a president compared to Trump is been unjustified because the first evidence that you gave for that claim was the fact that you think that she failed at the job that she was tasked with. How about this? Go ahead and just demonstrate to us precisely why you think that Kamala Harris would have been a worse president for the nation. I want you to account for the fact that Donald Trump has defunded USAID, projecting to kill upwards of 14 million people across the globe over the course of the next 4 years. Okay, I want you to account for the fact that the economy is in a significantly worse off position today than it was a year and a half ago at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. Okay, every single macroeconomic indicator is worse off today than it was then. Okay, I want you to account for the fact that we have seen not only an attack and an assault on our law, not only on our constitution, but also on our citizens. Okay, we have seen people executed in broad daylight. We have seen 7 amendments either infringed on or threatened to be infringed on in the last year and a half. And we have seen federal law tossed right out the window with the Trump administration refusing to release the Epstein files in violation of the law. Okay, and also violating the law as it would relate to an illegal IRS settlement.
Okay, I'm gonna try and go one by one. I'm definitely gonna miss a few things, so just tell me if I do. For one, if we're looking at the economy, I'll just flat out concede. In terms of growth, the American economy has slowed. So from Biden to Trump, with Harris and the Biden administration, that slowed. Uh, but if you look like more locally, some certain sectors have gotten stronger. If you look at domestic energy, such as nuclear, he's invested significant grants into that. In addition to that, he's reduced regulatory burdens on like small business and investment policy. What he also did was protect the victims of AI deepfakes, which was a law I think signed last May, which criminalized international publications of like non-consensual intimate images. He closed the fentanyl analog loophole, which it placed fentanyl.
Yep. Sorry, dude. Colin, I got to kick you for saying the name of the F drug. I wish that I could have had you up here for a longer conversation. Seems like you were more concerned with facts compared to other Trump supporters, and I'll probably end up enjoying that conversation more than any other conversation that I have today. However, I do have to kick you for using the name of a DRUG just for future reference. Guys, keep in mind that you cannot use the names of drugs on TikTok or else I'll ban you for it. Basically, from the perspective of their AI auto moderation system, they can't differentiate between you like promoting the use of a drug and like talking about it descriptively as it relates to public policy. So they just ban you anytime that you say the name of a drug. It's really bad policy of TikTok. So I am sorry, Colin. I am sorry, Colin. But unfortunately, we got to move on, my friend. Only opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Jamie, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, do you think that Karoline Levitt isn't really resigning but making a strategic move? Becoming a top outside advisor could strengthen Trump's executive privilege claims, forcing Democrats into a lengthy court battle over subpoenas and making future investigations harder. Are you saying like investigations involving her? I mean, maybe. I kind of thought that that was the angle of him like kicking Pam Bondi to the curb, was to prevent her subpoena in front of Congress to do the Epstein files. You actually could be right. Jonathan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, says, love the shirt team. Thanks, man. Mary, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much. I do really appreciate you. Let's see here. I already donated, but I forgot to say that I showed some terrible guy one of your videos proving a guy wrong, that women are more emotional than men, and completely changed his perspective, and he apologized. Nice. Bare minimum, LOL, but I appreciate what you do in changing people's minds. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that story with me. I mean, I really do think that the butterfly effect of the live streams is fantastic. So I think that's great. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, Caleb, for the $1 as well. Wendy, thank you for the $5, and Julianne, thank you for the $5. As well as Mary, thank you for the $6 and the 70 cents. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Courtney. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Baby boy, honey Dean.
I don't know why these people are so fucking cringy, dude. Get out of here. Lord T, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, Mod Dude Mama. They are in the chat. Just listen for my name. Dude, I've been trying to mod Dude Mama forever now. I just never end up seeing them in the chat. Like, can we just quickly like give Dude Mama a pass to literally spam the chat on YouTube? Can we just give Dude Mama the pass? Okay, they're in the bathroom. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop in the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest, Max Boyd, 24 up here. Let's go to get the next guest, Max Boyd. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everybody. I would really appreciate that. I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everyone. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up inside of the stream right now. We're just looking for some debates. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, folks. Welcome in. How old are you?
19, you don't remember?
Nope. What year were you born on?
2007.
Do you support Trump as president?
Yup.
Why?
I just wanted to say your evidence for that girl. Not saying you did it, but it doesn't prove you didn't debunk it.
Are you a fucking idiot?
The check mark, it's not there when you DM.
Yeah. You're actually a fucking idiot. Oh my goodness.
And why?
Oh my God. Why is MAGA like this? Why are you guys like, listen, I understand that like, if you don't like somebody that politically disagrees with you, you're going to like go back and forth with them. You're probably even going to be a jackass to them. Okay. Because like, we know that about MAGA. We know that about the right. We know that you guys take low blows. But like, what the fuck are you doing? Can't you agree? Can't you agree that this is just taking it way too fucking far? Like, can't you agree?
Should believe rape victims,
Well,
right?
one second. Can't you agree that this is taking it way too fucking far?
No, I'm trying to
I want to clarify that I'm a real fucking person. Regardless if you do or you don't like me, I'm a real fucking person. Okay? And I feel like you have to treat me as if I'm not a real person in order to do this to me. You have to treat me as if I'm not a real person.
I'm just trying to clarify. I don't know why you're getting emotional about it.
Why am I getting emotional? Because I've experienced sexual violence and being falsely accused of sexual violence when it's so obviously fucking false. It's literally AI.
What about Trump though?
Like, what? Yes, you know that you're falsely accusing me. You know that you're peddling false accusations to make it about Trump. Why do you do this, bro?
I didn't do
why?
that.
Like, why are you fucking doing this, dude? Like, what pushes you to be this much of an asshole? Genuinely. What incentivizes you to be this fucking terrible of a person? No. Not about the left. Not about the left. This is about you. What incentivizes you to be such a terrible person?
I'm just trying to clarify something.
What are you trying to clarify exactly?
Your allegation.
Okay. Okay. So I want you to open up your fucking eyes, okay? And I want you to use your perception to the same level that I think a 5-year-old would be able to. And I want you to look at this, okay? Can we agree that at the top of the phone screen on this screenshot, there's a date that says today at 7:26 a.m. and then it says C2 updates? Can we agree?
Trump had accusations.
No, I want you to answer my question. Can you agree that at the top of this screenshot, it says today at 7:26 a.m., then it says C2 updates? Can you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you agree that this is the same fucking message from higher up in the fake DM? And can you agree that it no longer says today at 7:26 C2 updates?
Yeah, so you proved...
Okay, so perfect. Do you accept that for that reason, it's obviously fucking fake?
Okay, let's... Okay,
No. I want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to me.
I said
Do you
yes.
accept for that reason it is obviously fucking fake?
Yeah, you debunked it, so...
You do. Okay. I want you to apologize for me. I want you to apologize for me.
No, I never said you were a rapist.
Dude, you came up here talking about justice for victims. I saw you in the chat saying that I raped her, saying that she was a victim. I want you to fucking apologize to me. This has nothing to do with politics, you despicable piece of shit. I would never, and I mean never, falsely accuse somebody of raping an individual because they disagree with me politically. That's never something that I would do. Especially if they themselves had experienced sexual violence. This genuinely, and I mean genuinely, from the bottom of my fucking heart, is just too far. And you're laughing about it like it's a joke because nothing matters to you. Like, outside of the way that this personally affects me, okay, how do you think that this personally affects individuals that have actually been turned into victims of sexual violence, that when they turn around and they try to tell others, they are not believed because of this shit right here? This isn't trivial. This isn't funny. This isn't a joke. This is literally as real as it fucking gets.
You quoted me wrong, by the way. My question...
What? Like, this is as real as it fucking gets. Why? Why do you, like, why? Like, you could disagree with me. You could think that I'm, like, the worst. You could think that I'm some liberal fucking talking point. I'm a real person, okay? Just like you. Just like anybody else. I am a real person. The only difference between me and you is that I happen to have more followers on an app on my phone. That's all, okay? Like, this shit actually affects me, bro. And that's why they do it. And that's why they do it. Because it does actually affect me. There's just always a new low, bro. We're going to go and hop into the next debate. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'm going to need a moment to recollect myself, but I'll be good.
I'm sorry, Dean, about those accusations.
Don't even call them that. They're not even. Oh
Those
my god!
lies, sorry.
It's just like some AI fucking bot account. Oh, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008, August 4th.
Okay. Why do you support Trump as president?
Well, mainly because of his policy on abortion and also economics.
All right, bro. Skitty, I really appreciate you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you so much for the galaxy. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen on TikTok and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. I appreciate y'all so very much for being here. So, the first thing that you said was that you agree with his policy on abortion. So, what's his policy on abortion that you agree with?
I believe that no fetus should be killed ever. I feel like
Oh, geez, ever?
no, not under any circumstance. No.
Okay, so you're telling me that a woman is going to die because of her pregnancy, and the only way that she will live is by killing the fetus?
Of course, for that medically required.
Okay, what about in scenarios of rape?
I believe they should still have to carry the baby.
If you needed my bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force me against my will into giving them to you?
Well, your bodily resources to be able to live, yes. Like if you need, if I needed you to live, I feel like you should be forced.
What's the argument for that?
Because you would be morally wrong. Because if you refuse to give up something like that, you would essentially be killing me.
Okay, could I get an argument for why that would be wrong to do? I don't think that you have any entitlement to my bodily resources just because you would die if you didn't have them. I think that I would have to do something first in order to generate an entitlement on your behalf to my bodily resources. I would have to put you in the state, okay, where you need them.
Well, there is a difference because a mother did put them in a state where they needed them because they chose to have.
Oh, really? Rape victims choose to have sex?
Well, no.
Okay.
That is
okay,
true.
so there's not a difference for rape victims?
Well, there is a difference for
Alani,
rape
I think
victims
with the Galaxy Globe, and what is it?
because God implanted that child inside of them, and they're supposed to cherish and neuter it.
Alania, thank you so much for the Galaxy Globe. So God caused the 40-year-old man to rape and impregnate the 5-year-old girl?
No, the 40-year-old. Well, it doesn't have to be a 40-year-old man. A woman could do the same thing.
I don't think that a woman could rape and impregnate someone else, no.
No, but they could rape another guy.
Okay. Yeah, women sometimes do rape individuals. I don't know why you said that. Okay, and why don't you just go ahead and respond to the question that I'm asking you? So you're saying that God impregnated, raped 5-year-old girls like Luna Medina?
No, God did not rape them, no.
I didn't ask you if he raped them. I asked you if he impregnated them. Because you said that God put that baby there.
Yes, that's what God does. He creates children.
So do you agree that God only does good things?
God only does good things, yes.
Okay, so if God does the pregnancy and God only does good things, then the pregnancy is good. So you would argue, for
pregnancy
Luna
is good.
Medina, a raped 5-year-old, that pregnancy was good for her?
That pregnancy was a creation of God, and God's plan is perfect. So even if it doesn't seem right,
So that
or
pregnancy for the
correct,
5-year-old girl was good and perfect.
it was perfect in God's plan, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with God's plan?
Yes, I agree with it.
So it's perfect to you too?
It's perfect to me, yes.
How fucking sick are you? Do you realize what you
What do
just
you mean?
said?
I believe that God's plan is perfect.
Do you realize what you just
who
said?
am I to question?
You just said that a raped 5-year-old, okay, being pregnant and having to carry that pregnancy to term and give birth to that child at 5 years old is good and perfect.
It's a perfect plan.
Do you,
Even if it seems wrong to us.
do you fucking realize how I'm sorry, take a moment here. Slow down. Do you realize how absolutely insane that is? Think about it. What we are discussing is a 5-year-old girl. There's brutalized by an older man, brutalized by a family member, impregnated. She's 5 years old.
How would that make it
She doesn't even
right?
understand what.
How would that make it right
Stop
to
interrupting
end a
me.
human
Stop
life?
interrupting me. It's God's plan for you to be quiet. So that little girl was brutalized, raped, and impregnated. Okay, she doesn't even understand what is happening to her. She just knows that she's in a lot of pain. Okay? She feels like she's going to die. She's scared. She cries all day. She has no clue what's happening to her. And then by the age of 6, her vagina is ripped to her anus, or she has all of her organs taken out and then put back in her body to deliver that baby. Okay? And I just want to clarify. You are saying explicitly that that is perfect, that that is good.
That is God's plan. That's God's plan. Yeah, and God's plan is perfect.
Yeah, you are demented.
No, I'm not. That's God's plan. Even if it
you
seems
are demented.
like
This is
wrong.
religious psychosis.
Even if it seems wrong.
One second. This is religious psychosis. Okay? If you cosign to a religion that says it's perfectly good for 5-year-old girls to, after being raped, be impregnated and have to deal with all of the implications of that we just discussed and more, okay, then I don't want your religion. Then nobody should want your religion. Your religion is false. It is the fruit of Satan if Satan were to exist. No good man, no good woman, no good person would ever argue that it is perfect and it is good for this raped 5-year-old girl to be pregnant. You are absolutely sick. This is absolutely abhorrent, and I never want you to be a father. Because if you were a father and your 5-year-old girl was raped and impregnated, okay, and she spends her days curled up into a ball thinking that she's going to die from the pain, and she has to be informed by doctors that she's either going to get all of her internal organs taken out, or at least a lot of them, to do a C-section, or possibly have her vagina ripped to her anus, all before the age of 6. Okay? And then you as a father of that child turn around and tell everybody in the room that this is perfect, this is good, I wouldn't have it any other way. In fact, having it any other way would be worse. Wow. If we could legally ban people from being parents, I would legally ban you. You are a monster.
But it's God's plan. Like it's perfect.
No,
it says in the Bible.
No.
It's perfect.
It's not God's plan. It is the orchestration of your sick, twisted, and demented mental interests, okay, that are being frustrated by something monstrous. This is not anybody's plan but your own.
So you're saying God's a monster?
There's no creator of this universe, okay, that you have a personal relationship with that actually thinks that it is a good, perfect thing for that 5-year-old girl to be pregnant. You are in some type of manic hysteria, okay? You are, or maybe you're just not acquainted with reality at all, and you've just gone crazy.
But when
nothing that you're saying is real. There is no God who exists that has told you that it is a perfectly good thing for that 5-year-old girl to be pregnant and give birth. Those are simply creations of your mind. That's not real. This is a fairy tale.
See, maybe in the present you think it's a bad thing, but in the future you'll realize just how much good there is in it with God's plan.
Why are you laughing? He left. For everybody in the chat saying that he was a troll, unfortunately he probably wasn't. We've talked to people like him before. We had a man and a woman on the stream back to back a couple weeks ago that were explicitly arguing exactly what he was saying. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That was just absolutely abhorrent. I'm lost for words. When it comes to guests like that, I am truly lost for words. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA.
It's me, Donald Trump.
No, it's not you. Want to know how I know it's not you?
How? It's me.
I can hear the acoustics. You're in the bath. You think that fucker bathes?
I am not in the bath, dude.
Yes, you are. You're not Donald Trump, bro.
Bedroom.
Yo, the real Trump would never bathe. You know, I maybe thought it was Trump for a minute here when I heard the "Hello, Dean," but as soon as I heard the splishing flashes, it's just no one. Okay, get out of here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate that. All right, bro. Tina, thank you so much for the TikTok shuttle on TikTok. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for the love, Tina. Please show some major love to Tina down below in that comment section. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much. There's a handful of you guys that sent donations in because of a couple of things that we just discussed. There's probably a couple messages that I will keep to myself because I just want to debate. And I'm sure that you guys will pick up on that as we thank a couple people here. But just know I'm so grateful for you guys, genuinely. Before we hit those donations, let me quickly just welcome Marco. And Marco, do you support Trump as president?
Hello, Dean. I come in peace. You can check my profile. I am the Charlie Kirk demon, but I want to ask if.
Okay, band, let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Riley, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Riley, your message is going to be one of the messages that I keep to myself and I don't read out loud. Just know that I really appreciate you for the love. Same thing to you, Aubrey. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Riley and Aubrey down below. I'm also going to keep your message to myself. Savannah, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says the trolls are vile and like to pretend that you are a real person worthy of compassion and respect. You have more courage and humanity than any of them at their best. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Savannah. Yeah, man. I mean, I will forever expect some trolling. I will forever be okay with some trolling, but damn, man, took it way too far, bro. Salma, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Let's get 100 Salma W's down below. I'm going to keep your message to myself. You know why. Just know that I appreciate you. Tim, appreciate you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo. Let's get 150 Tim W's. Thank you so much for the love and support, dude. Tim with the 15 says, keep on fighting the good fight, brother. Appreciate you, Tim. Celeste, thank you for the $100 donation on Venmo. Holy fucking shit, Celeste. That is Celise. I want to see so much fucking love for Celeste down below in that comment section. I'm so grateful for the love and support. That is crazy, Celeste, genuinely. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much for the love. That is so much money to the moon and back. I am so very fucking grateful for you. Thank you so much, Celeste. Celeste with $100 says, love you, Dean. Fuck the MAGA incels. Celeste, it is so good to see you today. All the love in the world to you as well. And that is right. Fuck these MAGA incels, dude. Thank you so much for the love. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As well as Ruth, thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm so sorry about the bullies. You don't deserve that. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate you for the $10, Ruth. Emily, thank you for the $10. Who says, this stuff is so messed up and disgusting. Can't believe you laughed about it. Oh, they're terrible, man. They're absolutely terrible. I appreciate you for the love. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the box. As well as Emily, thank you for the $10. I'm not going to read that out loud, but know that I appreciate you. Amy with the $25. I hate MAGA so bad. Hang in there. I'm Nana B on your live. Nana B! Miss Amy, appreciate you for the $25. I hope that you enjoyed the debates today, and thank you so much for the love and support. Huge shout out to Nana B for the kindness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is very, very kind of you. Same thing to Amy. Thank you for the $25, who says, stay strong, Dean. We love you. Love you too, Amy. Thank you for the $25 donation. I really appreciate you. Please show some love to Amy down below in that chat. We're going to go to pause it there just for one moment so we can welcome in this new guest. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support, as well as Layla. Thank you for the under control. Double R, do you support Trump? Okay, they just left. I don't know why it's so difficult for us to find a guest today. Whatever. Hannah, thank you for the $20, who says, I've been watching religiously for a couple months now, and I've learned so much. I can't imagine how hard it is to be in the spotlight all the time. It comes along with a bit. But I mean, I do appreciate you for the $20, Hannah. Let's get 200 Hannah W's. Thank you so much for that love. Same thing to you, Ocean. Thank you for the $5. Sharpie, thank you for the $5. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5. And Avina, thank you for the $16. And you know why, but I'm going to keep that message to myself. Just know that I did read that, and I really do appreciate you. Then Brianna, thank you so much for the $25, who says, sending so much love to you. Know that you've truly given me and so many others validation, education, and confidence to change others. You're truly a hero. Brianna, I know that you've been watching for a while. I'm so happy that live streams help you out. Listen, the purpose and the point of what we do here is to change minds. Regardless if it's me doing it on these live streams or you guys doing it with what you learn at home, that's what we want to do. That is the purpose of the point of what we do. Just know that I really appreciate you, Brianna. Welcome in, Mateen. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18. 2008.
I'm not going to believe you for a fucking second. Hey guys, if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president and you want to skip the queue just because we have so many trolls in there today, you could find the gifs at the bottom right hand corner of the phone screen. There's like a 1 penny goat gif. If you want to spend like 30 cents on 30 TikTok coins to get up here, do that. The reason why we've been doing that recently is it really helps us account for minors, because most minors, of course, don't have like a bank account or a debit card to spend even 30 cents on. Flower, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean. It is me,
Because I don't know, I just think that minors like don't really care about what we do. They'll just troll me all day long. Yeah. Also, guys, just keep in mind that I won't be able to invite you to the live stream to join when your account is private. Some person named Danny is sending the goat gifts right now. Danny, your account's private, so I can't invite you up, guys. Only do send the goat gifts if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only do send the goat gifts if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That's how we're gonna get. That's how we're gonna be getting people out here. Up here. You could also just let me know if you're MAGA down below in that chat. Alrighty, folks. Moving on to the next guest. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Jenna, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Jenna, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What time is it?
I don't want to share my location.
You don't want to share your time zone?
Yeah, I don't want to share my location.
I'm not asking you for your location. I'm asking you for your time zone. Do you understand how many people likely live in your time zone?
Yeah, I just don't want to like share where I'm living. Can I just keep that private?
No. Yeah, if you don't want to share that, you can leave.
Why not? What if I'm not living in America? What if I'm like traveling somewhere else?
Okay, we're gonna go to ban them. Bean Brian, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20 and I live in Colorado.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, let me thank a couple people. The mic of the floor will be yours. Yeah, huge shout out to Gabriella. I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo, who says, thank you for being patient and trying to change the minds of these Trump cultists. I know that TikTok is giving you trouble. What platform would you move to as an alternative? All my best, your favorite Snap advocate. Thank you so much for the $20, Gabriella. That is very, very kind of you. Let's get 200 Gabriella W's down below. I'd probably move to Twitch if I needed to. Aaron, ERIN, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I'm so sorry that you're dealing with all these cruel people. Honestly, fuck them. We love you. I appreciate you for the love, Aaron. Yeah, I don't know. People could be so cruel, man. They really can. I appreciate you so much for the love. Huge shout out to Aaron down below in that chat. As well as just one more person for now, then we'll pass the mic to this guest. You guys have been legitimately so fucking kind and supportive. Mr. Steve, thank you so very much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Steve. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. I want to see 1,000 Steve W's down below in that chat. I'm so grateful for the love. I'm so grateful for your support. Please, please, please show some major, major love to Steve down below in that comment section. Thank you, Steve. Steve, I'm going to keep that first message to myself. But then the second part of your message says, so just sending this along as a thank you for putting yourself out there and doing what you do day in and day out, helping to keep us informed and engaged. Well, Steve, I'm so happy that you feel like you learned something by tuning into my live streams. I'm so happy that they engage you, and I'm so grateful for you for the $100. Like I said, there's still quite a few people to thank on Venmo and PayPal and Super Chat. You guys have just been so overwhelmingly kind to me, but we're going to go and kick off the next debate. I will weave in those thank yous into the middle of this discussion. If you want to go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump, the mic and the floor are yours.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I voted for Trump this last election, but I have been trying to see both sides. My father is extremely Republican. My mother is a bleeding heart liberal. So it's been really difficult trying to figure out which side is better than the other, or which side I should vote for. But I've been leaning more Republican due to just some of the beliefs, partly because of the Constitution. But
can you repeat that
I'm
for
not
me?
Socialist. What?
Can you repeat that for me? I was looking at something.
Oh no, you're fine. My father is extremely conservative. My mother is extremely liberal. So I've just been trying to figure out which party I should be leaning more towards, just because it's been difficult with the different the different sides that happen on in both homes. But I've been leaning more conservative in the last couple of years. However, I've been extremely disappointed in Trump's actions.
Yeah, what are your reasons to lean
Ukraine.
conservative, man?
Partly because I don't really like the socialist ideologies that the liberals severe liberals have been leaning towards, rather than I do believe more in our Constitution.
Yeah, what socialist so you're anti-socialist pro-Constitution. Yeah, there's a lot of issues in there alone. Let's start off with this question. You said that you don't like the socialist ideologies of some of the people on the left. What are those socialist ideologies that you disagree with?
I would say partly with the UK border with Brexit, when that happened, a lot of immigrants moved in, and I've just been seeing the the
I
impact.
know
with
that
it.
this isn't typical for like, socialists. But there's nothing like contradictory between being a socialist and anti-immigration. Now,
Okay.
are most socialists anti-immigration? No. Have I ever met a socialist that is anti-immigration? Not really. But the point is that it'll be like socialistic political ideologies aren't like solely based on this foundation of being pro-immigration. No, they just are more so based on the foundation of democracy in the workplace. Okay, and the cooperative public ownership of the means of production in many different senses. Now, you could be like a democratic socialist. By the way, I think I'm a democratic socialist. Like, I don't know. I think I am. That's just kind of where you think that a lot, if not all, of like the major public industries in your country should be owned by the collective, or at least in part operated by the collective. Or I mean, you could be, like a moving towards communism, where you legitimately think that we should live in a stateless, classless, moneyless society. You could be like an anarcho-socialist, where I mean, just we don't really have a state, and if we do, it's like function exists to serve for the protection of like our negative rights. But then, all like businesses and structures of that society are like governed by the collective. But like the point is, I don't really think that you've pointed me towards any of these specific socialist ideologies on the left in American politics today that you disagree with. Could you try better?
Yeah, I can try a little better. Let me rephrase. Let me say, from what I've noticed, at least from what my mother has explained to me on reasons why she's liberal, she believes more in just like what's the socialist
I'm just
ideology?
asking you I'm just asking you what the left is doing in America that you don't like. You said socialist ideology. Then you started talking about immigration in the UK. So let's talk about something actually related to socialist ideology in America.
Okay. How about the immigration that's happening right now?
Well, I already told you that socialist ideology has nothing to do with immigration. Like, sure, by product, you're going to probably be pro-immigration, but that doesn't deal with like the necessary attributes of socialist ideology.
Okay, what about energy? There's a lot of energy that's happening specifically in my area, with
production of
like
energy?
solar panels. Yeah,
Okay.
solar panels rather than oil.
I feel like you're just like calling things that you don't like socialist ideology. Okay, define socialism, please. She's going to Google. You could just come back to the stream. We can't hear you when you leave the app, and we just see when you leave the app. Okay, socialism is when the workers own the means of production. That's socialism in a nutshell. Some socialists think that the workers should own the means of production of just like some essential industries. Other socialists think that we should just completely abolish the privatized ownership of the means of production and everything should be owned by the workers. Okay? But like the point is socialism is where the workers own the means of production. So oil compared to solar energy has nothing to do with socialism.
Okay.
Also, what's so fucking bad about solar panels?
Oh, I think they're ugly, and I don't think they are productive they're not a useful production of energy. Rather than oil, that oil gets used way more in everything.
So, I mean, solar panels on a house could completely sustain the energy production of that household. What do you mean it's not useful?
When they're using them for our entire school building, and it takes up 15 acres of land that we could be using as like a free space for the dogs, for like, let's say public dogs, and like building a actual public park for our local dog community.
I would rather build solar farms on 15 acres of land than like AI data centers on 15 acres of lands. So maybe the left wants to use some land for solar farms, like renewable long-term energy production. The right wants to use that acreage for ICE detention centers where we brutalize and kill immigrants, or AI data centers to disrupt and destroy local communities. Okay, yeah, I'm going to agree with the left here.
That's fair. I hear you. All right. I am at work, so I will try to join again when I have some more free time, but I am off of my break at the moment. So Thank you. I really appreciate this.
Yeah, you take care. I also don't think that a school is going to need 15 acres of land for solar panels. If anything, I think that a school should be able to cover it with just the roof. I think that she's probably talking about like a little solar farm that serves as energy production, not just for like a singular school, but probably for like a general area. 15 acres is a lot, man. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that does indeed support Donald J. Trump as president. Everybody, please and thank you. Do try to try your best to follow the rules of the live stream. Do try to try your best to follow the rules of the live stream. Yay. Huge shout out to Cheyenne. Appreciate you for the $25 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you. Who says, it happened to me for the first time when my twin sister and I were 5 years old. She didn't survive it. The guy is disgusting. I'm so sorry to hear that, Cheyenne. I'm so sorry to hear that, Cheyenne. That is such a traumatizing experience. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, the guy was so disgusting. I'm so sorry that you and other people had to hear that. That was so fucking gross. Paul, I appreciate you for the $20 who says, you have something that many spend their whole life searching for, a strong sense of who you are and what you believe in. I appreciate you for the $20, Paul.
Yo, dude, what's up, daddy?
Okay, you're banned. I really don't think it's a bad idea for people to spend their whole lives figuring out who they are. I think that we should always be working on, I should think that everyone should always be progressively working on becoming a better version of themselves. But I do really appreciate your compliment, Paul. I try to be the best version of myself. Tori, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, I hope you have a great rest of the stream. Well, Tori, for as long as you're here with us, I hope that you enjoy the rest of the stream. Jonathan, Payne, Kirsten, and Mary, appreciate you guys for the $5. Then Jacob with the $10, who says, you're a good soul. God intended for that guy to shut the fuck up, and God intends for you to get Little Caesars with this. Base! You know what, Jacob? I was actually considering pizza tonight. You read my mind. Owen, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Owen's not here. Moving on to the next guest. If you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president and you want to skip the line because we got a lot of trolls in that queue, feel free to send the goat gift. That's another way to quickly get up on the stream. Pay, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo Pay. That is ridiculously kind of you. I appreciate you so much, Pay. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Pay W. That is so much money. I do really appreciate you for the love. That goes a very long way. Thank you so much for the love. Pay with a $50 says, I hope that you're doing okay. I love you and everything that you do. Pay, you've been hanging out with us for a long time. I'm so grateful for you as per usual. Just know that I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Pay Ws. L, thank you for the 30. L, thank you for the $30. Who says, Dean, the trolls can be a lot. Just hang in there, and I'll know that me and all of your other fans are here to support you no matter what. Thank you so much, L, for the $30. You know, really, really comedic timing to read that donation. I will say, absolutely hilarious timing. Thank you, L, for the $30. And then Ibuprofen, appreciate you for the $5. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Jenna, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. We support you, Dean. Thank you, Jenna. Show some love to all the donors. Seriously, you guys are so kind. We are finally all the way caught up on Venmo. Fucking finally all the way caught up on Venmo. You guys have been so kind. Like, Jesus Christ. We still haven't started on PayPal or YouTube Super Chat. Oh, my God. Ella, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you? Why do fetuses join and scream like that? How old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2008.
What year?
2008.
I guess you just told me that. 2008. What month?
January.
Okay, you just like sound like you're lying.
Why would I be lying?
I don't know. You have like this cadence in your voice that indicates you're trolling. Like, on a real note, could you just let us know if you're wasting our time so we could like get on to the actual debates?
Okay, but I have a question.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest, we got Mac loading up in. Rory, thank you for the $5. Who says, I just realized that we're both wearing a radio shirt. Radiohead
It's
shirt.
Mr. Burns here.
Peak.
I got a bone to pick with you, Dean Witherspoon.
Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, Rory. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Why do we have so many trolls in the queue, bro? Emma, thank you for the $6. I appreciate you. Miriam, thank you for the $10. Who says you're strong, Dean? I appreciate you, Miriam. Cora, thank you for the $5. Casey, appreciate you for the $24. Who says sorry about the assholes, Dean? Keep up the good work. Love you, man. Love you too, Casey. Thank you for the $24. Brittany, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. And that's so cool that caught your interest. Poffle, thank you for the $10. Who says don't let these disgusting people get to you. I try my best. I appreciate you for the $10, Poffle. Danielle, thank you for the $5. Jacinta, thank you for the $2. April, thank you for the $20. Who says I'm a trans woman who's sexually harassed in the military for over a decade, then kicked out for being trans. Oh my God. I think that hate is born from ignorance, and I would be up for an interview to spread awareness. I'm so sorry to hear that, April. Thank you so much for the $20.
Yo, Dean,
geez, the government has served such a
anxiety pen, bro.
I served such a terrible outcome to trans servicemen and women. You know, I've had the privilege of speaking with quite a few trans servicemen and women, and you guys have just been treated so terribly. Thank you, Georgina, for the $25 donation as well. Let's get 250 Georgina W's down below. Who says, Dean, you got to keep your head up. You've got a strong pair of shoulders to keep the weight of the world up on them. I'll promise it'll pass. People are scum. I appreciate you, Georgina. I know that you've been watching for a while. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the $25 donation. Thank you so much, Georgina. we're still looking for that next guest, everybody. I do kindly request that you guys only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Lo, thank you for the $70 donation on PayPal. God damn, Lo. Let's get 700 Lo W's down below. Who says, Dean, take a day off. I love watching you daily, and you help with my mental health, but you need a mental health day. Pretty soon, I'll probably end up doing that, Lo. Thank you for the $70. That is ridiculous. Let's get 700 Low W's. Same thing to you, Casey, for the $20. Who says it's God's plan for you to be quiet. We love Radiohead around here. Base, thank you for the $20, Casey. Andrea, thank you for the $20. Who says, no need to read this out loud. Okay, I will keep that to myself. Show some love to Andrea, Casey, and Lo down below, as well as Hilda. Thank you for the $10. I'll keep that to myself. Rosalina, thank you for the $24. Who says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Rosalina. Thank you so much for the love. Huge shout out to Rosalina down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Rich Poor 84, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
He recently survived his sixth assassination attempt. You pointed that out in the video. And as someone who's deeply religious, I feel like God puts people in positions or he takes them out of positions when need be. Same could be said for you. I think God put Dean Withers in his position to spread his message.
Did God put Hitler in his position?
What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with Trump, man. I'm saying that as you grow older, you realize everything happens for a reason, and faith and destiny. So
Did
God
the Holocaust happen for a reason?
No, Dean, Trump survived 6 assassination attempts. And so I feel like he's here, for a reason to continue. That's the only reason why he would still be here. I'm very religious.
Okay. Here's the issue with your logic. You're not merely arguing that God put Trump in power, but rather you're arguing that Trump put all leaders in power, and in virtue of the fact that Trump put all leaders in power, he put Trump in power. Now, the issue with this argument is it entails very absurd, obviously false conclusions, like it was in accordance with God's plan that Hitler should have done the Holocaust, and because it was in accordance with God's plan that Hitler should have done the Holocaust, it was therefore all things considered good that Hitler did the Holocaust. So, I mean, I generally think that we should reject this whole, religious psychosis bit of arguing that everything that happens is in accordance with God's plan and is all by God's will. Or else we entail the conclusion that all things considered, there's literally been nothing wrong that has ever happened that is ultimately bad. Because if it's in accordance with God's plan, then it's ultimately good. So this means that slavery was ultimately good. This means that the Holocaust was ultimately good. This means that each individual instance of rape is ultimately good. And this means that literally anybody who's ever been in a position of leadership for the history of humanity has been ultimately good as well.
No, I understand your argument, and I've thought of that as well. I'm being genuine. But the problem with it is that you don't realize that God sees a full 360 view of everything that we're not able to see. And so there are certain things about life and aspects that you may understand in the future. You might look back and be like, oh, wow, I see why that happened in the past, because it was for this to happen, something else to happen. You understand the argument?
Oh, no, don't worry. Don't worry. This actually isn't an argument against what I just said. It is just justifying what I just said. You're saying, yeah, Dean, I understand an issue with my view here. This means that everything that has ever happened, like rape, slavery, child marriage, and the Holocaust, is ultimately good. But I just think that it's for reasons that we don't know because God's plan is larger than us. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. I'm sorry. No. There's a line.
Wow, go ahead.
There's a line between respectable religion, okay, where you're focusing on a relationship with you and your respective creator to build a better life for you and your loved ones and be a better individual for the world. And then religious psychosis, where you argue that slavery was ultimately good for reasons that we don't know because we're not God. You are experiencing religious psychosis.
I understand your argument, but what I'm saying is you only specifically extract negative or terrible, horrendous, despicable outcomes to fuel your argument. You don't look at the beauty of things that have happened. You don't talk about the light bulb or the airplane or the housing or, people who are like cars and stuff like that. You extract the bullshit that happened through history.
Because all of the good things that have happened throughout history don't serve as reason that count out of favor with your argument. Of course, if I'm trying to demonstrate to you why what you're saying is wrong, I'm going to try to give you reasons against your hypothesis. Okay, but if you were to say, oh, everything that happens is in accordance with God's plan, then I'm like, oh, so abolishing slavery was in accordance with God's plan? Oh, creating the airplane was in accordance with... Okay, that's not going to be a counter-argument against your position because, those are good things, okay? And it's not really too controversial to think that God's plan is good. Okay, rather, what I'm going to do is I'm going to specifically give you the data of all the bad things that have happened that serve to contradict your hypothesis, in which everything is in accordance with God's plan. Like how?
Okay.
So just to clarify, I just want a short, succinct
Yeah.
yes or no response here. Is it true that you think that slavery was ultimately good due to the fact that God's plan is ultimately good and it was a part of God's plan?
I personally, you know my answer.
Man, I
Of
think
course,
we're
I
gonna
do
count,
not think. Of course, you know the answer. I don't think slavery was good, but I don't think I'm all knowing. I don't think that I'm. I don't think that I'm everywhere at one time. I don't think I see and understand as much as
Okay.
what God
So
does.
so can we? So do you know that slavery was ultimately bad in consideration of all facts?
I think it was, but God is a higher power.
Okay,
That's what you're skipping over.
okay. So you just conceded the argument then. You cannot posit that you know slavery was ultimately bad while also arguing that everything that has happened is in accordance with God's will. That is an explicit contradiction. The explicit contradiction is that if it was true that everything in which has occurred is in accordance with God's will and God's will is ultimately good, then everything in which has occurred is ultimately good.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to understand that. I'm not. Everywhere at one time though, Dean. You're failing to realize that.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're misunderstanding the argument. Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm not telling you that you're supposed to understand why this thing is ultimately good. I'm just asking you if you ultimately know that it's good in accordance with your thoughts on how everything is a part of God's plan. You seem to be like confusing the contention with the position.
Okay, I understand. So I think
we're just gonna go one part at a time. Do you think that everything that has ever happened is God's plan?
Yes, I do, 100%. I think it leads to a better outcome in the future. It leads to a better outcome in the future.
Okay, perfect. Do you think that God's plan is 100% good?
100. Yes, I do. It leads to a better outcome in the future. So in the moment, it might be tough.
Stop talking. I'm still building the argument. Okay, so you think that everything that has happened is God's plan, and you think God's plan is 100% good. This means that you think everything that has happened is 100% good.
Yes, in the long run. Not in the moment, but in the long run. Yes, in the long run. Yes.
Okay. So say, in the long run, child rape is 100% good.
I can't say that. I genuinely cannot say that. I can't say that. I don't think that is good.
So I would say that it's not true that in the long run, child rape is 100% good. Can you agree that it's not true that in the long run, child rape is 100% good?
This is the part where I either double down and look like a bad person, or I concede and look like a bitch. I concede and look like I can't hold my own. That's what you want me to do. You're only giving me two options.
I don't think you're going to look like a bitch if you say that child rape is bad, just to put that one out there.
No, but then that's going to go against my own logic, my own what I was saying earlier about God being.
I think that everybody watching the stream could agree with me on this one. Like, we're not going to think you're a bad person or a bitch for conceding your logic. Yeah, like you probably should concede your logic. Like that's a good thing to do.
And I'm as an overall in all circumstances, I think that God has the best intention and He sees more than we do, Dean. So I think,
damn, it's really bad.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so you think it's true that in the long run, child rape is 100% good?
I can't bring myself to say that. I genuinely can't say that. But that also
okay. So then you concede your whole argument, which you should do. You should concede your whole argument.
This is a tough position. You're putting me on the spot. I haven't necessarily thought about this. This is a tough position.
What do you need to think about? This is simple. Yeah, like you're wrong. Okay. Yeah, you're wrong.
Right, but
I'm sorry. Is that like controversial? Is it controversial to say that you're wrong in arguing that everything that has ever happened is 100% good in the long run? Like, no, clearly you're wrong.
This turns me against my
you're
own.
wrong from like my perspective, and you're probably also wrong from the Christian perspective. Don't you guys like believe in free will and shit? If it was true that everything in which has ever occurred is part of God's plan, well, then in what sense would we really have a free will? It just seems like our will is God's plan, and that's not our plan. That's somebody else's plan. Are you going to concede, or are you going to double down on arguing that child rape is 100% good in the long run? Which one is it going to be, bro?
You can drop me and move to the next guest. Dean, I'm not going back and forth. You got a catfish profile picture. You don't even have that much muscle. That picture is catfish. You don't even have that much muscle down there. We're done here. Just drop me and move to the next guest. Kick me off here. Remove me from this platform.
I actually probably have a little bit more muscle than I did in that profile picture, but I was probably a bit leaner in that profile picture.
Wow, dude, I'm not going back and forth with a catfish picture at the bottom. Everybody look at this catfish picture bottom of the screen. Dean, you have a good day. I appreciate the conversation.
Wait.
God
Is my catfish picture 100% good in the long term?
Yes, I would say so. It follows my logic. It's God's plan, though. You have to do
Yeah. Wait. What? Don't leave. No, don't leave. Because I was going to ask if him seeing that catfish picture was 100% good in the long term. Anyways, I actually want to describe to you guys a couple issues in that guy's last argument. If you think that it's true to say that you determine what you do every day, okay, you determine what you're going to do today. You determine what your next action is. Okay, well, that's an issue to that last guy's view, because that last guy's view is everything which ever has and ever will happen is God's plan. Okay, but it's also true that you determine what you do next. So is it therefore true that you determine what God's plan is? Like, is it not heretical as fuck? Like, that's basically saying that we're God. Like, I don't know. I think that guy was basically saying that he is God, because if he determines what he does and what he does is God's plan, then he is God. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, everybody. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could follow the rules, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be here for debate, folks. Thank you so much, Charles, for the galaxy. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you so much, Charles. The absolute good, quite frankly. Let's see here. Andrea, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal. Who says, no need to read this out loud, Andrea. I will keep that to myself. Just know that I appreciate you. Let's get 200 Andrea W's down below in that comment section. Hilda, thank you for the $10. Who also says I could keep that to myself. Thank you. And then Rafia, thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm so appalled at what has been discussed today. Me too, Rafia. I appreciate you so much. Marianne, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on PayPal. That is so much money. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you, Marianne. I want to see 300 Marianne W's down below in that comment section. Marianne asked me to keep her message to myself, so I will. Just know that I really appreciate you, and I should probably take a couple days off. Thank you, Marianne, for the $30. That is so very kind of you. Catherine, thank you so much for the $11. Who says, I've been watching for a while, and I'm so sorry that people are so disgusting and treat you so poorly. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Catherine. Yeah, people definitely cross the line today. Addison, I appreciate you for the $15 dono, who says, you made such an impact on my life, bringing me to the left from my very right household and helping me develop my abortion views and being in a safe place to grow as a person. I'm gay, Christian, and 19 years old, who loves what you do, and I hope that you never lose faith in what you do. Oh, thank you, Addison. I'm so happy that we're able to help you out. That is fantastic. Same thing to you, Lily. Thank you for the $12 who says, hey, Dean, you're awesome. Thank you, Lily. Eve, thank you for the $14 who says, Dean, thank you for being every person with common sense's voice. I appreciate you, Eve. Let's get 150 Eve W's. Then IBEN, thank you for the $14 who says, sorry about all the horrible and people that you encounter daily. Thank you so much for the live in. IBEN, we definitely do encounter some terrible people. Oh my God. And then Lauren Keisha, I appreciate y'all for the $5 as well. With that being said, we're actually finally got up on PayPal. Oh my goodness gracious. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. You've been so kind to me today. And we still have a bunch of people to thank over on Super Chat. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing all right. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. But I also want to say I do support him to a extent. So let's not get mixed up.
Are you American?
Here. Yes, I am.
What time is it?
7:16 right now. I'm
Oh,
in
really? What
Virginia.
state are you in?
Virginia.
What's the capital of Virginia?
Bro, I'm not good on geography.
Dude, I'm not even from Virginia, and I know that it's Richmond. I don't trust you. I think that you're lying.
Okay, just really quickly, can I just put my debate? Because
Really quickly, what's a really important place north of Virginia? A really important place. Like, really important. It's like right there by Virginia.
Okay.
Like right there by Virginia.
Okay, I'll be honest.
Do you know what it is?
Nope.
You have no clue? It's like right on Virginia's northern border. It's a really important place, but it's a really small place.
No idea.
You're not from Virginia. You're a liar. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. We got Rick loading up into the box. Huge shout out to two awesome people over on Super Chat, Declan and Elena. Thank you so much for the $50 donations. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. Thank you, Declan and Elena. Let's get 500 Declan W's, 500 Elena W's. You guys are so fucking kind. Thank you guys so much for supporting me and what we do. You guys are phenomenal. Elena with a 50 says, quote unquote, you're putting me on the spot, then get off the Dean Withers show. Yeah, so true. So true. And then Declan with a 50 says, nothing about Trump, but what do you think about Lindsay Clancy? I appreciate you so much for the love. Lindsay Clancy, I think I recognize that name. Where do I know that name from? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad, man. Yeah, that's really bad, dude. That's terrible. I just think that that's terrible. That's what I'll tell you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. I'd appreciate that so very much. I'd appreciate that so very much. Let's go to get the next guest milk loaded up into the queue. Appreciate you for the $10 hyper-focused. I'm a victim of COCSA, Koska, and he claimed it was male instinct. Thank you so much for spreading awareness. As a queer teen, you've helped me a lot. Love you, man. Take care. First and foremost, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. And second of all, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate you for being here, my friend. Huge shout out to you. I'm happy that you think that I'm doing something good with my platform as well. I try. Carter, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says, hey, Carter. Aim, appreciate you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Let's see here. Kayla, thank you for another $20 who says, I love you, Dean. It's okay if you need to take a break today. We're here for you. Thank you for the $20, Kayla. I'm good. I'm ready to go. I almost got off earlier, but I'm ready now. Fellow, thank you for the $20 who says, hey, Dean, so sorry. All the crazy shit that you have to hear. It is sincerely a cruel world that we live in. Dude, cruel world indeed, fellow. I appreciate you for the $20 and thank you for your support. Jay, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat who says you're an amazing person, Dean. We love you. I love you too. Thank you for the love. Faith, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for your and your kind words. Shy, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you and your kind words. Calm with the $10 says, Dean, you're the freaking goat. Appreciate you, Calm. Then Fruitcake, thank you for the $20 who says, Dean, you're actually so amazing for doing what you do. Appreciate you, Fruitcake. Let's get 200 Fruitcake W's. And then E, thank you for the $25 who says, Dean, I write poetry and released a collection about religious deconstruction. It's called Let There Be Thought. I'd love to send you a free ebook. Yeah, sure. How could you get that to me? I'll check it out. Thank you for the $25. And then we're actually all caught up for now. Welcome in. Ghost, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Alrighty. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2005.
And why don't you tell us why you support Trump?
Damn it, my microphone ain't picking it up. I'm in the shower. Sorry, Dean. Bye, Dean.
Haha, fuck you. Kenneth, thank you for the galaxy. Ha 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 ha. Fuck you. Didn't work. That's right. That's right, buddy. It didn't work. The bit failed. The bit failed. That is kind of crazy, though. His microphone didn't pick it up at all. Goddamn. Guys, if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please feel free to hop inside of that queue for me. We're going to try to pull you up here to have a dialogue with us. We're looking for the next guest right now. If you are an American adult and you just want to skip that line and come right up on that live, go ahead and send a goat gift that will help you hop up here. That'll help you hop up here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, fuck! He was about to start singing! Hey, man, just know that I think that your Cage the Elephant rendition was great. 10 out of 10. Didn't know that you're going to start singing, so I thought I'd just let you, finish that first bar, then move on. Know that we appreciate you for that. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do opposite side of the queue if you happen to be here for a debate, everybody. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could do your very best to follow the rules of the live stream. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could follow the rules of the live stream. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only do opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, everybody. Only do opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Art Craft Toy Trains loading up inside of the queue. We also got Owen's alt loaded up inside of the queue. I really do promise I'm trying my best to get that next guest connected, everyone. We got Guitar Fingers loaded up inside of the queue. We're looking for the next guest. Welcome in, Guitar Fingers. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump, man? I'm going to ban you.
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 19.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007.
Why are you going to the bath, bro?
What?
Why are you going to the bath, bro?
That's not true.
Yes, it is. I precogged your ass.
No.
I fucking precogged your ass, dude. I could just hear it in the sound of your voice.
Dean, listen to me. Dean, listen to me. Listen to me right now, Dean. I swear to God.
Dude, crazy precog. Crazy precog. You just got fucking precogged, dude. Look at that. Look at that. How does it... I'm not scared of you, bro. I'm not scared of you, bro. Welcome to varsity, okay? You're gonna precog that here. That's right. Welcome in, God. Logic of God. Do you support Trump? Sorry,
Yes.
not Logic of God. Logos of God. How old are you?
19.
How old are you? Sorry, repeat that for me.
I was born in 2006.
Okay, your mic is lagging out a
19.
little bit. It sounds like you're outside. Is there like a better place that you could go to, like inside of a house?
No, I don't have Wi-Fi. Sorry.
Any place that you could go to for a better connection?
Not at the moment.
Oh, stop moving! Your connection seems okay right here. Just stop moving. Okay, why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
I'm moving. I'm standing perfectly still right now.
Oh, it might be too bad. I asked you why you support
Damn it,
Trump.
dude. I have. Yes, I do support Trump.
All right, man. I'm going to give you one last opportunity here. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to move to a place that you think will have a better connection. Okay? Now, if in the next 30 seconds you could make it to a place with a better connection, I will happily debate you. But if within the next 30 seconds you don't, I'm going to kick you. So your time has started now. Oh shit, he's running. Oh shit, he's running, dude. Oh no, he's running. He's speeding. We hear you pretty clearly,
I
actually.
gotta run through a parking lot.
Oh fuck, you went away again?
You're good. Dean, you're good. Can you hear me?
Stop! Stop! Let's see if it's better here.
Good. Let's go.
Hello?
Oh? No. Okay. Oh my god.
Okay.
Holy shit, dude.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's better.
I actually think it is too. That's pretty impressive. Dude,
It was
if
a
this
bit of a
works,
jog.
if this works, you've earned the debate. You've earned the debate. Okay. So why don't let's?
Thanks.
I think it might be better. I think it might be better actually. That's crazy. I'll let you take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So, I do not consider myself MAGA. I think MAGA is too moderate. I think Trump is the best direction forward for the Republican Party to shift the Overton window more right.
When you say that MAGA is too moderate, what do you mean by that?
I think MAGA started out as, it was very like right-wing populist, and then it kind of just very quickly just completely dissolved into nothingness.
But where are you at
And it's been
on
like-
the political spectrum? Where do you fall?
Oh, I'm far right.
When you say you're far right, what do you mean by that?
I would consider myself. Are you familiar with the term identitarian?
No, I'm not.
It's like similar to like an ethno-nationalist.
Oh, okay. So you think that like America's a white country?
Yes.
Do you believe in God?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Well, this is heresy. I'll explain to you why. So I would assume that you think that white people are superior to non-white people?
No, I do not.
Then why do you want America to be a white country?
Because it's part of our historical continuity and our identity as a nation.
Okay. In what way does race serve as a part of our? In what way does race serve as a part of the identity of the nation?
So it's not necessarily like a race thing, because I don't think this applies to like all white people, but like a nation is like fundamentally like a group of people.
Is being white a
Right.
race?
Huh?
Is being white a race?
Yes, but I would say
Okay,
it's
so
more
then it-
specific
then
than just
it is a
white.
race
It's
then.
more specific than just white.
Okay,
Because
so
I
then
wouldn't
specify.
consider like, so it's like I would consider it like Germanics. So like northern Western Europeans.
Okay, so it's like
Anglo-Saxons.
certain white people.
Yes.
Okay, so you think that if you're a white person from the Germanics region, you should be able to come to America. But if you're a white
Yes.
person from, let's just say, South Africa, you shouldn't be able to come to America.
Well, that's Anglo-Saxon because it was colonized by Britain, so that would count. But like,
Okay, could you
so
give me
more
an example
Italy.
of like,
so like Italians,
white people?
or like Slavs.
Italians.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so Italians. So if
and
you're
like
German,
Slavs.
you should be able to immigrate into America, but if you're Italian, you shouldn't. So explain to me why you think that a German being in America would make the future of this country better off, but an Italian being in America would not make the future of this country better off.
So fundamentally, the ethnic stock of America is like Germanic.
What,
right?
Sorry, this sounds. Are you a Nazi?
No, I'm
What-
not. I'm not
what are
really a fan of Nazism.
What are your thoughts on Nazism?
I think it's kind of lame. I think it's kind of larpy.
What do you mean larpy?
I feel like if anybody calls themselves like a Nazi in like 2026, they're larping.
LARPing as what?
They're
Like
just larping. They just think they're cool. They're just trying to be edgelords. Like, it's kind of lame.
Are you saying that like they're just like the LARPing edgelords, but like you're like the serious ethno-nationalist?
Yes. I know it sounds really stupid, but yes.
What the fuck went wrong with you?
I don't know, man.
Like what has to happen to like produce this? They're so far right that they think even like the Nazis are
liberal,
like
if you're
like this
surprised.
this guy's like so far right that he thinks like Nazis are lame. But they're not like lame in a sense that they're like Nazis. They're like lame in a sense that like they're pretending to be
also
him.
like an evil ideology, but like, I don't want to like moral fag about it.
What did you just say?
Huh?
What did you just say you didn't want to do?
Like just like be like a lame loser and be like, oh well, you're doing something wrong.
No. Like literally, what did you say? Did you use a slur or not? I can't tell.
No, I didn't.
Okay, what did you say?
Just like moral about it.
I know. What was the second word you said?
I didn't. I'm probably my mic cut out.
I think that you did. Yeah. Listen, man. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you. Here's what I would recommend that you do.
You don't want to have a debate?
Dude, okay, listen, you're just like throwing slurs on my panel talking about how you think that America should be a white country, but like so fucking ridiculously racist that you even exclude some white people like white people from Italy. Here's what I'm going to tell you.
I'm not racist.
Okay?
I don't hate non-whites.
I think that you have to get your priorities straight. Okay? When you want to build the identity of a nation and the future of a nation off of not just a specific race, but specific members of a specific race from a specific place, well, like not only are you engaging in like broad, widespreading forms like prejudice, where you're saying that you have a greater claim to the land in which you stand on than the black couple living down the street from you, which is just obviously false. I think that all human people have the same amount of inherent dignity and respect. And I think that all people should be able to live out their lives in accordance with their interests and be their very truest version of themselves in accordance with virtue. And any attempt to infringe on that legitimate exercising of virtue and living your life as you want to live it, to maybe like oppress you or say that you shouldn't be able to live in this specific place, but I should because of some unnatural claim that I can't ground in anything real or non-arbitrary, is like very bad.
I have a question for you.
Just like imagine like if you were a member of one of those groups. So I want you to investigate that. B, I also want you to investigate, okay, well, like, what are like the actual outcomes of this? Because if it was like to be true that we would like turn around and deport like brown people, black people, and even like white people that aren't specifically Germanic, okay, this nation would fall. Okay, there would be massive labor shortages. There'd be massive reductions in investment. There'd be massive issues with the supply chain, and we would probably fall into anarchy just because of the pure amount of people that you A, want to remove from the country, and B, want to prevent from coming to the country in the future. But like, I'm going to clarify.
We can offset it
like,
though with more.
I just like want you to consider those things. I'm not going to talk to you. Okay, you just like come up on my panel, start like being the ultra giga racist and dropping slurs. Like we hold ourselves to decorum here, at least a little higher level of respect. Wow, that was crazy. But no, please do consider the things that I shared you. The last thing I'll say is, once again, the biggest issue with your view is it's reducible to nothing real and non-arbitrary. Okay, any attempt to argue that like there should only be a specific race or a specific subsection of a race, like he was arguing, that are allowed into America, that is ultimately arbitrary. There's no groundings for that claim. There's no reason to find that claim to be true. Okay, and it is, just the creation of the ultra giga racist mind. Wow, I don't know if I've ever met anybody as racist as him. He might be the most racist person that has ever been on this stream. Welcome in, Willow. Do you support Trump? Okay, so we're either talking to like ultra giga racists or like screaming fetuses. Somebody in the chat said that he wasn't racist. Bro. Dude, he was like 1850s racist. Like, he was like legitimately like 1850s racist. So Italian people, Irish people, back in the day, towards the beginning of American history, they were kind of lumped in with black and brown people. They were looked at as not white. They were looked at as like not superior. They were looked at as a part of the minority groups that we should oppress and marginalize. You don't really see that anymore. Okay? Like, eventually, over like the course of American history, Irish, Polish, and Italian individuals became like a part of the group of individuals that we call white people. But yeah, when he said that, like, oh yeah, like we shouldn't let non-dramatic white individuals in America, like Irish, Poles, and the Italians. Like holy cow. Holy cow, like that is 1850s racist. My God. Pimp, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, do you still get pegged in the ass by your dad?
Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Ray loading up inside of the queue. Holy cow. Here we go, guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, are you also like 1850s racist, or is that like a one-off thing?
I am not racist.
Okay, that was crazy, huh? Wasn't that last guy crazy?
He was.
Yeah. So why do you support Trump?
Woo!
Get the fuck out of the goddamn bath. Motherfucker just took a leap into the Pacific Ocean. We're going back to the debates. We're going back to the debates, bro. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude. Moving on to the next guest. We got fish and football lit up into the queue. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Unreal. Unfucking real, dude. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd appreciate it so much if you guys could do your very, very best to follow the rules. Thank you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only two up inside of the queue if you are here for debate. I'd appreciate that, everyone. Let's see here. We got Riley loading up inside of the queue. Layla, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo. Says, Dean, we love you so much, man. Fuck everybody else in BU. Dean, we love you so much. I love you too, Layla. I hope that you're still here and enjoying this stream. Thank you so much for the love and support. Crystal, thank you for the $5 and shout out to your daughter. And Julia, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you for the $5, Kaden, who says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Kaden. Bianca with the $5 who asked me to keep their message private. You got it. And then Evan, thank you for the $5. And then Alyssa, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 Alyssa W's, who says, the rape apologists have been crazy lately. It's so sickening to listen to. I can't imagine how much it weighs on you. Hang in there and thank you for all that you do. Oh yeah, we've been talking to rape apologists on the stream for ages. It's actually so bad. I appreciate you for the $20. Then of course, Cambria, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is Cambria. I really appreciate you so much for that love. I want to get 500 Cambria W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much for that love and support. Show some major, major love to Cambria down below. Cambria with the $50 says, thank you for being a voice we need so badly. Longtime watcher, appreciate you. Take care. Well, I hope that you take care as well, Cambria. Let's please show some massive, massive love to Cambria down below in that comment section. Let's get 500 Cambria W's. And then Johan, Johan, thank you for the $50 as well. I appreciate you, Johan. Johan with the $50 says, awesome work. You got a lot of bigoted people I know to rethink their views on Republican support. Thank you so much, Johan. Let's get 500 Johan W's down below. Thank you so much, Johan. Thank you so much, Cambria. That is so much love, and I'm so grateful for y'all. Alyssa, thank you for the $15. She says, I'm a teacher that moved from a red state into a blue state, and it gave me so much hope to see so much love and acceptance with my kiddos. A good little news for the day. Well, hey, congratulations. I'm so happy that you're finally in a place that accepts y'all. That is so exciting. Good for you guys. And then Jins, thank you so much for the $25. It is JINS. Thank you for the love, who says, I just want to thank you for your relentless effort and advocacy for change. Also, you made me break up with my boyfriend of 5 years because I realized if a guy in the same age range can educate himself, why couldn't my boyfriend? Thank you for freeing me. Well, I hope they are happy now. Thank you for the $25. Same thing to you, Liliana. Thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you for watching as well, Liliana. Then Rebecca, thank you so much for the $20, who says, as a Christian, these God-planned people irk me. They omit the most important part. God also gives us free will. And just as an example, Genesis 2:16, Deuteronomy 30:19, Josh 24:15 are examples. Yeah, I'm happy that Christians disagree with them. Thank you for the love. Welcome in, Riley. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
That's a child. Also, so the people that like are Christians and will argue that everything that occurs is God's plan and this is why it's actually a good thing for a 5-year-old rape victim to be pregnant. The reason why that's problematic is because they just completely like drop that logic when it comes to trans people. They say like, oh, if you're trans, there's something wrong with you. Oh, if you're trans, you're a way that you're not supposed to be. Oh, if you're trans, like we need to fix you. Oh, if you're trans, like you made a really bad, terrible decision that's indicative of mental illness. Like meanwhile, well, if we assume their logic about how if everything that ever happens is a part of God's plan, well, then it's actually perfect to be trans because then being trans is part of God's plan and God's plan is perfect as well. That guy's in the shower, you're banned. But of course, they just kind of like completely drop their logic within that regard. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got K Money loading up inside of the queue. Huge shout out to Addison as well for the $15. I appreciate you for the love. That's very kind of you. Let's get 150 Addison W's. CD, thank you for the $10. Who says, did you see the fight at Unfuck America tour with Dennis, aka Def Noodles? Bro, I did. I saw that earlier. That was nutty. Thank you, Alexis, for the $30. Let's get 300 Alexis W's. Thank you so much. Alexis for the $30 says, I'm a newer follower, but your live is literally the only one that I've ever watched and continue to come back when it pops up on my FYP. Has somebody that you've debated ever genuinely changed your perspective? What did they say that made you stop and rethink your own position? A lot of my positions are actually consequential of debate like years ago, which is why I love debate so much. I appreciate you for the $30. Like I'm talking abortion, being left-leaning economically speaking, like all of these things are in one way or another consequential of a debate that I had like 5 or 6 years ago. K Money, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you, dude?
August 1st, 2008, 18 years old.
Ryan, and why do you support Trump?
Because of what he's doing to the Iran war. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Okay. So why do you think the war in Iran is good?
This is why the war in Iran's good. No president in our 47 years since Iran had this revolution,
Ooh.
1979, no president has had the balls to do what Trump's doing right now.
And what is Trump
doing?
doing?
No president. This man invaded Iran.
For what, though? Like, that's like when you're saying like no other president has ever done this. Well, like maybe it's because there's no good reason to do it. Like, what are the fruits of this war in Iran? Okay, what are the fruits of this war in Iran?
Number one, free the Iranian people from the dictatorship that's going on over there.
Okay, you're just wrong. They haven't been freed. The dictatorship still stands. We want it to stand. We just gave that dictatorship $325 billion worth of private investment to better safeguard and protect themselves. Because if our goal is a denuclearization agreement with the IRGC, then we will want the IRGC to stand, because if they are toppled, then the denuclearization agreement goes away. Donald Trump's goal is not to overturn the IRGC. Donald Trump's goal is not to liberate and free the Iranian people. You are wrong. It absolutely
is. It absolutely is. How can you say the opposite?
You're lying. I just told you I could say the opposite, because he wants to denuclearize them as a country, which includes negotiating with the IRGC, coming to terms with the IRGC. If the IRGC is abolished, then all of that progress goes away. That's why he's given the IRGC $325 billion worth of privatized investment to safeguard and better protect themselves and rebuild and replenish their military supply to fight against, an insurrection from the proletariat in the country to liberate themselves, because they do not want the Iranian people to be liberated. They want the IRGC to agree to a denuclearization agreement.
Here's my rebuttal. Dean, the IRGC kills its own fucking people for protesting. We all know this. You can literally go look up the late December, January protest in Iran.
Okay, you don't know how to debate, because not a single thing I said contradicts that fact. Not a single thing. No. What point did I make that rebuttals? Be clear. What specific point did I make that the claim that they kill their own citizens rebuttals?
You're saying that he's trying to make a deal with the IRGC and how he's trying to make the IRGC stay and whatever.
Yes. And how does the information that you provided about them killing their own citizens rebuttal that point?
Because that's one of the reasons why we want to overthrow the IRGC and why Trump is trying to do this.
No. That's not one of the reasons why we want to or are trying to overthrow the IRGC. That would be a reason to overthrow the IRGC, but that's not what we're doing. Where's your evidence that we are trying to topple the IRGC? What's your evidence for that?
We killed their leader.
Wait. No. We killed their first leader to get a new leader, just so that we could then negotiate with them. If our goal was truly to overthrow the IRGC, then we wouldn't have started by just killing Ayatollah Khomeini, a senior. We would have also went on to kill Ayatollah Khomeini Jr. when he assumed power. But that's not what we did. After we killed the Ayatollah and then his son assumed power, we didn't go after him. No, we started to negotiate with him. What are the purposes with the ongoing negotiations with the IRGC, if not to come to terms of a denuclearization agreement as stated by Trump, as stated by J.D. Vance, and as stated by the rest of the Trump administration, which would necessitate that we don't topple their government?
The reason why, Dean,
welcome to Varsity, bro. Welcome to
know about the
varsity, bro.
JCPOA in 2015?
Did you know that the
Do you know-
JCPOA is completely fucking irrelevant to this conversation? Welcome to varsity, bro.
Do you know
Why
about
don't you
the
respond to the last thing
JCPOA?
I said? Yes, yes. You know, the denuclearization agreement achieved by Obama in 2015. The agreement that's completely irrelevant to the conversation. Why don't you go ahead and respond to the last thing I said? You and other MAGA twerps have a proclivity to squirm around the facts that I give you, especially as it relates to the war in Iran that's already caused 1,000 people to leave because they're sick of this shit. Respond to the point that I just made to demonstrate that it is completely false that we're trying to overturn the IRGC. You're not going to respond to it because I know you're scared. I know you can't, and you're just going to try to find ways to wiggle out of it, little man.
Really not. Okay,
I'm not scared of you, bro. I'm not scared.
Let me respond. I'm not scared either.
I'm not scared.
I'm ready.
of you, bro.
Look,
Welcome to varsity, little bro. Welcome to varsity.
I'm ready for varsity. I've been on
All
varsity.
right, bro. All right, bro. You ready for varsity, man? You're ready for varsity? Okay. Well, then I think it's time that we hop on the tracking train. Okay. We take that tracking train to linear lane. Okay. And we shake hands on you responding to the points that I just made that dispute your view.
Okay, I'm about to right now.
All right, good, bro. You want to see me when I'm mad? You better respond.
Okay, listen. Donald J. Trump and the Trump administration are trying to topple the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, by, you said that they're not trying to overthrow them and how, like, they're never going to get rid of them, etc., right? They're literally, Dean, there were talks about sending boots on the fucking ground. There was talks about sending boots on the ground in Iran. And we're actually, the Karg Island and everything. You know about the Karg Island, right?
Why did we never end up sending boots on the ground?
Why don't you think so?
Because we started negotiating with the IRGC.
Dean, you can't negotiate with these guys, man. They're gonna every single negotiation that the United States does with Iran.
Okay. Then that's actually a reason why it would just be the case that Trump is a bad president. If it's false that we can negotiate with Iran, and Donald Trump is put close to 6 months of effort and attention to negotiating with Iran, then Donald Trump has approached this war from the wrong perspective. Do you agree that the Trump administration is trying to... Listen, let's just see if we could agree on base facts. Okay? Now close to 1.5 thousand people have left because they're tired of your bullshit. Let's see if we can agree to basic facts. Could we agree on the basic facts, okay, that the Trump administration is negotiating with Iran to achieve a denuclearization agreement?
I can agree on that.
Okay. Why are they doing that?
Because we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon and we don't want to get nuked. Same with Israel.
Oh, okay. So we're doing that because we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. Now, why would we do that if our goal was just to overturn the IRGC?
And that also has a point too. That's a whole other conversation.
Well, explain that. Why would we be negotiating anything with them if our goal was to abolish and overturn the IRGC?
What you just said made no sense.
I'll repeat it. Welcome to varsity. Shit's getting real. You're no longer in the high school B team, buddy. This is real. This is pressure. This is pressure, motherfucker. This is pressure. What would the purpose of negotiating a denuclearization agreement with Iran be if our end goal was just to coup the IRGC?
The reason is that we're first of all just trying to get rid of the nuclear weapon, so they don't even have nuclear weapons. General.
They don't have nuclear weapons.
Dean, they've been trying to make nuclear weapons since 1979.
Wow, you're out of the loop. Last year, actually, no, not last year. A couple months ago, Kristi Noem's, the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, testified to the fact that we destroyed all of their nuclear programs in last month's drone strikes in September, and no U.S. intelligence since then has indicated that they've even started on rebuilding those programs. So you're wrong. Okay, it cannot be the case. The reason why we're first trying to achieve a denuclearization agreement with them is to take their nukes away before we attempt to coup them, because they don't have nukes in the first place. Okay, that's not what U.S. intelligence indicates. That's not what Israeli intelligence indicates. That's not what UN intelligence indicates. That's not what EU intelligence indicates. That's not what NATO intelligence indicates. That's not what Russian intelligence indicates. That's not what the IAEA intelligence indicates. That's what no intelligence indicates. Okay? Give me one reputable source from anywhere that indicates that they actually have nuclear weapons.
Iranian state media.
Okay. A, that's not true. B, even if that was true, they wouldn't be a reputable source because it's the Iranian state media. And C, go ahead and give me a reputable source.
That's their own government. That's the most reliable source you can get, Dean.
All right, bro, show me that source.
Wow, how am I supposed to just show you a source?
Because you're supposed to be able to give me a reference to the evidence for your claim, you fucking dum-dum. Like I said, this ain't the high school B team, buddy. You gotta come equipped with reason.
Buddy, I've been on
prove
A
what you're
team.
saying.
I've been on A team. Dean, my source is literally. How do I explain this? I don't know. I mean, it's the Iranian state media. You can go look up the Iranian state media. I don't know why the show.
Okay, so you're telling me if I go to Google, I look up Iranian state media.
Yes.
Media states they have nukes. You're telling me they'll find a search result.
I absolutely would.
You know what the first thing that pops up here is?
What?
Yeah, Iranian state-linked media has not officially announced that Iran possesses nuclear weapons.
Dean. So they're just lying to us then.
Well,
so,
apparently,
so you're telling me that the Iranian state media is lying.
I'm telling you that the Iranian state media isn't even reporting that they have a nuclear weapon. Show me that, bro. Show me that.
Oh my gosh.
You told me to look it up. I look it up and it finds nothing. Anybody, I mean, anybody watching the live stream, any single person watching the live stream right now could go do that on Google right fucking now. Okay, if you're watching on YouTube, open a new tab, go to Google, type in Iranian state media announces they have nuclear weapons. Okay, the little AI overview will say it's never happened, and then the actual sources will also tell you that it's never happened. Okay, you were just lied to us. You just absolutely fucking lied to us.
I did not lie. That's the crazy thing.
Okay, then show me the evidence otherwise. Show me the evidence otherwise, buddy. Yeah, good boy.
I'm bringing up my TV. Hold on.
Good boy. Good boy.
Call it whatever you want. Call it whatever you want.
Yeah. Yeah, that's varsity, little bro. That's varsity, little bro.
Come on, open up.
In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a couple friends. This guy's getting grilled. He's getting charred.
Not getting grilled, by the way. You're getting grilled.
Says a man without evidence whose evidence proved him wrong. I wish I was as delusional as you.
About 2 seconds. Give me a sec.
Jalipa, thank you for the galaxy. By the way, do you want to put money on it?
How much?
$100.
Whoa.
Specifically, the claim that Iranian state media has announced that they actually have nuclear weapons. $100.
Okay, hold on.
$100? Do you accept the bet, buddy?
I haven't accepted it yet.
Why? Why haven't you accepted it yet?
Because
I mean, you made so not only did you make the claim, not only did you make the claim that is something that Iranian state media announced, but then when I told you that I'm frying your ass, you're like, no, I'm frying you. Wow.
Okay, hold on.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hold on while you stumble and you fool
I'm
around.
about to make you look stupid, dude. Give me a second.
Oh, he's about to make me look stupid, everybody. Only opposite of the queue on TikTok if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Seriously, good to see you all today. Appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure that you are indeed double tapping away in that phone screen. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Wow, bro. In the meantime, maybe we could bring up another guest. I think that we'll do that. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that does indeed support Donald J. Trump as president, everybody. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that does indeed support Donald J. Trump as president, everybody. We're going to go and bring up another guest in the meantime. I'm actually putting my money on the claim that this guy's just going to leave. Like, he's just going to quietly leave,
I'm
say
not
nothing.
gonna leave. I'm going to find it right now.
I don't know, bro. I think that you're probably lying. I think that you are
I'm not.
probably
I'm really
going to
not.
leave.
I promise you I'm not lying. The Iranians
I
think
don't
it's
know,
damn
bro. I think that you're probably going to end up leaving when you can't find a source. People like you don't
I'm not
typically
gonna leave.
concede.
I'm on
People like
board
you don't
for you.
typically concede, bro. All right, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everyone. We got Cassie loading up inside of the box. Cassie, do you support Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you?
18,
Okay. What year were you born in?
2008.
Why do you support Trump? Okay, sorry folks, I think that Cassie got sucked into a lawnmower, so unfortunately we're going to have to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that does indeed support Donald J. Trump as president. I think that this K-Money guy could possibly be leaving right now. I think he could possibly be leading right now.
Not going to leave.
Oh, have you found that source yet? I don't know. I don't know if he's found that source yet. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only two opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you, folks. I'd appreciate it so much if you guys could do your very best to follow the rules. Alrighty. We got Jay Herbu loading up inside of the queue. Here we go. Alrighty. Alrighty, folks. We got Jay Hur loading up inside of the queue. Alrighty. Oh, fuck. I'm a little tired today. And my phone is about to die. I might, here in a moment. Yeah, it's on 17%. Here in a moment, I'm probably going to have to run into the other room. I'll still be able to talk to the stream and whatnot. I'm just going to have to quickly grab a charger. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Everybody, we got Dan loaded in. Because this guy has still not found a source. He's not going to find a source.
I found a perfect quote.
Okay. Dan, do you support Trump?
Sorry, just 1 second, Dean. I got...
Okay, so you were able to find a source. Why don't you share it with us, bud?
I'm just going to read it off to you, all right?
Uh-huh. We can't hear you when you leave the app, by the way. Like, right now, we can't hear you.
I got to memorize it.
Okay. Okay. Apparently, he's going to need to take another moment to go on pause. By the way, if you're watching the live stream and you want to support me, you want to support the live stream, you can through the link tree to my Venmo and my PayPal, which you can find in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. Pin message over on the YouTube stream, and the handle's always right there at the top of the phone screen on TikTok, too. It's literally just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. Appreciate y'all. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the box. Okay, Money's back. Were you able to find that source, bud?
Yep, it said, we will continue, the IRGC military leader, we will continue working on nuclear weapons as long as the United States and Israel have possessed them. Because we have our own nukes, Dean. They're basically saying that how they will work on their own shit if we still have ours. So like,
thanks for conceding.
So exactly, there you go.
Thanks for conceding the claim.
Leader,
my claim was never that Iran has never announced that they're trying to build nuclear weapons. No, my claim was rather that Iran has never announced that they have successfully built a nuclear weapon, and that's what the intelligence from our own country and international intelligence community says as well.
They said they will possess nuclear weapons, Dean. Is that not your?
Well, actually, you just misquoted. Welcome in, unknown. Give me 1 moment. Actually, first unknown, are you an American adult that supports Trump?
Can I quickly just say something? Because no, I'm not American, but I just want to tell you.
I'm so sorry. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Yeah, you just changed the quote. Changed the quote.
I did not. How did I change it?
Yeah, because the quote that you read says that we're working on nuclear weapons, and then you quoted that as saying that they will have nuclear weapons. But anyways, regardless, if we contextualize the original quote or your requote of the original quote, it's pretty clear here that you're wrong. Mm-hmm. Your original claim was that they've announced that they already have nukes, which is a different and separate claim from the new claim, which is that they're working on building nukes.
And that ultimately leads up to the fact of why this Iran war is good. So they don't have those nukes, Dean.
Okay, so then you can see the first claim that we're trying to overturn the IRGC.
Yes.
Oh, wow. You admit that you were wrong?
No, I did not say I was wrong. You said they're trying to overturn the IRGC. I'm like, yes, they're trying to overturn the IRGC.
Okay, listen, man. I'm going to kick you because I just don't think that you're a rational creature. But I'm going to give you one last chance to prove that you are a rational creature. If our goal was to coup the IRGC, then why would we be trying to negotiate a denuclearization agreement with them?
That's one of the first steps of trying to clear the government, Dean.
Wait, why? Why is that one of the first steps?
Because it goes in a process. A revolution does not happen in
why is that? Why is that a part of the process?
So that we get the nuclear weapons out the way, and then we go in and have an easier dive with Iran. And
but a part of the agreement is that once they sign the denuclearization agreement, we're going to give them like billions of dollars and back out.
Where is the evidence of us giving them billions of dollars? I've never.
Yeah, the
heard
memorandum
of that.
of understanding that was publicly announced by the Trump administration, and includes
that they've given them billions of dollars.
Yeah, it includes $325 billion worth of private investment from Gulf countries into Iran's infrastructure. There's already been over $150 billion worth of commitments made. So it's why? Like literally, why would we be giving them all this money and like backing out? Okay, pulling our ships back, allowing the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened. If like we just wanted to go back in and coup their government. This is superstition, bro. This is straight conspiracy theory. Like literally straight conspiracy theory. Like really what's to say that they won't just do what they're saying that they're going to do, which is just to leave Iran alone after we get this agreement.
Dean, because they're a terrorist government. We don't want to leave a terrorist government alone and be a danger threat to the world.
Wait, how do you know that though? How do you know that Trump doesn't want to?
Democrats want.
How do you know that though? How do you know that Trump doesn't want to leave them alone to the extent of cooing them? How do you know that?
Do you not know what Trump's been tweeting every day about the threats to Iran every day on Truth Social?
Yeah, as it relates to getting this denuclearization agreement achieved, not as it relates to cooing their government. Give me literally one official briefing from the White House that states our goal is to coup the IRGC.
It was
Okay.
literally on February 28th, 2026, when Donald Trump himself said that. He's like, the Iranian people like take over the government. Is that not the
listen,
same definition
he
as
said,
cooing the government?
He said like a couple times, like, oh, like Iranian people take over the government. But then as it turns out, we need to turn around and actually tell them to stay inside, in which they do stay inside. And then we end up
Because
giving the
they're gonna kill them if they
IRGC
come and
$325 billion. Like, if we truly wanted the IRGC to get overturned as a second order consequence of our engagement in Iran today, well, then we wouldn't be like refortifying the IRGC. We'd leave them weak and we'd put the pressure on them further so that then the Iranian people have a chance. Dude, like, I'm sorry, you're just out of your league. You're out of your league talking to me. You're out of your league.
I'm really not. That's
Okay,
the crazy
okay. Then how do you explain them giving us giving them $325 billion? How do you explain us backing out and like agreeing to ceasefires when continued pressure would just make them weaker and easier to overthrow? And how do you explain even Trump saying that the goal here is to maybe even just declare victory over Iran really, really, really soon and then just leave them alone when of course that wouldn't be the case if his goal is to rather coup them? Okay, listen, literally all of the data represents you as being wrong. We've lost close to 3,000 viewers since you started this argument because it is so wrong, it is boring. People are not entertained by this boringness.
And that people don't understand the truth.
Dude, I'm sorry. Are you even listening? What was the last thing I said? What were like the last 4 points that I made to prove you wrong? What were they?
You said something about how like we should just leave them alone, that we should put more pressure on the IRGC.
No, you're not
shit
listening.
like that.
You're not listening. We know that Trump's goal is not to coup the IRGC because he says that we're just going to back out and declare victory. We also know that it's not Trump's goal to coup the IRGC because he's already said that we've already achieved all military objectives. Couing their government would be another military objective that we haven't achieved. So if it was a case that we wanted to do that, then we wouldn't have said that we've already achieved all military objectives. Okay? We know that he doesn't want to coup the IRGC because he's agreed to multiple ceasefire agreements and he's allowed Iranian ports to be reopened. When if the goal was to overthrow the IRGC, then we'd continue to starve them out to make them weaker, to make them easier to overthrow. And of course, we also know that our goal isn't to overturn the IRGC because we've committed to giving them over $300 billion. That's the data that proves you wrong.
So going back to that ceasefire agreement you just said, right? Do you know that Trump was this close to attacking, and then Pakistan had to get involved, and they were like, yo, don't do it, give him more time. Then we actually, Dean, we would have been attacked them, and they would have been gone if it weren't for these other countries trying to get in and negotiate with Trump and tell him not to do it, specifically Pakistan.
Okay, well, this is actually what proves that he doesn't want to overturn the IRGC, because his ultimatum for like going into Iran and like really hurting a bunch of people was not the IRGC seceding power, but rather the IRGC negotiating with him, which proves that his ultimate goal is not them seceding power, but rather which proves that his ultimate goal is them negotiating with him. Because if his goal was to overturn the IRGC, he wouldn't give a fuck if they were willing to negotiate or not.
Dean, listen, it's easier said than done. If Trump would have actually just went and said, fuck everybody, I'm going to go and do this.
Explain, dude,
Democrats
dude,
like
I'm
you,
sorry,
Dean,
listen to
would've
this.
been like,
It's
Trump
easier
the
said than done is not a response,
Hitler,
you fucking idiot. It's easier said than done is not a response. That doesn't that explains nothing of substance. That explains nothing of substance. You are literally spamming words, and at this point, I've caused close to 4,000 people to leave the stream because there's legitimately no counter argument. Why would we give them $300 billion if we want to coup them?
Dean, there's no evidence of us giving $300 billion.
Yes, there is. This was officially reported on by Axios. This was officially reported on by the New York Post. This was officially reported on by AP. This was officially reported on by Reuters. And this was officially announced by JD Vance. Yes, we've already made over $100 billion worth of commitments. Concede. Why would we give them all this money if we want to coup them?
Interesting, huh?
Why would we give them all this money if we want to coup them?
Dean, I'm on Fox News 24/7. I swear.
Why would we give them all this money if we wanted to coup them? Why would we do that?
Maybe how do you want me to answer that?
I want you to realize that clearly if our goal was to coup them, we wouldn't be giving them $300 billion. Clearly, if our goal was to coup them, then we wouldn't have allowed them to reopen up the Strait of Hormuz to like bring in oil and sell oil through the Iranian ports to make more money to support their failing government. Clearly, if we wanted to coup them, then we wouldn't be negotiating with them on a denuclearization agreement. We'd just be going in there and getting it done. So I want you to concede. That's what I want you to do, because this is some bullshit. It's honestly boring. Like everybody finds this boring. This isn't even a partisan point. It's not even like Trump saying that he wants to coup him. It's not even like MAGA saying that he wants to coup him. It's literally just you.
Okay.
It's literally just you.
Okay.
It's not even
Alright.
Fox News. It's just you.
And the Iranian people. And the Iranian people. Don't forget that, Dean. And the Iranian
The
people.
Iranian
Don't-
people are saying that Donald. What information would the Iranian
The
people have access to
Iranian
that we
people
don't?
are begging
What
for Trump's
access?
help to free
Okay,
them.
okay. Yeah, is he? No.
Oh, man, Dean. I just wish you understand, man. Charlie Kirk understood.
Then help me understand, bro. Why is he giving them $300 billion if he wants to coup him? Answer the question. Help me understand, little bro.
Dean, no one has given Iran $300 billion. I have no idea where
Dude, I
got
gave you
that.
6 sources. I gave you
said
AP.
JD Vance
I gave you
said
no. I gave you AP. I gave you Reuters. I gave you Axios. Okay, I gave you Fox News. Even Fox News reported on this. I gave you CNN. I gave you NBC. I gave you CBS, and I gave you JD Vance.
Okay.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
I guess I'm wrong. Okay. So I guess I'm wrong. That's saying. By the way, additionally, how the Iranian people are begging for Trump's help. I guess I'm wrong about that. All right. To
That's
free
not
him
what's
from-
relevant. It doesn't
It
matter
is
what the Iranian
relevant,
people.
Dean.
No. The reason why it's not relevant is because we're not concerned with what the Iranian people want in the evaluation of what Trump's doing. Like, you're like, no. Just because the Iranian people want something does not therefore mean that necessarily Trump is doing that thing. Hello? So explain to us why we would be giving them $300 billion if we wanted to coup them. This is such an annoying conversation. MAGA's so fucking stupid sometimes.
Okay, I guess we're stupid.
Yeah, answer the question. Why would we be giving them $325 billion if we wanted to coup them? Answer the question.
Okay. You know what, Dean? I'm gonna go look into that. And then I'll request next time. I want you to remember my name, Dean. K Money. I want you to just remember it because I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna do research on it. And I'm gonna come back with a perfect counter argument. All right?
There's no
$305
counter
million.
argument because you're literally just arguing you're just arguing bullshit.
I'm really not, but okay.
Dude, okay. Then why does even
I don't
Fox
know
News
why
agree
you
with me?
think I'm full of shit right now, Dean.
Why does JD Vance agree with me? Why does it? Dude, I'm actually arguing
does not.
on a point that the Trump administration agrees with right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a partisan point. Like, we're not debating if Trump is a rapist, which is surprisingly a partisan point because you guys reject the truth. We're not debating if Trump is hiding and concealing the Epstein files, which is surprisingly a partisan point because the right rejects the truth. No, we're actually debating something that, like, everybody agrees on. Everyone, and I mean everyone except for you.
I'm gonna go do more research.
Another
on this
low
and
IQ
then we'll come
losers
back.
does not think that Donald Trump is trying to coup the IRGC.
I'm gonna go do more research and come back. All right?
He can't even concede, bro. He just got like beat down into oblivion and he couldn't concede. Unreal. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Why do you think that people just have like this like propensity to like just like never admit that they're wrong? Clap, thank you for the galaxy. Like where does that propensity come from, bro? Clap, thank you for the 2 galaxies. I really appreciate you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Why'd you do it to her? Why, man?
What did I do to whom?
Why'd you do it to her, man?
Do what to whom?
Why'd you do it to her, Dean?
Do what to whom?
The grape was real.
I would assume that you were watching the live stream earlier. I don't know why you choose to treat other human beings this way. MAGA is so fucking just fucked up. I don't know why they choose to treat other human beings this way. By the way, MAGA's new thing is just to like falsely accuse me of rape. That's just their new thing. Their whole thing is like, I'm going to falsely accuse Dean of rape, the same way that Trump falsely accuses. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna falsely accuse Dean of rape, the same way that Dean falsely accuses Trump of rape. That's their new thing. Just like why, bro? Just like why, bro? It's just cruel, dude. It's just actually cruel, man.
Man, I was gonna troll you, but now I feel bad.
Good. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. That's just, it's so, like, it hurts. It hurts, and they do it to me because they know that. They do it to me because they know that. Whatever. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
But you guys would have to eat the
Skylar Anderson 80, do you support Trump? Skylar Anderson 80 is not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please. Thank you so much for the Galaxy Collab. I appreciate you. If you are watching the live stream and you want to support me, support the live, support what we do, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on YouTube. And the handle is always at the top of the phone screen on TikTok right there. It's just my name. Dean Withers without the letter E in my last name, Withers. If you use a handle, make sure that you take a really close look at every character, because if you get even one character wrong, you'll end up sending it to a fake account. Hey, do you support Trump, Mario?
I love you, Dean.
Oh, I'm dating it. Oh, I'm dating it. Oh.
Only hop inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. I guess we should probably put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen. I'm mega mining it. That's where that shit comes from. Juicy Jacob. That's his name, right? Juicy Jacob. Mike, thank you for the $5. Who says they're so pathetic. You should really take a break. Burnout is real. Take care, please. I'm gonna try my best, Mike. I appreciate you for the $5 on Super Chat. Welcome in, Tim. Do you support Trump?
Hi. I'd like to start off real quick, before you kick me. I don't support Trump. I am underage, but I'm not here to troll. I would actually.
What can you possibly expect the outcome to be from that? like, yeah, you break like all of our rules. Kick you, yeah.
Jesus Christ is the one true living God.
Okay, fetus. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be here for a debate. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys would honor the rules. Max, thank you for the $30 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 300 Max W's down below. Who says, Dean, have you heard about the U.S. Navy sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln and their poor living conditions? A sailor tried to jump today. I'm tired of people saying this is what you signed up for, because at the end of the day, our troops should be not treated as expendable. No, listen, Max, I agree with you, and I have seen that reporting. I think it's really sad. Like, people are literally trying to jump just because of how bad the conditions are. Like, that's how you know that they're fucked, dude. That's how you know that they're fucked. It's crazy, Max. Gabriella, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Nicole, thank you for the $20. Who says, just started the stream. I'm behind, but hello, future Dean. Fuck Trump. Well, Nicole, whenever you catch up to this point in the VOD, thank you for the $20. You are fantastic. All right, they left. We're going to get the next guest up in here. Aaron, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Who says, okay, so apparently you aren't able to see my YouTube comments because you have them sorted by top comments. I've been spamming, but I guess if you can't see my comments, that makes sense. Oh, I know what the issue is. You're not in the live comment section. Dude, mama, you are like literally in the comment section of the VOD. That's what the issue is, dude, mama. You're not in the live comment section. You're in a different comment section. You need to find the live comment section. That's the issue. Mason, do you support Trump?
That last guess was trouble, Dean.
You're trouble, Mason. Mason. Fucking Mason. Helene, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Show some love to Helene in that chat. Helene with the 25 says, if you don't respond or react to the bath idiots in any way and just drop them, it may be the power that they think that it may take away the power that they think that they have. I actually kind of think that the bath idiots are a little funny. But only like when they do like above and beyond shit. You know, like the guy who like hopped in a fucking pool. Like that was funny because he put the work in. But people that will just like run into the bathrooms and turn the shower on, like lame. Lame. Someone says, Dean, please learn how YouTube live chat works. I don't know. Oh. What? Oh my God. This whole time, I haven't been looking at my YouTube live chat. Oh, it's been 500 episodes. It's been 500 episodes of me not looking at the chat right. Oh my God. So I've literally, until now, I've literally never been looking at my YouTube live chat. It's been like a filtered version of the YouTube chat that only allows like some messages to go through. Damn, there are so many of y'all over there. What the hell? Yeah, it like filtered out. So I was looking at the live chat that apparently like filters out for like spam, new accounts. Most people, I don't know. It's just a reduced version of the live chat. But like now that I turn the actual live chat on, I see everybody.
It's
There's
Charlie.
so many people
While my
over there.
neck hole heals, I'm waiting for you to hop.
Wow, it's a whole new world. How long have I gone without having the live chat on? How long? I wonder if that's made me miss some donations. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Victoria?
I just want to let you know, I'm pretty sure you already know, the girl from yesterday.
We're looking for American adults that support Trump as president. Moving on to the next guest, we got Malcolm loading in. He sees us. There's so many. Wow, there's so many people in the YouTube chat. There's so many people in the YouTube chat. That's fucking crazy. There's so many people that I'm just seeing for the first time. Hello, world. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in, Colston. Do you support Trump? Okay, looks like Colston's actually leaving. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Ali B loading up in. Okay. Damn, these chats are moving really fast. Jeez. Okay. Ali B difference not loading in. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Gruss loading inside of the queue. Why is it moving so fast? God damn. Is the YouTube chat always moving that fast? Or is this like just because I'm like talking to the YouTube chat? Freddie Mercury, thank you for the meteor shower. It's good to see you today, my friend. Good to see you. Looking for the next guest, everybody. I'm trying my best, but there's just so many trolls inside of the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello, P Money. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, guys. I don't know what to do about all the trolls and kids. This is really bad. Over on Super Chat, Jay, thank you for the $20. Who says, I think that this shit is stupid. Like, why the fuck do you do that to somebody that you should clearly know is not okay, even as a joke? Yeah, it's because they're like subhuman when it comes to their morality. Ron, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who says, Dean, don't let another one of these asshats get you down. You're the man. I've gotten some great ammo from your streams for my own debates. By the way, I've donated a few other times. My name is AA Ron. Aaron, not Ron. How did I never see that before? Yeah, clearly your name is Aaron. I don't know how I've never put that one together before. My bad, dude. Thank you for the love. I'm so happy that we've been able to equip you with some intellectual ammo. Moving on to the next guest, Gracie. If you guys are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, do feel free to send a goat gifts. I mean, there's just so many people inside of the queue that aren't Trump supporters that at this point, I'm just going to stop focusing on the queue. For everybody in the queue that's a troll, like, you guys kind of ruined it, not going to lie. Like, there's just so many trolls inside of the queue, bro. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? So many trolls inside of the queue, bro. They ruined it. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. They actually ruined it. Hello, how old are you?
Hello? Oh.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
June 10th, 2008.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. But
okay. And why?
I have counters for points. Hold on. I'm finna pull them up. I didn't think I would actually get in the queue. Give me a second. I'm finna pull them all up. I got counters for everything.
Okay. Counters for what?
Well, because I hear you say points, and I'm gonna...
Wait. What did you say your birthday was?
June 10th,
Of what year?
2008.
Okay.
2008.
Yeah, what points would you like to counter?
Well, you know, I just hear you say a lot of points, and I feel like... it's
Like what?
not really-
Like what? He just left. Okay. All right, guys. Feel free to send a goat gift. If you send a goat gift, I'll send you an invite to join the live stream. I'm so sorry that we have all of these trolls. Oh, and Trump, I've spoken with you many times before, dude. This person's name is Gamma Gaming 89. Let's try to get him up here. Could you guys stop trolling? Please. Millie R, thank you so much for the $10. Says, love you, Dean. I've been showing my family you because they're super MAGA. Well, hey, I appreciate you. I'm sorry that if I didn't see your other donations. I think it was because I didn't have the chat right. I'm really sorry, Millie. Thank you for the $10. And you should try to get me to debate your MAGA family. Freddie Mercury, thank you for the meteor shower. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
What year were you born in?
2002.
All right, man. Let me thank a couple people. Then the mic and the floor are yours. Autumn, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for ice cream. Hey, Base. Thank you, Autumn. I appreciate you. I'll definitely use that to get some ice cream. Xavier with the $9 says, what brand of anxiety pin do you use? Geek Bar. Kyla, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate you. Connor, thank you for the $5. Austin, thank you for the $10. Who says VOD Watcher here. Thank you for doing what you do every day. Well, thank you, Austin, and thank you for tuning in. You're awesome. Joseph, thank you for the $20. Who says, I was so locked in that you made me cackle with saying all aboard the tracking train to linear lane. LMAO. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro, dude, we got to keep him on board, bro. We got to keep him on board, Joseph. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Joseph down below. Helene, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, oh, actually, Helene, I read that earlier. Appreciate you for the love. Why don't you go to take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
I mainly support Trump just because of some of his policies that he has on board. I think that some of them are good, some of them are not the best.
Okay. And why does the fact that he's a violent sexual predator who's raped a woman and sexually exploited kids not change your support for him as president?
That definitely has especially when it comes to the Epstein files and everything like that. I do not.
Okay, so why is it not enough?
Human being.
Why is it not enough? Like, okay, he's a
because-
rapist who sexually exploited kids and laughed about it and used his power as presidency to protect other rapists and call for the execution of his political opponents in Congress. That's like a textbook bad guy, bro. It's a textbook bad guy, bro.
Yes, it is. And I 100% agree with you. Like I said, I do not support him as a human being whatsoever. I only care about what he wants to do when it comes to the political standpoint and
So if he
our
raped a
policies.
child, would you still support him as president?
I mean, no. Like I said, I
So
don't
if he
care for
raped
him as a human.
So if you raped a child, that would be enough to convince you to stop supporting him. So my question is, why is him raping an adult woman and sexually exploiting children and protecting the other rapists in the Epstein files on top of calling for the execution of his political opponents not enough reason for you to stop supporting him, but raping a child would be?
It's the same vein. I do not support him as a human being. The only thing for me is his political standpoint. That's it.
You're not
I
answering
don't
my
support that.
Can you please repeat
okay.
the question that I asked you just so I know that you understand what's being asked?
Yes, sorry. You asked me personally why him raping and having sexual, I guess, fallacies that aren't congruent with the right properties. Sorry. I'm nervous. I don't really debate is all.
Okay, so that's not the question that I asked you. Let me repeat it. So I asked you if you'd stop supporting Trump as president if he had raped a child. And you said, yeah, I would stop supporting Trump as president. Okay? But just before that, you told me that even though he raped an adult woman and sexually exploited naked women and girls and called for the execution of Democrats in Congress and protecting rapists in the Epstein files, you still will support him as president. So the question that I'm asking you is very simple. Why would the hypothetical occurrence of Trump raping a child be enough to make you revoke your support from him, but the real world occurrences of Trump raping an adult woman, sexually exploiting naked children, protecting the rapists in the Epstein files, and calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress, why is that not enough for you to still support him as president? And your answer to that, I don't care about his character or who he is as a human being, I just care about his policy. That's not a sufficient answer to the question. Because we're assuming in both of these two cases that his policy would be held consistent. But still yet, in the first case of him being a child rapist, you would stop supporting him as president.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I understand that. I think for me, I misheard and everything. So in all reality, my biggest thing is I really don't I don't support Donald J. Trump. I guess I mainly support the Republican Party and the facts of what they are trying to process into the political agenda of everybody's needs. That's where my support comes from. So I guess you could say that I'm definitely not MAGA because I'm not.
What is the political agenda of the right that you agree with?
Being able to make sure that people have jobs, the economic statutes that we've had.
That's not the political agenda of the right. The political agenda of the right has destroyed jobs, and they couldn't care less. We got our worst jobs report in 20 years last year, only adding 181,000 jobs to the economy. And we've only seen an increase in unemployment since the start of the second Trump administration that also included a domination of the GOP in Congress, SCOTUS, and the executive branch. And they could have cared less. In fact, now the Republican president is just refusing to sign a bipartisan bill into law to make housing cheaper. The right doesn't care about jobs.
I guess it's for me then, because like I care about everybody around me and everybody who exists just because human beings are beautiful, and like the fucking like the people who rape people, they don't deserve a place on this planet.
But they do deserve a chair in the White House?
No, absolutely not.
So then you don't think that Trump deserves the presidency, so then you're not a Trump supporter.
It's complicated for me in all reality because I don't like politics. I don't debate that much. That's for me though.
You can't go from saying that rapists need to die, but if the rapist is Trump, he needs to be president.
No, I don't believe that.
So you don't think that he deserves to be president?
Honestly, with a lot of things that come up, no.
Cool, man. Appreciate you for the conversation. I'm happy that we could change your mind, it seems like.
Hey, I hope you have a fantastic day, and genuinely, Dean, you're worth love. Same with...
Sounds like you're a good guy. Sounds like you're a good guy. He was about to say same for everybody else. Yeah, man, you just need to reconsider your political priorities. I think that, you'll land on the left. You'll land on the left for sure. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for debate. We got the next guest, Violet. I would love to have you up. You got to take your account off private, though. If you take your account off private, Violet, we're going to be able to get you up here. Let's go to get the next guest connected.
What's up, Dean?
What's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
Me?
Yeah,
Me?
bro. Yeah, bro.
Oh, yeah. Shoot, my bad.
How old are you, bro?
Well, I do support Trump, yes.
How old are you, bro?
Even though I believe a lot of the things he's done has been wrong.
How old are you, bro?
Oh, shoot. I couldn't hear you. My bad.
How old are you, bro?
I am 18.
Where you
Freshly
born in, bro?
18 as of February 19th, 2008.
We could go without the freshly part. MC Squared, do you support Trump, bro?
Yes, I do.
MC Squared, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay. Yeah, MC Squared, you're next up. We're gonna start by talking to Mr. YB. Why don't you tell us why you support Trump, Mr. YB?
All right, so I really support Trump just based on the fact that he's a Republican, and I really wouldn't want... Okay, I sound like an asshole, but I wouldn't really want a person on the left in the office just because of the policies they, support, especially with, yeah, just with the policies they support.
Like?
Type shit. No, okay. Especially the immigration policies of the left.
Okay, what are the
I'm gonna be
immigrations of the
honest.
what are the immigration policies of the left?
To let immigrants in.
Okay, so we shouldn't let any immigrants in?
Okay. I don't believe we shouldn't let any immigrants in, but at least.
Why don't you
From
think we
my
should let any
standpoint-
immigrants in? What?
Okay, have you seen what happened to Europe? Especially in
I don't
the EU,
really
in France and
I
England.
don't really keep up with Europe.
You don't.
What's gonna happen to America if we let immigrants in?
I love you, Dean. Yeah, shut up, bro.
Love you too, bro. Sounds like you have some good friends.
He's pretty good.
So what's gonna happen to America if we let immigrants in, please?
I just feel like, from what I've heard, there's a lot a higher percentage of certain religious groups want their rules over the martial laws in our country and other countries.
You mean like Christians?
No.
Wait, Christians don't want to impose their religion
Christians
on
as
the
well.
nation?
I do believe that.
So then why is Oklahoma trying to put the Bible in school? Why is Trump saying that he's going to bring God back to the nation? That's not an imposition of the religion on the nation?
Yeah, no, that's completely wrong.
Okay, so it's like the real jihadist who just wants to spread their religion to everybody seems to be Trump, who says he wants to bring God back into the nation and is now supporting states putting the Bible back in schools. So, okay. Right?
I feel like what we really should be talking about is the fact that he's supporting Israel and all the money he's sending to Israel.
Do you support that?
Do I support him sending money to Israel?
Uh-huh.
I mean, based on the genocides in Gaza and the stuff they do with that money, I really don't believe that we should be putting, in at least most of our politics, we put Israel first.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask you, are you blitzed as fuck right now?
My what?
Are you blitzed as hell? Are you out of your, are you out of your mind?
No, why?
I was just curious.
He's cooking the shit out of you, buddy.
Yeah, well, I listen, I don't really think that we have anywhere else to go with the conversation. You made one point about religious immigrants, and I was like, oh, well, it seems like the true threat to this nation as it relates to religion would probably be the president wanting to superimpose his religion on the nation. And then you just said, well, I actually don't like the fact that Trump is funding Israel. Okay, bro, we could shake hands on that. I don't like that fact either. But now, how does this relate to the reason that you just gave rooted within the religious beliefs and entitlements of immigrants? Okay? And it's like, if your counterclaim is like, oh, like Sharia law, crazy Muslims who want to like kill everyone. No, you understand that A, that's not true of the vast majority of Muslims, and B, that's especially not true of the Muslims who want to come into America. They're coming into America to escape Sharia law. They're coming into America to escape oppression, and they're coming into America for the freedom that they deserve. Okay? Not to like oppress anybody else, not to impose Sharia law anywhere else. That's some bullshit.
I mean, honestly, you're right. Like, thank you for opening my eyes in that type shit.
Yeah, bro, appreciate you for the dialogue. You have a good rest of your night, okay?
Wait. Okay, I want to say, first off, I love your physique, bro. Like, I see the way you are. Like, your physique is awesome, bro. I feel like I really definitely look up to that. And I feel like you are a really good guy.
Dude, appreciate that, bro. Dude, if you hop in that gym, you'll get that pretty easy. It's not even a super advanced physique, you know? It's just working out for a year, and you'll be there, bro. You'll be there, bro. Just make sure that you pay attention to your caloric intake and your protein. The biggest blunder that new lifters make is not getting enough protein. If you stay on top of your protein, you will see extreme rewards, okay, for the time that you spend in the gym. MC Squared, I'm going to go ahead and send you an invite to unmute, but before I do pass that microphone to you, there's a couple people that I want to thank for their donations, and then as soon as I'm done, the mic on the floor will be yours, okay?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam, for the $100 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Sam, the man. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for that love, Sam. Let's get 1,000 Sam W's. That is fucking unreal. That is so much money, my friend. I don't deserve a penny of that. Sam with the $100 says, thank you for putting up with the BS for all of us. Well, I appreciate you for being here, Sam. Thank you for the $100. I try my best to put up with the bullshit. We've been getting a lot of bullshit recently, not gonna lie. I do appreciate you. Whitney, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. It sure as hell did send. Thank you, Micah, for the $10. I'll have to try that, okay, Micah? Thank you for the $10. Sonia, thank you for the $25. Who says, Dean, we could see the donation on YouTube. Keep standing 10 toes down, nephew. Oh, I appreciate you, Sonia. Let's get 250 Sonia W's. And then Lauren, thank you so much for the $50. Damn. Who says, keep up the good work and stay humble. I try my best to stay humble. I try my best to keep up the good work. I appreciate you for being here, Lauren. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Gabriella, thank you for the $25. Appreciate you, Gabriella. And then Tabby with the $20, who says, they're targeting you because you're making a difference. You've helped change two people's minds in my family. Thank you for what you do. That is incredible. I love that so much, Tabby. Thank you for sharing that with me. You are awesome. Show some love to them down below. Couple people to thank here over on PayPal. God damn, bro. We have some fucking huge donations. I genuinely don't even know what to say. I'm so fucking grateful for y'all. Holy moly, man. Let's see here. Holy crap. Where do we start? Here's where we start. Thank you, Magdalene, for the $5 who said God made me send this. Brittany, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate you, Brittany. Jacob with the $10 who says, thank you for the good points against the pro-abortion equals pro-Israel debate. Hell yeah, if you use those points, you'll grill them. Jenna, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, Jenna. Lily, thank you for the $10 who says, thank you so much for everything that you do. You gave me the courage to debate my grandmother after years of her trying to convince me to be on the right. Well, how did the debate go, Lily? I have to know. Thank you for the $10. Ethan, thank you for the $5. Trinity, thank you for the $5. And then Luke with the $10 says, Dean, I love your lives. Please give it up. I'm a Trump supporter, but your lives make me laugh so much. Luke, I'd love to debate you, bro. I'd love to have a conversation with you. I feel like it'd be a good one, dude. Jasmine, thank you for the $5. And Michael, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, show us the biceps, Dean. Show us the gains. Nah. No can do, buckaroo. No can do, buckaroo. I do appreciate you for the $20. Let's get 200 Michael W's. As well as Kayla, thank you for the $10. Emily with a 5. Tyler with a 5. Bryson, appreciate you for the $10. I appreciate you. And thank you for the positivity as well. Nikki, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Ben, thank you for the $20. $20 who says, love your debates over here in Germany. Don't understand though why so many people who do support you troll you and slow your debates down. It seems so counterproductive. Ben, I have that same exact thought as you. It seems very counterproductive, right? Appreciate you for the $20. Margaret, thank you for the $25 who says, you're a good man. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Well, I appreciate you. And thank you for having such a positive image of myself. I appreciate you for the $25, Margaret. You're awesome. And we have 4 people to thank, and then we're going to be all wrapped up. First and foremost, thank you, Danielle, for the $25, who says, longtime viewer and first dono, but I just want to say that we love you and keep on doing a great job. Fuck them. Oh, thank you, Danielle. I appreciate you for being here. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream as per usual, and thank you for the love. Show some love to Danielle. There's the first one. The second one is Vanessa. Thank you so much for the $20, and I do really appreciate you for the love, as well as the very, very impactful and true words. Thank you for the love, Vanessa. And then we just have 2 people to thank. Then we're ready to hop in. Sola and Tanya. I appreciate you two so fucking much. Tanya sent a $200 donation and Sola sent a $76 donation. I have no clue what has inspired individuals to be ungodly kind to me today. I don't deserve that. I don't think I'd ever or will ever deserve that. Tanya, you know how I feel because you send huge donations frequently. Just know that I'm so grateful for you. Let's get 2,000 Tanya W's, who says, just sending you all my love. Today has been rough for you. Keep up the good work. We stand with you and love you. Tanya, you know I love you too. You've been so kind to me. Let's get 2,000 Tanya W's. That is TAWNYA. Thank you for the love, genuinely from the bottom of my heart. And then Sola with a $76 says, sending love and support from South Korea. I appreciate you and all that you do. Don't let these immoral, pathetic people try to get to you. What they're doing is truly disgusting and disheartening. Well, thank you so much for the love. That is very kind of you. Huge shout out to South Korea. Huge shout out to Sola. Thank you so much. You and Tanya and everyone else. They're so disgusting and it is brutal. And I'm not going to lie, you guys have kind of seen it get to me today. With all that being said, we're actually caught up. Thank you guys for the patience. Go ahead and take it away, MC Squared. Tell us why you support Trump.
Hi, so first off, I just want to say, although I don't really agree with you on everything, I love watching your debates because I love learning. I love it. So funny, puss. Anyways, I want to talk about one issue on why I support Trump, and that's the keeping men out of women's sports or the whole trans debate. And I want to kind of hear your take on that.
Okay. Yeah, listen, I think from the perspective of being pro-trans, okay, what Donald Trump has done to trans people is very impactful and meaningful because he has disparaged them, he has oppressed them, he has stripped them of their rights, he's villainized them, and he's demonized them and used them as a burning building to distract away from his failures. Okay, but from the perspective of being anti-trans, Donald Trump's impact on the trans community is like not impactful at all. Let me explain it to you this way. How many trans women do you think are competing in the NCAA?
Not that many.
16.
Okay.
And Donald Trump didn't even ban trans women's ability to compete in women's sports. No, he just allowed states to ban it. Now, let me tell you, those 16 trans women in the NCAA, okay, they're professional athletes. Okay, they live by their sport. And they live in strongly blue states that will never ban their ability to play in their respective sports. What does this mean? Any red state that bans the trans woman's ability to compete in women's sports is likely only going to impact like 1 or 2 of the trans women in the NCAA at most. And they'll just probably move to California. So the point is, the material outcome of the Trump administration as it relates to disenfranchising trans women in women's sports, from the perspective of being anti-trans, is doing basically nothing for our country. Okay? So that's when you like turn around and you consider every single one of the cons, from ensuring that 14 million people are going to die that wouldn't have otherwise, to disenfranchising women and girls' access to abortion. You LARP and pretend as if you're concerned with women's rights as it relates to 16 trans women, but then you don't care that the Trump administration has infringed on the human rights of 66 million American women and girls by taking away their access to abortion, destroyed the economy, prevented the release of the Epstein files, so on and so forth. I definitely do think that those cons outweigh the pros.
Okay, the Epstein files is a different conversation, but I just want to talk about just the trans women's sports in general. I just want to know, do you think that it's fair that women go up against biological men?
Okay, So I think that it can be fair for a trans woman to compete in women's sports if they don't possess any unfair biological advantage, which is true in many scenarios after multiple years of HRT.
What does that mean?
Okay. What does that mean? We'll hop into that here in a moment, but you just completely avoided my argument. Can you like strong arm and just repeat the argument that I gave you insofar as why it's the case that this doesn't give you reason to support Trump as president?
You just talked about abortion, which again is a different argument. I'm talking about women in men's sports. I understand that there's other.
So you can't repeat the argument. You can't repeat the argument.
Yes,
I'm going to
I
repeat
can.
it.
No,
Okay, then repeat the argument that I gave you.
Listen, I'm saying I understand that there's other issues going on right now, but I'm saying one of the reasons why I voted for Donald Trump is because I knew that he would keep men out of women's sports.
Okay.
I'm an athlete myself.
I'm going to repeat.
And
Listen, my counter argument's very simple. My counter argument just assumes that you're right. Okay? But then the conclusion of the counter argument is even though you're right, this doesn't justify supporting Trump as president because the cons outweigh the pros. It's that simple.
I'm saying this, you said, why do I support him? I'm saying this is a policy that I will stand 10 toes on.
Yeah, but your support in this policy, okay, even if this policy was a virtuous, correct thing to do, would not justify support in the Trump administration because the cons outweigh the pros. Okay?
Okay, so you're
think about it this way. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. When we were trying to identify if we support a politician, our goal shouldn't be, are they doing one thing, even if very, very small, that we agree with? Because then you'd probably support every politician ever.
I agree.
Like literally every politician ever. Like, for an example, Hitler, he passed protections for non-human animals in Germany. He thought that factory farming was a bad thing.
Okay.
But are we going to say that because we could identify one very, very small thing that we agreed with Hitler on, the fact that he was against factory farms, as the reason to support Hitler? No, clearly not. The cons of the Holocaust clearly outweigh the pros. Okay, so clearly that's not the principle that we should use to determine if we should or shouldn't support a politician.
Of course
so
not.
then
I'm not
what
saying...
is the principle that we should use to determine if or if not we should support a politician? That principle would be, well, what does the greatest weight of the reasons favor? We look at all the reasons why we should support this president. Then we look at all the reasons why we shouldn't support this president. And basically what I'm saying is even if we accept, which I deny, even if we accept that banning all trans women from competing in women's sports is a reason to support Trump, hypothetically, if we accept that, still yet the greatest weight of reasons does not favor supporting Trump because the cons outweigh the pros.
Hey, I agree. That is just one policy that I agree with Trump for. If I had Trump and Kamala, which I did, next to the ballot, and I looked at all of their policies, which I did, Trump outweighs mine. And I'm saying that policy, the abortion policy, obviously, immigration policy, and so forth.
Okay. So you're saying that you also agree with this abortion policy?
I do.
Okay, well, that one's going to be more impactful from your perspective.
Okay,
because from your perspective of being anti-trans, no impact of his ban on trans athletes in the NCAA. It literally has impacted 0 to 2 trans women. Okay, but the abortion policy, sure. Okay, that impacts tens of millions of American women and girls. So that's a little bit more of a meaning. So here's my question to you. Why do you think that abortion should be banned?
I'm going to try and not put religion into this, but I am religious. So, generally my mind goes there. I do think that life begins at conception, obviously. And
okay, I'm going to cut you off here. I'm going to go grab a charger for my phone. I will still be able to hear you, and I'll actually still be able to talk to you, because if you see that my phone is an account on the live stream right now, I'll actually be able to continue to talk to you through it. So go ahead, just continue to speak.
All right, Dean. But I have actually met a woman who has had an abortion, and I sat down with her just one time and talked about, the second she got it, she regretted it because she knew that it would just be a better option to give that life a different chance than just ending it right away.
Okay. The counter argument against this view is very simple. If you are arguing that we should ban abortion because you could identify at least one woman ever that has gotten an abortion and regretted it.
I'm just using that as an example.
What?
I'm using that as an example, but there are
absolutely... Yeah, the reason why this doesn't serve as motivation to ban abortion is because if it was true that a person regretting doing a thing served as motivation for banning said thing legally, then you would have motivation to ban everything ever legally. Okay? Everything that a human has or can do that has been done before, had somebody do it, then regret doing it. People have regretted getting tattoos. People have regretted getting nose jobs. People have regretted doing everything that people have done, at least in one case. So therefore, do you think that we should ban getting tattoos? Do you think that we should ban getting nose jobs? Do you think that we should ban eating tacos? Because let me tell you, I've regretted eating Taco Bell tacos before. Do you think that we should ban doing everything?
No, Dean, I don't think. And I
Okay, so
I
then
did
you
not
telling
mean
me
it one. I use that as an example. My true belief is that life begins at conception. I think that especially us younger people, the next generation coming up, need to be more informed on sexual safety and how to prevent getting pregnant. If you do not want to get pregnant, you should not do the act, and that all stems from responsibility and mental health and the way that this society is just making sex so normalized.
Okay, so your claim is that we should ban abortion because life begins at the moment of conception and we should push harder for sex ed in schools. Yeah, I agree that we should push harder for sex ed in schools. That doesn't entail the conclusion that therefore we should ban abortion. To your second commitment, you said that, life begins at the moment of conception. Yeah, that's what we call a scientific fact. But why should that scientific fact motivate us to believe that abortion's wrong?
It's murder.
Okay. So if you kill something that's alive, it's murder. Really? So when you kill the microbes living on your teeth plaque, when you brush your teeth at night, you're like a trillion count murderer?
Dean, what is a fetus? You've heard this many times before.
Why are you asking me what a fetus is?
You know what it is.
Why are you asking me what this question? Why are you asking me this question? This isn't relevant to your view. I'm going to clarify this. I asked you, why is it murder to kill a fetus? And then you said it's because it's alive. So therefore, anytime that we could identify something that has this property of being alive and we kill it, it's murder under that argument. Maybe you want to make the argument.
It's a human life.
Okay. So you'd argue that it's
whatever shits on your tongue.
Oh, okay. So would you argue that it's always murder to kill human lives?
Yes.
Okay. So self-defense is murder?
Yeah, it's still murder, but it's justified.
Okay. So then murder's not always wrong.
I said it's justified. Is it just?
Okay.
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
So if murder can be justified,
self-defense?
One moment. If murder can be justified, then murder's not always wrong. Do you agree?
No. I'm sorry. No.
Ma'am, let me slow this.
Sir.
Let me slow this down for you. Let me break this down to you. Welcome to Linear Lane, ma'am. Thanks for playing. Welcome to Varsity. You're fucking with the big dogs. We're gonna try to break this down, though. We're gonna try to break this down.
Go ahead.
When you say that murder can be justified, what you're saying is that murder can be morally permissible. Okay? And by fiat, in virtue of that fact, if murder can be permissible, then murder's not always wrong. If murder's not always wrong, then you telling us that abortion is murder is not giving us enough reason to believe that it's therefore wrong. Because in order to make that entailment that it's therefore wrong, you have to give us a basis of something in which is always wrong. So what exactly makes it wrong to kill a fetus? You can't say it's because it's alive. We already went through that. You can't say it's because it's a human life. We already went through that. So specifically, what makes it wrong to kill a fetus?
I'm sorry. I don't have any. I feel like the argument that it's alive and that's a human being and that it's murder is the only argument, and that should be enough.
Okay. So therefore, you're saying
self-defense.
You're saying abortion equals murder because abortion equals ending human life. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that self-defense equals ending human life?
Yes.
So therefore, self-defense equals murder.
Justified.
Thank you so much for the galaxy. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So murder can't be justified.
Listen.
Let me tell you what the definition of the word murder is. Lucky Draw. Thank you for the $5.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you. And Draw. Thank you for the galaxies as well. So murder is by definition always wrong. Murder is defined as the unjust termination of a valuable life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if we identify a scenario of a killing that's not wrong,
unjust.
Well, it's therefore by definition not murder.
Okay. You just said unjust ending of a human life. So example, someone breaks into your house, tries to kill you, you get to them first. That's, I mean, I would say that's just to kill them in self-defense,
Yeah, me too.
right?
So then what makes
Yeah.
it unjust in the case of abortion?
How is it a threat to have a baby in your stomach that you voluntarily did the act?
What did I say it was? I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't, but when did I say that it was?
You
I'm just asking.
said-
I'm asking you the question. Why is it unjustified to kill a fetus?
Because it's murder.
Okay, that's a circular argument because murder is defined as the unjust termination of human life. You're just saying that it's
Exactly, so it's not
unjustified to terminate a
just.
human life because it's unjustified to terminate a human life. That's just like me saying it's not unjustified to terminate the life of a fetus because it's not unjustified to terminate the life of a fetus.
How is it just to kill a fetus?
Sure,
How?
because they don't have internal moral consideration. They lack the capacity of intellect. I don't think that it's our species that makes us us. I don't think that it's our species that makes us valuable. I think that it's our capacities that make us valuable. The thing that makes me me and the thing that makes me valuable is my unique ability to engage in and interact with the world around me with a high level of reason. That's the thing that
Exactly, so
separates
how-
me from an ant. Now, the
how
reason
can you
why I
kill
don't value
something-
the reason why I don't value the fetus is very clear. It's because the fetus doesn't have the capacity to engage in a high level of reason. The fetus doesn't have a capacity for reason within of itself. The fetus doesn't have a capacity for abstraction. The fetus doesn't have the capacity for sentience. I only begin to value that fetus when it gains that capacity at around 20 through 24 weeks. Before that point, fuck it. I don't care. It lacks intrinsic moral value. And because it lacks intrinsic moral value, there's more reasons for women to get abortions and not to get abortions. I'm going to value a woman's bodily autonomy over this fetus that lacks internal moral consideration. So if I don't think that this fetus has internal moral consideration, of course it's not murder to kill it.
You know where I'm going to go with this. What about an old person?
An
on
old
its
person?
Last, like with dementia, who
Yeah.
does not have any mental capacity.
Oh yeah, that's
Would you just
that's just
pull
not
the
true.
plug?
Have you ever like met somebody with late stage dementia? They still
Yes.
have mental
Okay.
they still have abilities of reason. They're just very much so degraded.
Okay. And so do they, because they don't have, the mental capacity, you should just pull the plug?
No, late stage people with dementia don't always they're not always connected
not
to a
dementia,
plug.
what if,
and then B,
brain dead?
right?
Brain
oh,
dead.
oh yeah, it's not murder at all to kill brain dead patients. Yeah, you should absolutely just be able to pull the plug. Do you disagree?
I think it depends on the.
Oh, so if it depends, then you
situation.
agree that there are some cases where it's not murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient, even though that they're living and they're alive and they're human, right? Okay, so then you don't
But
think.
what I'm saying is that
so
you
then you
don't
don't think
even
it's
give-
always wrong to kill a living human being outside of the context
Listen.
of self-defense. Why don't you go ahead and respond to the argument that I gave you concerning the reasons why we should value life have to do with their capacities, not their species, and because the fetus lacks the capacity for intellect, we shouldn't value the fetus.
You're not even giving the fetus a chance to show that they, I don't know how to explain this.
We're not giving the fetus a chance to actualize its future. Why is that wrong?
How is that not wrong?
Okay, that's a
I'm
burden
sorry,
shift, A.
I'm really
and then
trying
B, the
hard
reason
to
why that's
understand
not
where you're
wrong is
coming
because they
from.
lack the capacity for intellect. It's very simple.
But you're not even giving them the chance to gain that capacity.
Yeah, and?
Is what I'm saying.
Hello, and? Why is that
And,
wrong?
Hello?
Could you give an argument?
I'm sorry. I'm really trying to understand your side here, but
You're saying,
I
it's
just-
it's wrong to not give it a chance to develop that capacity. Why?
because it's murder.
Okay, A, you're like gawking as if like you're in the right here. 81% of
I'm just-
ethicists converge on the pro-choice theory. You can't act as if like this pro-life theory is just so obvious you think that you don't have to give an argument for it when the vast majority of ethicists converge that the pro-life theory is wrong. You do not have, okay, like a unique ability to just gawk and act like it's obvious when the vast majority of professionals and ethicists disagree with you. So instead of like just gawking
I
and
don't
laughing
really
and
care about
repeating
how
that it's
many
murder,
people disagree
okay,
with me,
how about you actually
and I'm
give an
really-
argument that it is murder, okay? Because when you say it's murder, you're just saying that it's wrong. You have no explanation of why it's wrong. And your explanation of why it's wrong can't just be that you claim it's murder or else it's circular. The reason why that's circular is because the definition of murder is the wrongful termination of a human life. So in other words, you're basically saying that it's wrong to terminate the human life because it is the wrongful termination of a human life. That's circular reasoning.
You know what? I'm really trying to understand, but you're just not making it easy.
Can you acknowledge that it is circular and illogical to say that it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's murder?
No. I'm sorry.
All right, bro. We're going to whip out the whiteboard, and I'm going to try to help you understand why that's circular and illogical. I really do think that you have the capacity to understand this since you are a 19-year-old adult, and it's actually very simple. We're actually also just going to generally play a game with the audience here. So I want you guys to tell me if you understand the following explanation, okay? I want you guys to tell me if you understand the following explanation. Let's go to get the whiteboard up on screen here. So, teacher Dean mode. So the guest is claiming, okay, that it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's murder. Okay? Then my response is, this is circular reasoning. Fantastic. So let's explore why this is circular reasoning. The first essential thing we must discuss in order to explore and understand why this is circular reasoning is, what is the definition of the word murder? The definition of the word murder is the wrongful termination of a human life. Do you accept that that's the definition of murder?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So let's go back to the original claim. It's wrong to kill the fetus because it's murder. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to give a semantic breakdown of the words in the sentence by replacing the term murder right here with its definition. Okay? So let's go to replace that term murder with the definition of murder. We're just simply going to highlight this in red, the same way we did the term. And then we're going to copy this, and then we're going to use it to replace the term. So what does that make the sentence? Well, it makes the sentence, and I quote, "It's wrong to kill the fetus because it's the wrongful termination of a human life." Okay. Well, what's a fetus? The fetus is a human life. It's wrong to kill the human life because it's the wrongful termination of a human life. The reason why this sentence is circular is because in order to argue that it's wrong, within your explanation of why it's wrong, you just assume that it's wrong. So in otherwise, you're saying that P entails Q, and Q entails P. P being, it's wrong to kill the human because it's the wrongful termination of the human life. And then it's the wrongful termination of the human life, Q, because of P. It's wrong to kill the human. That is circular reasoning.
Thank you.
You understand?
Sure.
Okay, so do you concede that that's circular?
I understand that. So I will say, change up that first sentence up there. My argument isn't abortion is wrong because abortion is murder. My argument is that an unborn child is a living human organism, and I don't think basic human rights should depend on size, location, dependency, consciousness, or how developed someone currently is. So I think intentionally killing that human without significant justification is wrong.
We're actually going to go into a little bit of a philosophy lesson. For everybody watching, this is actually really informative. So you said that, well, you don't think that basic human rights, like the right to life, hinge on anything but us being human, right?
Say that again?
You just said that basic human rights, like the right to life, hinge on nothing outside of the fact that we're human, correct?
I did not say that.
Okay, then what do they hinge on?
I'm confused what you're asking. Like what? Could
You said that we have basic human rights because we're human, correct?
I said...
Not because of our abilities, not because of our shape, not because of our size, not because of our location, but because we're humans.
I said that I don't think basic human rights should depend on size, location, dependency, consciousness,
so what,
or
what
how
do they,
developed
what,
someone...
what do they depend on then? They depend on something, because something gives us these basic human rights. What is that thing?
I think that they belong...
They depend on us being human.
I
That's
just think
your answer.
They aren't earned through intelligence or independence.
Then what are they earned through? They have to be earned through something, or else everything would have them. Is it true or false that everything has human rights? It's obviously false. This mouse is a part of everything, but this mouse does not have human rights. Therefore, human rights must depend on something. Because if human rights did not depend on something, then they'd be universal and you could apply them to everything. You can't apply human rights to everything. Therefore, they depend on something. What do they depend on?
I don't think there's like one universally agreed upon answer, but I think that
I'm just asking you for what is your answer?
there's a couple. I think, you know, the natural rights, you know.
Natural rights are human rights. Those are two synonymous phrases. They mean the same
And
thing.
I'm trying not to get into this because I know a lot of people don't agree.
What do they depend on? What gives us human rights?
I think God, but I won't say that.
And what will you say? I just want an answer.
I'm gonna have to say God. I'm
okay,
sorry.
God gives us human rights.
I do.
Okay, does God give human rights to all humans?
Yes.
Okay, God gives human rights to all humans.
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that?
It's not that I know, but I believe that
Why do you believe that?
because I do.
Do you have any explanation of why you believe that? Can you convince me that that's a reasonable thing to believe?
Because I believe in God.
Okay, so if I were to stipulate that I believe in God, and then say because I believe in God, I believe that God only gives human rights to fetuses after 20 through 24 weeks, therefore abortion's okay. What's the difference between my position and your position?
The Bible. What
Okay,
it
so
said
you're saying that in the
Bible.
Bible it says that all humans have human rights.
In different ways, yes.
Okay. Hey, like, we need to understand what a human being is. Okay, because there are Christian philosophers throughout history, like St. Thomas Aquinas, that didn't think that you were a quote-unquote human being until around 20 through 24 weeks in womb, because that's when ensoulment occurred. And it was only with the ensoulment, and then that soul organizing the human matter, that a human being is then created. So therefore, even under that reading of what a human being is, it wouldn't be a human being until later in pregnancy. So we could actually still get the conclusion that therefore abortion is morally permissible. In fact, just accepting that God exists doesn't get us anywhere closer to the pro-life conclusion.
I would argue that as well, but I know that you don't believe in God, so that's...
Do you accept that just saying God exists doesn't get us anywhere closer to the pro-life conclusion? Because you could actually believe in God and be pro-choice, like St. Thomas Aquinas.
For sure, I do.
Okay. So then that doesn't explain why you're pro-life. You can't just say God explains why I'm pro-life. No, he actually doesn't, because you could believe in God without being pro-life. So then what explains why you're pro-life?
I'm going to let someone else debate. I don't think I can keep, like you said, we're going in circles here, but it was a pleasure to talk to you. And,
well, we're not going in circles. We're just at a point where you can't explain what makes you pro-life.
Because we're back to the beginning of
But
why I am pro-life.
remember, but you haven't given an explanation because ultimately your explanation for why you're pro-life reduced to what? God. But then you accepted that you could believe in God without being pro-life?
I'm saying you can. Personally, I don't, but I know that there's some people that can. I don't believe in that, but I know that you can.
So then God isn't the essential thing that makes you pro-life. So then what is?
I told you that it's literally murder.
Okay, but your argument for why it's murder is because it has a human right given to it by God. How do you know that the fetus has a human right given to it by God?
It says so in the Bible.
Where?
Do you want me to look it up?
Yeah. Okay. Where does it say that fetuses have human rights?
Well, first of all, I don't even have to look this up, but it says that even the Christian argument is that every human is inherently dignified because every human is made in the image of God. Okay.
Okay, so it's valuable because it's made in the image of God. Is that your claim?
Genesis 1:27 and Genesis 9:6.
Okay, you're saying that it's valuable because it's made in the image of God, and every human is. Okay.
Yes.
So there's an issue with this. Once again, there are metaphysical views that would exclude the fetus from being a human being made in the image of God because ensoulment has not occurred yet. How do you account for those metaphysical views?
I've never heard that before.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's fine. That's a little bit more advanced. But it's a very valid question to ask. A very valid question to ask. St. Thomas Aquinas, one of the most popular and well-known theologian philosophers for the Christian faith throughout all of Christian history, he didn't think that you became a human being until like 20 weeks gestation because that's when ensoulment occurred.
But, and here's the difference is he didn't think, but it's not like, that's just a...
So the question is, how do you know that ensoulment occurs at the moment of conception? And ensoulment just means like when the soul enters the body. Because it's only with a union under the Christian worldview. It's only with the union, okay, of the soul and the body that a valuable human being is born. So how do you know that that union is at conception?
Because and that's science too.
No, that's actually not scientific.
I'm confused.
Science can't study the soul. Science studies what's material. The soul is immaterial. So that's
So what
not
I'm saying
scientific.
is it doesn't really matter if it's
Okay, we're gonna go about this. I think we're gonna go about this another way because I think that is just like way too like abstract and advanced. Do you think that all sins in the Bible are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy, or do you think that some sins are worse than other sins?
I believe that the only sin that God cannot forgive is using his name in vain, which is not just saying bad words. I know what you're thinking. It's using his name to do evil acts.
Okay, do you think that all the other sins are identical to one another?
No, but I do believe that you can be forgiven for.
Okay, so you think that
no matter.
some sins are worse than other sins?
Yes.
Okay, how do you conclude that belief from Scripture?
From Scripture?
Yeah, how do you conclude that belief?
I don't know if I can back that up from Scripture, but I'm saying murder
Okay,
is
well, if you can't
worse
back
than
that
saying
up,
swear
if
words.
you can't back that up from Scripture, then how do you know it's true?
On the top of my head, I can't back that up from Scripture.
Okay, can you back it up with anything? Like, if you can't back it up with Scripture, then it's not the Christian worldview. And that's the thing. Yeah, I don't think that Scripture can account for the varying degrees of wrongness of sins. And because Scripture can account for the varying degrees of wrongness and sins, even if we accepted that abortion was wrong, that doesn't get us to the conclusion that you want, which is abortion should be illegal. Like, as far as like Scripture in the New Testament's concerned, it's just as wrong to get an abortion as it is wrong to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus. So because you think that getting an abortion should be illegal, do you also think that it should be illegal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus?
That's so funny. I just saw a video of you talking about this. I don't think that that's a lie.
Yes, it is. To lie is to intentionally say something that's false. When you're a parent and you intentionally tell your children something that is false, which is the claim that Santa Claus exists, you are lying to your children.
Did your parents tell you that Santa was real?
Yeah, and they lied to me. It was just a good lie. It was a fun lie. It was a festive lie.
Okay.
Okay, but the question is,
so-
under the Christian
okay.
worldview, do you accept that
wait.
it'd be just as wrong to get an abortion as it would be to tell a lie?
No.
Okay, so where under the Christian worldview in the Scripture do we learn differently?
I'm saying that I can't.
Okay, so then you
off
can't
the top
justify
of
your
my
view.
head.
Okay, so you can't justify your view. In virtue of the fact that you can't justify your view, you shouldn't use this view to vote for legislation to infringe upon the access to healthcare and human rights of hundreds of millions of American women and girls. Does that make sense? If you can't justify your view, you should say, I don't know. Okay, well, if you don't know, then you shouldn't be using these things, which you're, I guess, concluding on a basis of things that you don't know, okay, in order to argue that it's a good thing to ban abortion.
No, I'm saying that I can't, on the top of my head, back that up from Scripture.
Okay,
But
that's
I
what it
know
means to
that-
not know something.
I'm sorry, like, what, you expect me to know every single Bible verse there is?
Would you like to take a moment and research?
I feel like we're going in circles here, and I'm not gonna see.
Okay, perfect. All right.
saying, but-
Yeah, we'll go explore that. And then when you can't, I'm going to drop you now. I appreciate you for coming up. When you can't find an explanation for that in the book, thank you so much, Looms, for the galaxy. When you can't find an explanation for that in the book, just know that it's because your view is false, dude. Just know that it's obviously because your view is false. It's obviously because your view is false. I don't know. I've never heard a good argument on abortion. I've never heard a singular good argument on abortion. Frankly, I've never heard a singular pro-life argument that doesn't bore the fuck out of me. Every pro-life argument I've ever heard has bored the fuck out of me because its obvious glaring issues are lack of justification. JB Mac, do you feel like you could give me a pro-life argument that doesn't bore the fuck out of me because of its obvious glaring issues?
Well, yeah, dude, I mean, you're asking her to give you a physical quality that proves her moral position. And that's just not going to happen. But I just got in the car. I'll request when I get to where I'm going.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Star Lover, who says, hey, I'm here again, but anyways, I love watching your debates, and I'm sorry for all the shitty people that you have to deal with every day. You truly have a ton of patience, and I admire that. Anyways, keep it up. Well, thank you. I appreciate you for the $10. I try my best. I do. I try my best. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you so much, Star, as well as thank you for the galaxy. Oh, Santana, saw your message. earlier. I just saw you in the gifts, I think. You could come up if you want. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Danny? Danny, hello? Danny? Danny's not here. Jay, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Jay, that is so kind of you. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. Please show some major love to Jay down below in that comment section. That is very kind of you. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you. Jay with the $50 says, why can't people have a real debate with him? Well, I mean, especially in abortion, it's just because I don't think that there's a good argument against abortion. There's none. Like being pro-choice is the easiest thing ever. There's no good argument for why we should be pro-life. There's no good argument for why it's wrong to kill a fetus. I'm thinking of one of these days, on like a backup account, doing a live exclusively dedicated to abortion debates. And I would want anybody and everybody that thinks that they have an argument for why abortion's bad to join that stream. I just don't think that there's a single fucking one, bro.
I stumbled across an interesting live earlier where it was like you can't be Christian and pro-life.
Oh, you mean pro-choice?
Yeah, pro-choice, sorry. Yeah.
No, dude, I see those lives all the time. I baked the fuck out of somebody. I joined somebody's live with that background, and I made them concede. I made them concede to me. I made them concede that they're wrong. Full band, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, you know that they don't read the book that they claim to follow. Oh yeah, the book that will give them everlasting salvation or eternally damn them to hell and they don't know it? Crazy, right? Nike, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. I do appreciate you. It's good to see you today. And Matthews, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat as well. I really do appreciate you for the love, Matthews. That is ridiculously kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Do show some love to Matthews down below in that comment section. That is very, very kind of you. And Mr. Santana, of course, welcome in. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah, give me like 30 seconds to go get a charger. I'll be back.
Guys, in the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. How's your day been so far today, Mr. Santana?
Good overall.
Good.
You know, interesting stream, interesting people, and then I ended up popping up with Parker for a little while, and you know, the weird people were doing weird shit, but
as per usual.
Yeah, it same thing. His like chat was, request was locked, and so couldn't get in. But overall, good.
True. Hey, thank you so much, Karoline, for the $50 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you, Karoline. Let's get 500 Karoline W's in that chat, who says, hey, Dean, the great red state of Alabama just passed a bill requiring all public schools to display the 10 Commandments. Even as a lifelong Episcopalian, I find this truly disturbing. Love and support you as always. I know, Caroline. It is just such an issue. We should not be compelling students to read the 10 Commandments. Like, what? Jess, thank you for the $50 as well, who says, I'm sorry that you're having a rough day today. I'm likely the same age as most of these trolls, and I have way more self-control than them. Love you, Dean. Hope your day gets better. How old are you? I appreciate you for the $50, but how old are you? Okay, I'm looking at your profile picture. You look like an adult. I'm just like, the reason why I ask is because a lot of the trolls are like 7 years old. So I don't know if you're like a child who got their mom's credit card or not. I appreciate you for the love, Jess. That's very kind of you. Show some love to Jess. Haley, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Ashley, thank you for the $5. And Aaron, thank you for the $20, who says, a woman I went with to high school with recently passed away from pregnancy complications. She left behind a husband and now 3 children. Oh, man. Simply being pregnant is a risk. It's not just having a baby in your belly. Abortions are essential health care. It's caring for the life of the woman. That is so sad, Aaron. I'm so sorry. Geez, how sad is that? Shane, I also really appreciate you for the $20, who says, I just want to say thank you for the advice. I finished my life and actually got some good debates and made them run on abortion. I get why you like doing it. Hell yeah, Shane. Dude, I'll be seeing you soon. Next thing you know, you'll have like 5,000 live viewers. That's awesome. Good for you, dude. Jamie, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo, who says, no longer gifting through TikTok, sending it straight to you. Jamie, I love you. Thank you so much for the love and support. You are fantastic. Let's get 500 Jamie W's. Thank you for the love. You are incredible. Same thing to Sakura. Thank you for the $20 for the little heat emojis. Appreciate you for that love, Sakura. Show some love to Sakura down below. And Stefan, thank you for the $5. And Peyton, thank you for the $5 as well, who says, Dean, I agree with you. I don't think a single pro-lifer could ever give you a compelling argument. You seem to just run through them with grace.
That's untrue.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. What does this little guy say?
It's actually not little guy, so be careful with your words.
Did you say that
it's
not true that a pro-lifer could give me an argument that I can't respond to?
No, I mean, we can debate on abortion.
Is that what you said, though?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. I mean, I haven't listened to many of your debates. Okay, I just found out about you. So.
Yeah, welcome to varsity, man. You're about to learn.
Do you remember me?
Nope.
You
so
do
why?
not?
Wait,
You don't
didn't he
remember
just say
me?
that he just found out about you, and then he says, "Do you remember me?"
No, because we talked yesterday, bro. I
Did we
just
talk
changed
about-
my profile pic.
Did we talk about abortion?
No.
All right, bro. What's the
It's
argument against
better we don't
abortion?
bring it up.
You got 5 minutes.
About
What's
slavery,
the
but yeah.
What's the argument about abortion?
You don't remember what we talked about slavery yesterday?
Dude, are you going to give an argument against abortion, or am I going to kick you?
Yeah. I believe the future like us argument, because I don't think a fetus, even though it's biologically alive, I think it has moral worth because it has the potential to have a future like us.
Okay.
So
and
therefore, if we
what are the goods in the future of the fetus that you think makes it valuable?
It can have a human future like us.
Okay, what is that future comprised of? Is that future comprised of rationale, the ability to reason, express emotion complexly? Like, what is it? What are the goods in the future of that fetus that make it valuable specifically?
Yeah, it has the ability to be sentient, to reason.
Oh, no.
Well,
I'd say it's
God
more.
intended it to have a future like
do
us.
you
So yeah.
do you eat meat?
Huh?
Do you eat meat?
Of course I do.
Okay, so clearly it's not just the ability to be sentient because pigs have future goods of sentience.
Yes,
it's not hard to kill
but
them.
even though they're sentient.
Okay, so it's like a higher.
I think
like,
we have historically.
So just to clarify, would you rather
can I
say
say
that the goods
something?
in the future of the fetus that make it valuable would be its higher level of rationale?
Can I say something? No,
Could you just answer the
because
question? So then what are the
historically
goods
we
in the
have
future of the fetus?
Can I say historically we have preferred humans over other species. Let's say hypothetically there was another species that is as smart as a human, has the same level of rationale. I think we would still prefer the human over that species.
Okay, check
Because
this
we
out.
have historically and from an evolutionary standpoint.
Yeah, check this
yeah.
out. Okay, so the argument is it's wrong to kill the fetus because of its future goods of a higher level rationale. Fantastic. So let's just say that this fetus possesses a genetic predisposition to die out of the womb at the age of around 2 to 3, meaning that at its peak level of rationale, it will only be able to rationalize to the same extent as the average adult pig. Meaning that this fetus and the average adult pig have identical future goods in all relevant ways. Would you still argue that it's wrong to kill that fetus?
Sorry, repeat your claim again.
Would you still argue that it's wrong to kill that fetus?
If it can only achieve a level of rationale as a pig, right?
Yeah, because it's gonna die at 2.
I think it would not be wrong.
Okay.
Kill that fetus, no.
Yeah, listen, man, I understand the
believe
reason.
generally it would be wrong.
I understand the reason why you bit that bullet. Okay, it's very clear because that doesn't constitute the majority of abortions. That constitutes below 1%. That doesn't even prove the pro-choice theory, since it just proves that maybe like sub 1% of abortions are permissible. But there's a reason why I asked you that question, and I did expect you to bite the bullet, because the real bullet to bite is if you don't think that it'd be wrong to kill the fetus in womb because it's going to die at 2. You can't say that it'd be wrong to kill that fetus if it was born. Let's assume that fetus was born. It's now 1 year of age. It's still going to die at 2. Are you arguing that it would not be wrong for that mother to pick up a pillow, smuggle the infant, killing them in their crib?
Ooh. Sorry, repeat what you said again. Sorry.
I don't know why everybody always needs me to repeat what I said.
No, because I'm doing something else while I'm talking.
Then stop doing something else.
No. All right,
Then
fine.
stop doing something
He's
else.
stalling.
So we asked you a question. You said it's our future goods that make us valuable. So I said, what if like we knew that this fetus was going to die at 2, meaning that its future goods were going to be very identical to that of the average adult pig? Okay. And you said, well, in that circumstance, it wouldn't be wrong to abort the fetus. Okay. I say, I expect you to bite that bullet. That's not that crazy of a bullet to bite. But the issue is, let's just assume that that child was born and now it's a 1-year-old infant. It's still going to die at 2. Are you saying that it would not be murder for that mother to pick up a pillow and smuggle that infant child, killing them?
Will the mother have any reason to do that?
Yeah, the same reasons that she had to get the abortion, maybe financial concerns.
I do not think it would be wrong. No. Well, I think that's debatable.
Yeah,
but
and that's why the pro-life theory sucks, and that's why I'm able to like literally defeat any pro-life argument. Okay, it's because they're so bad. Also, it's not smuggle, it's smother. My bad, folks. That's why the pro-life argument is so bad. I just got a pro-lifer to be pro-infanticide. You're saying that there's nothing morally wrong with some mothers literally killing their newborn children in cold blood.
Actually, no, I do believe there would be something wrong because it's still a human.
Okay, is a fetus a human?
Huh?
Is a fetus a
It's
human?
it's a member of the human species, yeah.
Oh, okay, but you said it wouldn't be wrong to kill the fetus. So that's a contradiction.
Because it has the potential to become a human, a rational human. Rational human.
Wait, so when does it become a human?
When it has sentience.
Oh, okay. So it's not a human before it has sentience? Can you name one biologist?
No,
that
but it
agrees
still
with you?
has moral worth. It still has moral worth.
Oh, okay. Well, that's another contradiction because if it had moral worth, then you wouldn't have said that it's not wrong to kill it, but you said it's not wrong to kill it. Another contradiction.
No.
So not only have I gotten you to endorse infanticide, but I've also gotten you to run yourself into literally 5 contradictions in less than 3 seconds.
No, because I believe that in certain circumstances you can kill it.
Oh yeah, in the circumstance of it not having a future. Yeah, which means you think in certain circumstances, it is okay for parents to literally kill their born children as long as we know that they're going to die before around 3 years old.
No, I changed my mind. I don't think so.
Okay, so then how do you account for that under the pro-life thesis? How do you account for that under the future like ours worldview? Have you just completely ditched the future like ours argument?
Even though it has it only has like the rational level of like a pig, like a newborn pig.
Yeah.
It's still a human at the end of the day.
Okay, so
right?
you've just completely ditched
So,
the pro-life argument. So you're no longer arguing that life forms are valuable because of the goods in their future. Now you're arguing that life forms are valuable because of their species. So just go ahead and concede the entirety of the future like ours position, and then we'll move on.
No, because I think having a future like us also matters too.
Okay, well, in what way? In what way does it also matter?
Because it can become because it can become a rational human like us.
But we're asking you, why does that matter? You just value it because it's a human.
Huh?
Why?
Because from
in
an
what way does it
historical
matter?
and evolutionary standpoint, we have always valued it as a human.
I know, which explains why you don't think that the future like ours argument matters. Because you don't actually value a future like ours. You just value it being human. Answer this question. What work is a future like ours argument doing for you if you just value a human because they're a human without a future like ours?
I value it because it has the potential to become a sentient human like us.
Okay, so then you are valuing a future like ours, so then you'd have no reason to value that newborn that won't have a future like ours.
Yeah, but it's still a human.
Okay, so then you don't value a future like ours, you just value if it's a human.
Look,
Then you just okay, but you don't value the pig. What I'm saying is that if you argue that we are valuable because of our species, then you are not arguing that we're valuable because of our futures. And then the future like ours argument is completely trivial and doing no work for your position in the slightest, because even when a human lacks a future like ours, you still think they're just as valuable. So go ahead and concede the future like ours argument, because what is it doing for your view?
Let me tell you the two circumstances where
No. Either explain to us what the future like ours argument is doing for your view in the sense that seemingly it's not relevant in the slightest because you still value things when they don't have a future like ours, okay? Or concede the future like ours view.
Can I just mention something first? And then
No, I want you to either demonstrate what work the future like ours view is doing to your paradigm in the slightest, given the fact that you will still value humans even when they don't have a future like ours, meaning that it seems completely irrelevant to your normative view of ethics, or concede the future like ours view.
In that very small scenario where that happens, it still has achieved a level of sentience, and even though the
just like the cow, just like the pig, but you don't value the pig.
But it's a human.
Okay, so then the future like ours, dude, you are astronomically idiotic. Listen to what I'm saying.
Look,
if you value things because they're human, then you don't value things because they have a future like ours. And if you don't value things because they have a future like ours, then you do not agree with the future like ours argument.
Can I have 30 seconds?
No. I'm going to give you one last opportunity here.
If
you value things because they're human, then you don't value things because they have a future like ours. And if you don't value things because they have a future like ours, then you're conceding the pro-life. Then you're conceding the future like ours argument.
All right.
Respond.
Let me just. Can I just say something? Okay.
Respond. If you value things because they're human, then you don't value things because they have a future like ours.
No.
If you don't value things because they have a future like ours, then you concede the future like ours argument.
You're arguing there's only one scenario. You're saying there's only one definition to when a fetus has moral value. I'm saying there's two definitions. There's multiple definitions.
Then you don't agree with the future like ours argument. I could explain to you why you don't agree with the future like ours argument. The reason why is because you think that things could still have value without meeting the criteria under the future like ours position, which means that you disagree with the future like ours position. The future like ours position argues that X is valuable if and only if X has a future like ours. You're arguing that X is valuable not if and only if it has a valuable future like ours.
Can I please just have 30 seconds to say something?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there's two scenarios where a human or fetus has value. One is when it's a fetus, but has the potential to grow up and achieve sentience. It's through that track. The second, when it has sentience, but of a value but of like a lower value, like of a pig. But it's still a human.
Why is that valuable?
So I think we should. Huh?
Why is that valuable?
Because I told you
Why
from
is
a
that trait valuable?
historical and evolutionary standpoint, we have favored humans. So therefore, it'll still be valuable because it
Okay.
has reached
Wait,
the
wait, those are
criterion
just
of
those are
being
just
a human.
descriptive facts. Now explain to me why they're ethically salient.
Huh?
Why is being a human an ethically salient
What
feature?
does
and making-
salient mean? English isn't my first language.
This
I'm
means
sorry.
relevant. Explain to us why being human is an ethically relevant feature and having intrinsic moral value.
Because well, from a historical standpoint, we have bro.
Do you
All
think
right.
that history is ethically
No.
relevant?
No, because from an evolutionary standpoint, because
Do you think
if we
that
have-
evolution is ethically
look,
salient?
if we thought about the sentience of a cow before we killed that cow, our species wouldn't have survived. You get what I mean, right?
No, I don't get what you mean. I'm asking you why
No.
is the case that our
Look.
species makes us morally valuable? Then you're just saying history
Look,
and
if we
evolution.
saw- look.
What about
Bro, I'm really
history and
trying to
evolution
multitask. I'm also-
makes
bro.
being human morally valuable?
All right. Let's say like we're in the I don't know, like Ice Age, okay? And we
Why
see
can't
a
this guy
woolly
just
mammoth.
answer the question?
I'm giving you a hypothetical, all right?
I just want to know
Let's say we're in the-
why
we-
you.
we see
I
a
just want to know
woolly
what about
mammoth. Look,
history
can
and
I just say
evolution makes
something,
being a
bro?
human morally valuable.
Yeah, let's say we see a woolly mammoth that's about to kill us, but before we try to kill that woolly mammoth, as an act of self-defense, we think, oh, this woolly mammoth has a sentience. Why are we gonna deprive it of such a valuable future? No, if we do that, then we're gonna our species would have been gone from an evolutionary standpoint. So that's why we favor humans over any other species.
No, you didn't give an account for why you think that being a human makes us morally valuable. You just gave us an account for why you don't value the sentience of non-human animals. Now give an account for why you think that being a human makes us morally valuable.
I just told you why. Because
No,
it's our species.
you did not. Okay, because it's our species. Fantastic. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
That hypothetical was supposed to.
So if
point
you
to
weren't a
that
human,
point.
would humans be morally valuable?
Huh?
If you were not a human, would you think that humans are morally valuable? Let's just say that you have a rare genetic disposition that slightly altered your DNA makeup ever so slightly, to the extent where biologists no longer considered you to be a member of the Homo sapiens sapiens species. Would you still think that humans are morally valuable?
Is such a thing possible?
It's metaphysically possible, absolutely. Which is all that's required for a valid hypothetical answer to the question.
Well, if I wasn't a human,
I mean, you still looked like us. You
well,
still
I can't really,
acted like us. You
I
still
can't
talked
really
like us. You still
answer it
reasoned like
outside a
us.
human standpoint because I'm a human.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
a pretty dumb hypothetical because it would never happen.
Okay. All right. That's not what determines if a hypothetical is relevant. That's not what determines if a hypothetical is dumb or not. All that matters is if the hypothetical is metaphysically possible. Let's just say that Superman was real. Okay. And Superman came down to Earth. Would you say, from Superman's perspective, that he would be morally justified in like raping and torturing innocent human women and girls because they're not a member of his species?
I mean, I don't know why I would have to. It's like us raping animals. I don't see the reason for doing that. Torture, like killing for a purpose.
You're going to answer
Look,
the fucking
if
question.
you had a purpose to kill us,
Answer
and
the
because
question.
You would, look,
answer
can I say something?
the question. No. If Superman was real, would you argue that it'd be justified from Superman's perspective to not give any intrinsic moral value to humans?
Yeah. Not no moral value. Some moral
You're
value,
fucking
but
crazy.
Not as much as
You're fucking crazy. You're fucking
No, I'm
crazy.
not.
Okay, so this means that you don't
give
give
the
intrinsic
same,
moral value.
moral
Okay,
value to
this
an
this
animal.
means not because they're different species than me, but rather because they don't possess the capacity for intellect. Okay, so let's just do let's just do like another hypothetical here. Let's just say that you have a hyper intelligent non-human, okay, in a room with a human zygote that will never be anything more than a human zygote because it's indefinitely frozen. Are you arguing that that indefinitely frozen human zygote would be more valuable than the hyper intelligent non-human?
You aren't listening to what I'm saying. That would
Answer my question.
Just be a member of the human species. It wouldn't
Answer
be
my
human
question.
because it does not have sentience. That zygote wouldn't have sentience, so no.
Okay.
If it has the does
Okay.
it have the
Wait.
potential
So you're
to
saying
be
it's a
human?
wait. So you're
Does it
saying
have
it's
a-
a,
does
so
it
then
have
you're
the
just,
potential
oh wait.
to become a human?
Okay.
Look.
Wait. So then you're just saying
It
that
doesn't have the potential
So then you're
to
just saying
become a human.
so then
It
you're just
doesn't
saying
have,
it's a conjunct
sentience.
between being
Then
human
no.
and deploying any level of sentience whatsoever. Correct. So let's just assume that we have a human fetus in a room that has a very, very astronomically low level of sentience, give them astronomically low levels of abilities, similar to an ant. Okay, let's just say that they have the same amount of sentience as an ant. Okay, and they're never going to be any more sentient than that. They're indefinitely stuck
That
in
would
that
never
stage.
happen. That's
Okay, is it
never
metaphysically
gonna
possible?
happen. Huh?
Is it metaphysically possible?
I told you English isn't my first language.
It just means that it could happen in a possible world. It's not like contradictory for it to happen. On top of like a couple other things, but it doesn't matter.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if that's possible biologically.
You're ill-equipped to engage in the debate, bro. Have a good day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. If you don't know how to engage in hypotheticals, I'm just going to kick you.
You remember when he left and was like so confident when it all started?
Yep. Happens every
you should
time.
go back to like checking with them before you start the debate and see how confident they are, and then like middle and end, see where their confidence level lies.
Yeah, and at the end, the guy's just like refusing to engage in the debate, refusing to respond to hypotheticals, and then arguing that, oh, he didn't even want to debate me on abortion. But then when he first joined, he confidently said that, oh, he could give me a great pro-life argument.
He was so confident.
Yeah, there just isn't one, bro. There's literally not a single good pro-life argument. Let's go to get the next guest, Austin, loaded up inside of the queue. Liliana, thank you for the $10 donation over on Venmo. Say, people who call abortion murder stay silent about deaths and injustices involving ICE. They're hypocrites. I couldn't agree with you more. They're absolutely hypocritical. Hey, welcome in, Austin. I don't know if you intended to turn your camera on. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I didn't. Yeah, I am.
Okay, how old are you?
Yeah, it seems like he was trying to turn it
18.
off.
Okay. Give me one moment here to thank a couple people. Alania, thank you for the $5. Claire, thank you for the $5. And Stefan, thank you for the $5 as well. Why don't you get to take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
All right, so I'm not a Trump supporter. I wanted to debate you on the reason why I hate Trump versus the reason why you hate Trump. Because I feel like we have different reasons.
What's your reason to hate Trump?
All right, I feel like that he's controlled by certain people. I don't want to say who because I don't want to get taken down. I don't want you to get taken down. But
let me just guess. The Jews! He's controlled by the Jews! Is that your claim?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not the Jew, it's Israel, like the Israeli government and all that. Netanyahu.
Okay, well then don't say like, oh, certain people. Like, no, that's just, anti-Semitic dog whistle I could hear from 5 million miles
in that way.
Okay.
I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah, that's a valid reason to hate Trump, bro. No debate here.
And also, like,
It's a valid reason. Listen, bro. Yeah, that's a valid reason to hate Trump. No debate here. Have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest. It's a valid reason to hate Trump because he's controlled by Israel. It's not a valid reason to hate Trump because you speculate that he's controlled by Jewish people. There's a difference between the state of Israel and Jewish people. Fun fact.
Facts.
Molly, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. And Simple Spells, thank you for the $25 who did not attach a message to their love. Just send it right on through. I do appreciate you for the love, Simple. Let's get 250 Simple W's down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Ray, thank you for the $10 who says, Dean, thank you for educating MAGA supporters and proving them wrong again and again. I appreciate you, Ray. Thank you. Hey, welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
Why do you support Trump?
Because I'm evil.
Okay. Next time we get a Trump supporter up here, Santana, I'm going to quickly run to the restroom.
Yeah, but I don't have mod on this, FYI. Not on this account.
We better get lucky. Jay, thank you so much for the 50 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Jay, that is incredibly kind of you. I do really appreciate you for the love. Holy moly, let's get 500 JWs who says, give your cat treats and greetings from Finland. No way! Shout out to you and shout out to Finland. That's so cool. I would love to go to Finland one day. As well as another Jay, thank you for the $50 as well. You says, we love you standing up for others when we can. Well, I appreciate you for the love. You're amazing, Jay. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. I know that you've been talking for a while. You're awesome. As well as, holy fuck, Matthew with another donation on Super Chat. Thank you for the $200 dono. Jesus Christ, Matthew. I want to see 2,000 Matthew W's in that chat. That is genuinely fucking insane. From the very, 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 very bottom of my heart, thank you for the love. That is ridiculous, Matthew. I want to see 2,000 Matthew W's just to the moon and back, bro, with every bone in my body. Thank you so much for the love. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is way too much fucking money. Huge, huge, huge shout out to Matthew down below. Holy shit. Holy crap. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
What's up, Dean? I'm 22.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
His policies.
Which ones?
More his, I would say, abortion.
Abortion.
And we can go into that.
James.
Okay, fine. We can do
how did I know?
immigration.
Abortion and immigration. How about this?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go use the restroom. In the meantime, while I'm using the restroom, you could talk to Santana. I'd like you to tell Santana and the rest of the audience why you still support Trump, even though he's a rapist even though he proudly boasted to and laughed about sexually exploiting the naked bodies of underage girls, even though he's been credibly accused in the Epstein files, and even though he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress because they were doing things that he didn't like. I'll be back.
What's up, Santana? How are you today?
Devin, the floor is yours. What's your best argument for still
Obviously,
supporting
no one's gonna
the
say-
president that's overwhelmingly harmful in all of those ways and more?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone actually supports him anymore. I'd say they just supported the policies that he brought to the table.
Can you say what policies specifically has he implemented that you think has
Well, I
been
like his
beneficial?
immigration for
Okay.
personal reasons, if I might say.
What personal reasons? That sounds interesting.
Well, 2022, or I guess I should just say during the fucking Biden and Kamala.
Also, if you, just to kind of cut you off for half a second, if you're going to talk about any drugs, please don't say the name of anything that you have to get kicked. Go ahead.
No drugs.
Yep.
So I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right? And
Very close
got
to the southern border.
Okay, I don't know why that matters, but anyways, I got my car stolen, right? So made a report about it. Week later, they called me. Ended up being an illegal immigrant that ended up stealing my car, and obviously they ended up deporting him. But I know that's a personal reason, and you can't say that's
So
everyone,
but that's the best reason you have for supporting a 34 count felon, an adjudicated rapist, someone who has tanked the stock market, someone who has gotten us in another war. Our missile stockpile is at an all-time low. Our petroleum reserves at an all-time low. Like he's destroying norms within the government and also with our partners all across the world. And you support him because someone stole your car and you don't want.
Well, because I believe in the
country.
policy that it shouldn't. We need to be harder on the border. What do you mean? I don't support that he fucking raped woman, dude. Obviously not.
Dean, did you hear why he still supports him?
Yeah, you
just
still
said I
support Trump
didn't.
because an
Why-
undocumented immigrant stole your car. Hey, yeah, listen, man, crime happens every day. It's really sad. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times
Right.
less likely to commit violent crimes or nonviolent crimes at 4% less likely on American soil compared to average U.S.-born citizens. Not to mention that there's actually more undocumented immigrants who are stealing cars, raping women, and killing people running free around the streets of America today than they were under Biden, because at least the Democrats deported the undocumented immigrants that actually were doing bad things at significantly higher rates than Trump is today.
The damage is
And
already
also,
done,
I just want to call out, like you're super harsh on the southern border, not the northern border, but you live super close to the northern border. I don't know. That's kind of weird too.
Is that weird? I would say majority of all illegal immigrants, probably more than 50% came through the southern. No.
Can you respond to what I said and then respond to what Santana said, just because I happened to say it first?
Sure. Wait, what did you say? Repeat it, please.
Yeah. So you said that, oh, well, you support Donald J. Trump as president because an undocumented immigrant stole your car. I respond by saying, well, guess what? Crime happens every day. That's unfortunate. But undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 4 times less likely to commit nonviolent crimes. And Trump is actually letting more of those violent, bad undocumented immigrants roam around free in the streets of America, raping women, killing children, and stealing other people's cars because the Democrats deported much more of those bad undocumented immigrants at much higher rates than Trump is today. The scope of the deportation operations under the Democrats focused on undocumented immigrants that were doing bad things here. Today under Trump, that scope has changed, and now it is applied to all undocumented immigrants, not those who are just stealing people's cars, but trying to build a better life, pay taxes, and provide to their children. And my evidence of this is that under Obama, upwards of 25% of the deportations were of undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records. Today under Trump, that's dropped to below 3%.
Cool. Well, the damage is already done. They let
So
him,
explain
what,
to us why
10
you think that you
million
support Trump because an undocumented immigrant committed a bad crime, even though Donald Trump is just ensuring that there will be more undocumented immigrants roaming free around America committing more bad crimes than there were under the Democrats.
Well, why do you keep saying it's Trump? It's just his policies as a person. I don't really.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about
like
it more specifically. It's Trump's policies that are ensuring that there will be more bad undocumented immigrants raping people and killing people and hurting people because Trump stopped focusing on them.
So closing the border and getting more strict on the border equals more illegal immigrants doing bad stuff?
It's about his deportations, okay? It's about his
Sure.
deportations. His deportations have defocused away from undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records and have refocused on any and all undocumented immigrants, regardless of their background or their proclivity to do bad things. And then it's actually bad that he shut down the border because the means in which he used to achieve that outcome. The reason why undocumented entry is down so significantly is because he's been scaring new entry away by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already here by like killing immigrants, killing citizens, illegally deporting undocumented immigrants to be illegally tortured overseas, illegally deporting them in violation of the due process, and trying to infringe on the Constitution to denaturalize U.S. citizens to classify them as undocumented immigrants to be deported as well. So not only do we see a failure of his deportation policy, because it has ensured more bad undocumented immigrants are here doing bad things, but we've also seen a failure of his very immoral and fascistic policy he's used to reduce undocumented entry. It is a failure on both fronts.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But the damage was done, Dean. You're telling me if you just
the
got
damage
into
was done, Dean.
office-
Where's the response to everything that I just said?
Well, you just rambled.
Oh, it's just a ramble. Do you need me to slow down? Do you need me to draw it out with crayon on polka dot paper?
I'm not.
Do you need me to become Miss Rachel?
No, you don't need to bring out the whiteboard for me.
How does
Okay.
Miss Rachel do it? One moment. How does Miss Rachel do it? One moment.
You're like, I'm just trying to talk.
Can you
And
say
you're just being a
mama?
dickhead. All right. All right.
Okay, I am being a dickhead. Sorry.
No, you're. It's fine. Okay. Fucked up, Dean. The hell?
Sorry, go ahead.
What'd you say?
I would like you to actually respond to the reasons that I gave you insofar as why you're wrong.
Hi, I'm wrong. Well, I don't get why. Here's the thing. If they just do it the right way, if they come in legally, do it the right process, like hardworking legal immigrants.
No.
What?
We're gonna go back through this one more time. We've already done this 3 times. This is the 4th and final
Okay.
time. We're also gonna pull out Caveman Dean.
No, bro, you're
Yes.
good. Just talk.
No, bro. We need to pull out Caveman Dean.
No, bro, don't.
You say Trump policy good because undocumented immigrants stole your car. Why this makes Trump policy good? Because you
say
get more
legal?
undocumented immigrant out of country. Correct?
Correct.
Here's my response. You wrong. Why you wrong? Because they're a different type of undocumented immigrant. Most undocumented immigrant, good. No steal car. Below 1% of undocumented immigrant, bad. Do steal car. Under Democrats, they focus on that 1% of undocumented immigrant that bad that steal your car. They say, we need to deport them. And then they did. Upwards of 25% of their deportations were of that bad undocumented immigrant.
So what's
What
the other
about
75%?
What about, well, good undocumented immigrant? That's why I'm further left than the Democratic establishment. What about today under Trump? He say, no, we don't really need focus on bad undocumented immigrants. We need focus on all undocumented immigrant. Therefore, less than 3% of all deportation of bad undocumented immigrant that steal car. What that mean? Therefore, more bad undocumented immigrant steal more car in America because we focused on them less.
They all need to go, though.
Why?
Because they didn't come here legally.
Okay, so why is that a reason that we should remove them from the country?
Because they're not here through the right process. The right
That's a
due
circular
process.
argument. I'm asking you why that's a reason that we should remove them from the country, and then your
How's that a
explanation is
circular
because it
argument?
is.
I feel like the argument I made is pretty clear. If you don't come here legally,
You didn't make
why
an
are you
argument,
here?
you just made a claim. That's a claim. Now, why do you think that claim is true? Why do you think the fact that they're here illegally serves as good enough justificatory reason to deport them from the country?
They're
I would
not-
say otherwise. What I would say is that that's not good enough justification to remove them from the country because we need to consider the outcomes on the country of us doing so. Mass deportation is bad for them, bad for us, and bad for America. It significantly hurts our economy. It significantly kills the labor force, reduces productivity, destroys the socioeconomic standing of the average American, increases poverty, and has a lot of bad negative consequential effects.
It increases poverty if we deport immigrants.
Yes.
How's that?
Because we have 14 million undocumented immigrants in America that live here, work here, and spend money here and contribute to the economy here. If we just like shake up the market and forcibly expel them all, yeah, what the fuck do you think happens to the market? It's hurt. It's hurt badly. According to the American Immigration Council, undocumented immigrants pay $1.1 through $1 trillion into a GDP per year. According to IRS, undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion in tax per year. You remove all undocumented immigrant, you remove $1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year GDP contribution, and you remove $100 billion per year tax paid. But also, you have to actively spend money to remove them, upwards of $1 trillion over a course of next 10 years. You really hurt economy bad.
Sure. But the thing is, we wouldn't need to be doing all this deportation if it wasn't for previous administration that kind of fell on the border and let them all in.
Yeah, that pivot. Because we not discuss Biden-Harris immigration policy. We discuss if mass deportation is good or bad. That's false and pivot. Stay on topic.
Okay. It's also not false? Like what?
It is false, but we're not here to adjudicate that right now.
So it didn't increase.
That's not the claim that you made. You didn't make the claim that immigration increased under them. You made the claim that they did a bad job with immigration. I want you to respond to the reasons that I gave. Dude, listen. I want you to respond to the reasons that I gave you insofar as why mass deportation is bad.
Dude, you're making no fucking sense right now.
I just want to call out that he understood you perfectly fine when you were in caveman mode, but as soon as you start speaking normal again, Dean, you lost track.
Mass deportation bad because hurt economy badly. It hurt economy badly by significantly disrupting labor force, by significantly disrupting consumer spending, by significantly disrupting taxes paid to government,
maybe some
and significantly disrupting GDP growth.
Can get a job then. Maybe some unemployed U.S. citizens can take that.
Also wrong. What? You are wrong because jobs aren't handouts. Jobs are created by demand. When we deport immigrants, we lose lots demand. Therefore, we lose lots job. Do you agree that job not handout, rather job created by demand for good?
Dude, I could go get a job tomorrow.
Do you agree that job not handout, job created by demand for good? Do you agree?
Kinda. 50%.
Why you 50% agree?
I 50% agree because it's not hard to get a job. You could go get a job tomorrow.
Hardness of get job have nothing to do with why job available. Job available because demand for product or service produced by a job superseded current jobs, therefore they had to create new jobs. It don't matter if job easy to get or hard to get, jobs still created by demand for product or service job produce. True?
Sure.
Okay, true. When we expel immigrants, we lose lots demand for product and service. Right?
Yeah, but
therefore we lose lots job. Therefore we lose lots job. And this also proved by data. Yeah.
Okay.
Last year, 1.3 million deportations. Most deportations in long time in 1 year. We also had highest unemployment since pandemic. We also had most layoffs since pandemic. We also had worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recession. Yeah. So not only me prove me right theoretically, but also me prove me right empirically.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Now you understand why mass deportation bad for economy. If it's bad for economy, then it's bad for country. I have proven mass deportation bad for country. If bad for country, why we do it.
Illegal immigrant, bad for country, too. Like, what are you talking about?
How? In what ways are undocumented immigrants bad for America?
What do you mean?
In what material ways do undocumented immigrants hurt this country? Specify them.
Crime. That's about all you need to know in order to deport. What are you talking about?
No, wrong.
So just
undocumented
you need more than
immigrant,
crime?
not bad for crime. Undocumented immigrant, good for crime. Why undocumented immigrant, good for crime? Because undocumented immigrant, 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crime and 4 times less likely to commit nonviolent crime.
Then, legal immigrant.
No, the natural U.S. born citizen.
Then what's the statistic on a legal immigrant?
Oh, even better.
Well, that's fine.
Undocumented
If
immigrant,
they're here legal, then
2.5 times less
problem.
likely. Legal immigrant, like 3 times less likely.
Yeah, okay, that's fine though, because they're here legally.
So you
I
say
would
they bad
fucking-
for
I would
country
hope so.
because crime. Data say they're
Yeah.
good for country because crime.
I think they just shouldn't be here if they're not here legally. I feel like that's a simple argument to make.
But you argue that because you say they make country bad. But then I explain how they don't make country bad and rather deporting them make country bad. So what's the solution? We offer them pathway to residency or citizenship. They stay here, they're no longer illegal, and they go from helping the country to helping it even
go
more.
through the process right.
Yeah,
Like, I
and
agree
we
with
offer
that.
them that process why they in the country. We don't deport them first.
See that I don't agree with that.
But why? Option 1.
I mean, I wouldn't let them
But-
into like
but
a
why?
civilization.
Why?
if they're
Option
not here
1.
legally.
Listen, option 1, we deport them and then they come back in legally. What are consequences?
Yeah.
Damaged
Just we spend
economy.
more money. I get that.
And
Yeah.
more money spent. Option number 2, we don't deport them and we offer them that process to come here legally while they're in the country. What are the outcomes? No damaged economy, benefited economy. Everyone wins.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that, Dean. I do. I just don't agree with how we're fucking just letting them stay here undocumented. At least, like, I don't want to say like put them in a fucking camp. 'cause
Oh,
that's just
so
morally
hey,
wrong.
mass
But,
amnesty,
yeah.
second option, far left policy that you agree with. Who endorse mass amnesty? People like Abdullah Al-Saeed, people like Zohran Mamdani, people like Bernie Sanders, people like the future of the Democratic Party. Will you vote for the future of the Democratic Party?
Probably not, but I will.
But why'd they do what you
wholeheartedly
want?
agree with that. Well, that's just one policy, you know.
That's
I'll say
that's
right now,
fucking
yeah.
crazy. Caveman Dean got this guy to concede the mass amnesty.
I'm telling you, that's the only way he's able to understand you. Like,
Yeah.
it's absolutely insane to listen to.
I don't
this.
know why you guys
know,
have to be
I
dickheads.
started doing it for like
I know
the
it's a
comedic
little
effect.
bit.
No, listen, I started
I know.
doing that to people to be funny and to demean my guests. But no, actually, on a
actually
real note, it actually works.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Isn't that kind of
Well, 'cause-
weird?
Yeah,
it is kind of weird. I mean, it did kind of work a little bit for me. So, well, fair enough. But
Okay.
another argument I would say would be, I mean, you've been talking about it for the fucking last 3 hours, but you know what I'm gonna say, fucking abortion. But I would say abortion, like, help me out here, Dean. What would you call this view then? If, let's say, a woman's raped, yeah, you can abort the baby, but other than that, no abortion. Where does that lie?
That's a pro-life view. It's a very bad one too. Why would anybody accept that view?
What do you mean?
Why would
If you get
anybody
raped,
accept
yeah,
that
I
elective
agree, like,
abortions are wrong?
I think elective abortions are fine in certain cases. Like if
No,
you get
elective
raped,
abortions are abortions that are not for rape.
okay. Well, the point I'm trying to make, argument. I think if you were to get raped, right, inseminated, unwantingly, I think yeah, that's okay. You can have an abortion, but if you're 16, you and your boyfriend decide to have unprotected sex, that's on you. I think
Why?
that's
Why do you think they shouldn't be able to get an abortion? Can you tell me why?
because that's your fault. You know.
Okay.
I mean,
you're
we're taught
arguing
in sixth-
that
we're taught in sixth grade
so
about
so you're
sex.
arguing that that the abortion is their fault, therefore they should have to deal with it. They should need to face the consequences of their action.
Or the abortion?
Yeah, you're saying that they need to face the consequences of their action. You know they do, right? You know that people who have sex and get pregnant when they don't want to do face the consequences of their action? The consequence of their action is the pregnancy.
No, I think having a kid and having to deal with the responsibility.
So you think that having a kid should be a consequence?
I mean, if you don't want it, yeah. If you
Okay, yeah, and that's the exact
accidentally-
and that's the exact issue with the pro-life worldview. You guys don't actually care about children because now you're saying that 16-year-olds should be raising kids to punish them for their actions. You are not pro-life because you care about the life of the unborn. You're pro-controlling women because you uphold different values in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex. And when they fall out of line with what you believe in, you think that they should be forced into gestational slavery through forced pregnancy, and then forced into mother and parenthood through having to raise this child, or go through all of the mental and physical stressors and pains associated with pregnancy and childbirth, and then go through the mental turmoil of putting that child up for adoption and thinking about it for the rest of their life. Okay? So the really big issue with their view is A, it's just completely arbitrary. You could give me no good reason to believe that this is a consequence that they should face. B, it's contradictory because there are other things that you could do that yield natural consequences that you don't think you'd have an obligation to. Like smoking cigarettes yields a natural consequence of lung cancer. Do you think that people with lung cancer should just fucking deal with it like pregnant women? Do you think that people who yield the natural consequence of liver failure from drinking alcohol should be forced to fucking deal with it like pregnant women? Are you saying that it should be illegal to get chemotherapy for lung cancer onset by cigarettes? Are you saying it should be illegal to get a liver transfer onset by alcoholism? No, obviously you wouldn't. No, you ignore every other option, okay, that yields a natural consequence, and you say it should be legal for them to remedy that natural consequence because those other actions could possibly apply to you. You could possibly one day decide to pick up a cigarette and get lung cancer. You could possibly one day pick up the bottle of vodka and get liver failure. But you can't possibly one day get pregnant, which is why your logic changes and why you're okay with advocating for terrible legislation across the nation to force individuals that can never be you into a position where apparently them having to possibly get a fissure between their vagina and their anus as a consequence for sex, where they're possibly dying from a pregnancy as a consequence for their sex, where they're possibly having to deal with 9 months of bodily concerns, both physical and mental, as a consequence for sex.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're a geek bar. Same here, dude. If we get fucking lung cancer, that's on us.
But should you have the legal option to go get chemotherapy to kill that lung cancer? Should you have the legal access to that treatment?
To kill it?
Yeah.
Or like to get chemo? I think it's just, you know, I mean, yeah, but it's a situation, you know, like.
Okay, so what's the difference?
It's a human.
Oh, okay. So then your argument's not about the woman being obligated to the pregnancy because she considered sex. Your argument's rather that you think the human is valuable.
I'm saying
okay.
that too.
All right. So let's talk about that. Okay. So why do you think us being humans is what makes us valuable? I agree that we're valuable. I just don't think that us being humans is what makes us valuable. I think that us being intelligent makes us valuable. Us having the capacity for reason makes us valuable. Us being sentient makes us valuable. Not just us merely being a human.
Okay.
So why do you think us merely being a human is a thing that makes us worthy?
Because we're the only thing on this fucking earth that, like, matters. That makes sense. You know?
What?
The only thing on this earth that matters. That's your
Like,
stance.
it's a human-ran world. Like, you guys aren't getting where I'm
Oh, it's a human-run world. Okay, so humans run the world. I have a question. Do fetuses run the world?
No, they're in the womb. They
Okay,
can't talk.
perfect. Yeah. Okay, so therefore fetuses don't matter.
If it's a rape fetus,
Okay, so if it's a rape fetus, it doesn't matter. But if it's a non-rape fetus, it does matter. What's the argument for that?
because you just have to deal with the consequences.
So then we're back to the consequences argument. So yeah, you with your geek bar, if you ever get lung cancer, you should be legally mandated to deal with the consequences of your action, and you should be denied access to chemotherapy to kill the life of that lung cancer because you did it to yourself.
Honestly, okay, fine.
Because you know
That's a
you know what
crazy
you're getting
point to
into.
bite.
You know,
Okay,
hey, if you're gonna
alright,
pick up
alright,
a vape,
alright.
like you know what's happening.
Okay, you also
Like,
know
you
what's
know,
happening.
Me and you know we're ripping that shit.
That's all it is.
Do you also acknowledge that there's like a certain chance that when you hop in a car to drive it, that there's like a certain chance that the brakes will give out, a certain chance that the tire will fail, a certain chance that the
no,
engine will pop
because
a gasket?
that's why
Do you
there's
acknowledge?
maintenance,
No.
dude.
Do you acknowledge? No. Do you acknowledge that there's a chance of those things happening every single time you drive?
No.
Do you? No, you don't acknowledge that there's a chance of that? Yes, you do, you fucking idiot. You have to
No, I
acknowledge.
don't.
Do you
No, I
acknowledge that
don't.
there's a very small chance that every time you drive that your brakes will give out, a tire will pop off your car, your engine will stop working, and it could cause you to get into a very nasty accident?
I think if your brakes fail, that's incompetence on you not changing your brakes. What are you talking about?
Okay, perfect. So if I'm driving my car and the brakes fail and then I crash and I'm hurt, should I just
Yeah.
have to deal with the consequences of my action and collect myself on my own?
What else are you gonna do?
Go to a hospital and get help?
Okay, yeah, but
Should-
it's still.
Should I be
still on
legally
you.
allowed to go to a hospital and get help?
Yeah, but I don't see the point there.
Okay. I'm going to give you a better hypothetical.
Sure.
I don't know if you're going to be able to track this because you're low IQ, but let's see. Okay, let's just imagine a city. Okay, people live in the city, people thrive in the city, people have a reason to be in the city. But everybody in the city knows that there is somewhere a hidden button. And if you were to step on that button, it would spawn in a sleeping rapist that's just going to start raping you. But you know
What
that
is
you could possibly
hypothetical?
step on that button.
What are you talking about?
One moment, let me explain.
Button, and then it
One moment.
awakens a sleeping rapist. Like,
Yeah, and then they just start raping you. And you know that there is a small chance that you could step on this button, like really small chance, every single time you go outside. But even though that you know that this button exists,
like
you
we're
still
just
go
making
outside.
shit up at this point, though.
I'll explain it to you at the end. Don't worry. I got this. I expect people not to understand it when I first say it. That's why I could give an explanation at the end. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. So somewhere in the city that you live, there's a hidden button.
Yep.
And every time you go outside, you know that you could step on this hidden button. But it's just a very low chance. But you have a reason
Do you
to go
know the
outside.
button's there? Yes or no?
Yeah, you know that the button is somewhere in the city, but you don't know where it is. And there's like a very
Is it
small
like blended
chance.
in? Is it like?
Yeah, there's
Is
just
it blended
there's-
into
yeah,
the
yeah,
concrete?
Yeah, there's just a very small chance. It's like 0.01% that every time you go outside that you could step on this button. It's a hidden button, but you could step on it. And if you were to step on it, it would spawn in a sleeping rapist. My question is,
Personally,
okay,
I would not get raped. I'd be able to defend myself, but
okay. Oh, well, that's actually what my question is about. So if you were
Okay.
to happen, like you know that this button exists somewhere in the city, and then you accidentally step on the button and it spawns in the sleeping rapist, would it be justified to defend yourself and kill this sleeping rapist?
yeah, like what kind of question is that?
Perfect.
Is it going
my
back
point.
to your point?
Here's my point. Here's my point. You are engaging in an action for some reason other than spawning in the sleeping rapist. You're just walking around the city to get to work, do things that you love. But then a natural consequence of you doing so that you knew about possibly occurring was spawning in the sleeping rapist that is hurting you. And you are saying in accordance with a principle of self-defense that you'd be justified in ending their life. Perfect. What about a woman that's pregnant? Well, they're engaging in an action, not for the purpose of pregnancy, but rather for the purpose of pleasure, building relationships, getting closer with their partner, supporting and fostering a lifelong commitment to one another. Okay, and they know, very similar to how you know there's a hidden button hidden in that city, there is a very small chance that conception could occur. Okay, and when conception occurs, all of a sudden this fetus starts harming you. Not because they like want to harm you, not because they intend to harm you, but that's because that is a real biological reality of pregnancy. The same way when you step on this button, the sleeping rapist starts harming you. Not because they're intending to harm you, it's postulated that they're sleeping. But they are harming you. In both scenarios, you should be justified in terminating the life of the thing harming you that you caused to be in that position by engaging in sex or accidentally stepping on that button in virtue of the fact that it is harming you and the virtue of the fact that it is infringing on your bodily autonomy.
I mean, yeah, but if we're just gonna argue about radical hypotheticals, then we're gonna get nowhere.
Well, it's the radical hypothetical that proves the point. Because the purpose in the point of me giving you that hypothetical was to show you that you're engaging in an action, you're out in the city, you know that engaging this action out in the city yields a possible consequence of a sleeping person harming you, okay, without intending to, just like the fetus is harming the pregnant woman without intending to harm them, Okay, but you are justified in defending yourself and killing the sleeping person that's harming you. So why shouldn't women be justified in defending themselves and killing this fetus that's harming them? What are the differences?
Because the hypothetical you're saying is just never. Why don't we talk about something realistic? Like not a fucking sleeping rapist in a button. Like,
Well, the reason why it's so unrealistic, and this is actually a really good explanation.
Well, what can you give me
the reason why it's so unrealistic is because we have to mirror all of the facts of the real case of abortion. All that I did was I took all of the relevant facts of the real case of abortion and I put them in a scenario where you see why it's okay to get an abortion. You caused, by your own will, a human to unintentionally hurt you, but because they are hurting you, you are justified in ending their life to defend you. Wait, what's an abortion? You caused a fetus to unintentionally hurt you by engaging in sex, knowing that's a possible natural consequence. Okay.
When you step on the
And in
button,
virtue of the fact that they
you
are hurting you,
a
you'd be
rapist
justified in
that
self-defense,
wants to
killing them to stop the pain. Every single
but then
detail from the real
sleeping
world
button
of
hidden in the
abortion
ground.
is mirrored onto this hypothetical.
Yeah, but the sleeping button on the ground, like, it's just not a good example.
It is. I'll explain to you why. Because the purpose and the point of it being a hidden button somewhere on the ground is that you are going outside not for the purpose of stepping on that button, but you know you could. Just like you're engaging in sex not for the purpose of reproduction, but you know it could happen. You know you could step on that button the same way you know you could conceive a fetus. That's the relevance. Stepping on the button is conception. Walking outside and accidentally stepping on that button is engaging in sex and accidentally getting pregnant.
But all you can say are just
The sleeping person spawning in and beginning to hurt you a lot is the fetus developing and causing bodily frustrations upon the pregnant woman. You being justified as it would relate to self-defense by killing that sleeping person that's hurting you a lot is the analogy to a woman who's pregnant being justified in self-defense by killing the fetus to evict it from your uterus to stop the pain. To stop the conflicts with her bodily concerns.
You can't give a real life example because the only way you can explain or prove your point is by a fucking secret button sleeping rapist.
Yeah, because abortion's unique. Because abortion is unique in a lot of ways.
It's not unique.
Okay, but when we parallel all of the facts of abortion into an analogy, you see the point. It doesn't matter if it's real life or not. Okay, fucking Superman flying around shooting lasers out of his eyes, getting chased by Lex Luthor is not realistic. But you could still envision that occurring and yield moral conclusions, like it was wrong when Lex Luthor tried to kill Superman. In the same way that this hypothetical of the sleeping rapist isn't realistic, okay? But we could still yield and take away moral conclusions, like if you were to spawn in that sleeping rapist, there wouldn't be anything wrong with you killing them. It doesn't matter if the hypothetical is realistic or not. What matters is, does this hypothetical, regardless if it's realistic or not, like mirror a real life scenario? And it does. Yeah, this unrealistic real life scenario perfectly mirrors abortion. No, the real life scenario is abortion. Abortion is the real life scenario of the hypothetical that I gave you. That's the real life scenario.
Okay, dude. Making no sense.
Listen, I gave you an analogy, and you're like, "Oh, I don't like this analogy because it's unrealistic."
It's
the
stupid.
realistic version of that analogy literally is a woman engaging in sex, getting pregnant, and aborting the fetus. That's the real life answer to the analogy.
We're talking about fucking unicorns, dude.
I'm gonna go through this one last time. Okay, the real life scenario. Listen, the real life scenario. The real life scenario is a woman having sex for pleasure. Okay, and engaging. Okay.
Right?
Bro, you are so fucking stupid. Let me speak. The real life scenario is a woman engaging in sex for pleasure, then accidentally conceiving a fetus, then that fetus harming the pregnant woman. Okay? Stop interrupting me, you fucking dweeb. What are you doing? Yes, you're a dweeb. You're an unintelligent dweeb. Pipe down.
Okay.
Not being able to understand and process hypotheticals is linked to being dumb.
Shut up, Santana.
All right, back to what I was saying. So the real life scenario is a woman engaging in sex for pleasure, accidentally conceiving, then that fetus harming that woman, and then that woman killing the fetus to stop the harm. The hypothetical scenario is you walking around the city for pleasure, accidentally stepping on that button that spawns in a sleeping person that begins to harm you, and then you killing that sleeping person to stop the harm. The analogy, hidden button in the city, perfectly mirrors all relevant facts of A through Z, woman having sex to woman getting abortion. Do you understand it now?
I've been understood, Dean Withers.
Okay, so
All
if
right?
you yield the conclusion in the analogy that it wouldn't be wrong for you to kill that sleeping person harming you, well, then you should yield the conclusion in real life that it's not wrong for you to kill the fetus.
Dude.
What are the differences? What are the relevant differences?
Raping you. A fetus is not raping you.
Okay, so the reason why I used rape in the hypothetical was just to demonstrate to you a high level of bodily frustrations. Okay, rape is wrong and you're justified in killing a rapist because of a very high level of bodily frustrations. There's a high level of bodily harm incurred. In the same way, there's a very high level of bodily frustrations and a very high level of bodily harm incurred by pregnancy and childbirth.
Yeah, I get that. If you get raped, it's completely different.
Would you say?
Like what I'm trying to say, if you're going for the walk, you fucking step on the button. Yeah, but
Okay, how about this? Let's just say that sleepwalker is just going to beat you brutally. Would you be justified in killing them?
yeah, of course.
Okay.
Like
I would say that the average pregnancy and childbirth is like more meaningfully harmful to a woman's body than a person getting beat brutally. So what's the difference?
I think if you're not on birth control, you don't use a condom, you're upping those chances. It's like if I'm walking around and I know the button's there, but then it switches bright red, like now we can switch a hypothetical. Now it's a bright red button.
Okay,
Oh,
so
now
you're,
I'm
so you're
not
saying if
gonna-
they,
so
you're
the
saying if
bright
they,
red button-
so you're saying, okay. So by the way, if you walk around a lot in the city, you're upping the chances. With every extra mile that you walk, you up the chances
if you're a
by
woman
like
and you're sleeping
0.03%. So let's just say that you're a marathon runner in New York City where the button is hidden, meaning that you walk around a lot, upping those chances quite significantly, and you step on that button. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still have justification to kill the sleeping person that's beating you brutally or raping you?
Sure.
Hey, all right.
Dude,
so then
but
upping
you're
the
not getting
chances
the
doesn't
point.
matter.
Like-
But would you argue that in this scenario where they're on birth control that reduces the likelihood of pregnancy to like 1%, that they would be justified in terminating the life of that fetus?
I mean, if you're on birth control and let's say someone nuts in you without a condom, like you know you can get pregnant from that. That's your
Okay,
fault.
and you know that you could step on the button when you're walking around the city. That's your fault if you do. Therefore, you don't have justification to kill the sleeping person that was spawned in that starts beating you
Yeah,
brutally.
that's fine. If I know the button's there, then that's on me.
So if you know the button's there and it spawns in a sleeping rapist and they start raping you, that's on you?
Just don't hit the button. Like, what are you talking about?
So you can get so you're saying that if that button spawned in a sleeping rapist and they start raping you, that is on you. You just need to endure the rape.
Well, you're not seeing it for how it is at all.
I don't think that you're seeing it for how it is. I'm done with these low IQ idiots. Folks, if anything is going to convince me to stop these streams, it's just going to be the fact that the people that we talk to are so fucking stupid. There's a very realistic future that like I completely reorient my content into like pre-scheduled debates with like smarter people. You know what I mean? Like talking to like scholars, talking to grad students, talking to like people with IQs over 5. Because I just can't do this every day. I can't do this every day. It's gonna make me lose my mind.
I wish they would just stop pretending and just admit that they hate women, and specifically for that guy, he just likes meat watching.
True. On God. Jamie, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo. I appreciate you. Another Jamie, thank you for the $1. Cheyenne, thank you for the $20, who says Trump running away into the food truck equals Operation Orange Chicken. That's great, Cheyenne. Thank you for that one. Thank you for the $20. And then Alania, thank you for the $10. Over on Super Chat, Light Blinded Fool, thank you for the $20, who says better analogy. If you go swimming knowing that there's a chance that you could get a brain-eating amoeba, and you do, can you still go to the doctor? I mean, I like that, but they would say that the difference is that the brain-eating amoeba is not a human. So the analogy somehow has to involve a human. Guppy, thank you for the $20.
They wouldn't know what an amoeba is.
True. Guppy with the $20 says, behind in the VOD, but welcome to the YouTube world. Yeah, the chat moves fast. Dude, on God. Thank you for the $20. Jay, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 JWs. Jay says, baha, I love caveman talk. Bro, we whipped out caveman talk on that guy's ass, and it low-key worked. Thank you. I appreciate you. Also, Matthew. I thanked Matthew for their $200 donation earlier, right? I think I remember doing that. Yeah,
you did.
I forgot to read their message. Matthew's message says, Dean, I'm 19 years old. I'm in the U.S. Army. I'd love to talk to you about conflicts in the world and your thoughts on them. Also, do you support the military? So I won't say that I do or don't support the military in this general sense, but I will say that I do support the military engaging in justified defensive force, but I don't support the military engaging in unjustified offensive force. Siri, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. I'm like pro-defensive military usage. I really am. Ellen, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, wishing you peace of mind. Thanks, Ellen. Let's get 100 LNWs. Alexandria, thank you for the $10. She says, hey, I've been watching your streams the past few months and you're awesome. Well, thank you, Alexandria. And then Trinity, thank you for the $5. I actually got to hop off here because I got to go to a movie.
Oh, what are you going to see?
The new Spider-Man, fucking finally.
Oh,
finally.
It's really good. It's really good. It's really good. You're going to enjoy that.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up tonight, Santana.
Yeah, thank you. Really quickly, Jamie, thank you for the 5 and the 50. Sarah, thank you for the 10. And Elise, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you, bro. Oh, hey, they finally announced they're releasing the Tim Pool this weekend.
Tim Pool this weekend?
The Surrounded.
Tim Pool?
Yeah.
He's going on Tim Pool?
You don't even remember, like I told you about it. We did the same weekend we shot Officer Tatum. We shot Tim Pool.
Oh, yeah, that was a while ago.
Exactly.
Huh.
I didn't think they were going to release it.
Yeah, it was. I just fucking forgot about that.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Oh, wait. Oh, also, have you seen... I could actually talk to you guys for a little bit because I got to buy the tickets. I'll just do that on my computer. Have you guys seen the debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens?
No.
Oh, yeah. So, Andrew Wilson... I fucking hate that guy.
Yeah.
I listen, I've always thought that he was like some small-time streamer. Really not too well known. I mean, he has less than like 100,000 followers on Twitter. But some fucking how, he's gotten on like Joe Rogan's podcast twice.
Yeah. That's because he's willing to say the most unhinged shit.
Yeah, I'm not... Listen, Andrew, good for you, bro. I have no clue how you did it. But because he was able to get that massive, massive platform of going on Joe Rogan's podcast, he was able to use that to call Candace Owens out to a debate. And then he offered her $300,000 to debate him. And after like pressure on the internet like continued to build up for like a while, she caved, and now they're having a debate. It's on if Charlie Kirk was killed by Tyler Robinson, or if Charlie Kirk was killed by like Israel or like some insider of the government, anybody like but Tyler Robinson. I think that he's going to cook her, unfortunately.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't.
He's not
listen,
that good though.
I think that he is surprisingly good with like the rhetorical sleight of hand. I think that she's not a debater, and I think that it's just going to be much easier for him to make the case than her. I'd say that she's maybe demonstrated that we have some reason to doubt that it's as it seems, but I don't think that she's been able to demonstrate sufficient reason to say so beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. Meanwhile,
So
of course...
she's taking like an empirical stance?
Yeah, she's
Just
saying
like-
that we have reason to doubt that, this was like a one-man job, that this was just like a sole individual. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if she's taking the position of like some doubt, I mean, like that should, if she can just establish some doubt.
Oh, I wonder if it's going to be some doubt or more likely than not to be the case. That's what I wonder. I'm going to be keeping up with that debate. Yeah. Anyways, I appreciate you for coming up. I probably need to hop off.
Yep,
Thank you.
I appreciate you, bro. See, enjoy the movie.
You take care. Thank you so much. Don't worry, guys. I haven't looked at the chat. I know that people are spoiling it. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure to hit that follow button on your way out. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscription button. Not gonna lie, I gotta run. Peace, love, good night, goodbye.